Chapter 201 Campus Sisters. As the night gradually fell, Yu fell asleep peacefully on the bed. Her tightly closed eyes revealed her long black eyelashes, messy hair, and the remaining blush on her cheeks, all of which revealed the madness that had gone on before. At a certain moment, Xiao Yu's beautiful eyes slowly opened, and she turned her head to look at the handsome face beside her. Her jade fingers gently stroked the warm and strong chest, and a happy, sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. When it comes to matters between men and women, it's better to actually do it than to talk about it 1,000 times. Now Xiao Yu and Chenfeng have had the most intimate contact between a man and a woman, and her whole heart has been sunk. Brother Feng, I'm a little hungry. Suddenly, Xiao Yu twisted her body into Chenfeng's arms and spoke softly and coquettishly that she had learned his name from Chenfeng during the intermission. Looking at the pretty lady clinging to his arms, Chenfeng reached out and stroked her cheek, saying softly, "If you're hungry, let's go downstairs and eat something." Xiao Yu nodded obediently. The previous school uniform was already stained with some liquid and charming smells, so Xiao Yu put away the school uniform and changed into a bright red slim long skirt. The long skirt tightly wrapped around her graceful body, outlining a graceful and moving curve. The hem was open very high, and as her body moved, the skirt fluttered, and her long legs appeared and disappeared, showing off her whiteness and perfection. However, the tossing and turning during the day made Xiao Yu's long legs always a little uncoordinated when she walked. After Chenfeng put on his clothes, he held Xiao Yu's soft little hand and walked slowly downstairs holding her hand, just like when he came. You finally came out." When Chenfeng and Xiao Yu appeared at the door of the hotel, a woman wearing the same red clothes as Xiao Yu on the opposite side of the street suddenly waved excitedly and trotted towards Chenfeng and Xiao Yu. The woman's plump chest trembled as she ran. "Brother Feng, Shu Ni is my best friend. I didn't expect that she waited for me outside the hotel for a whole day." Seeing Shu Ni coming, Xiao Yu stopped. Tisk. Shu Ni came close to the two of them and looked at them for a while. She found that Xiao Yu had even changed out of her school uniform, and her demeanor was a little different from before. She immediately said, "My little Yu, it seems that you have really lost your virginity. You are no longer pure. You deserve a beating, you little girl." Hearing Shu Ni's teasing words, Xiao Yu's face flushed with shame again, and she looked like she was about to hit someone. Seeing this, Chenfeng also let go of his hands and let the two girls play around, but soon, Shu Ni discovered that Xiao Yu always walked with her legs crossed, and a meaningful smile appeared on her face. "Shu Ni, I'm hungry. I need to go eat something." Xiao Yu touched her belly and talked about the purpose of coming down to the hotel. Shu Ni had been standing guard at the hotel entrance the entire day. When she heard Xiao Yu's words, she felt very hungry and nodded immediately. "That's great, let's go together." Hearing this, Xiao Yu's big watery eyes immediately glanced at Chenfeng. Noticing Xiao Yu's eyes, Shu Ni smiled and said carelessly, We are good sisters, your man is my man. What's wrong with having a meal together?" The voice was so loud that it could be said that he was not being reserved at all, and Chenfeng could hear it clearly. "How can this be the same? Keep talking nonsense." Hearing Shu Ni's bold words, Xiao Yu quickly covered her mouth with his hands. "Well, let's go together." Chenfeng coughed dryly and invited Shu Ni very frankly. "Well, you see, your man has no objection." Shu Ni pushed Xiao Yu's hand away and said with a pout, "In Cannon City, due to the huge flow of people and the presence of many students, the night market closes relatively late. Even though it is now dark, the streets are still brightly lit and very lively." Soon Chenfeng and the other two arrived at a restaurant recommended by Shu Ni. The food in this restaurant could be said to be the most famous in the whole Cannon City. Of course, it was also the most expensive restaurant and ordinary people could not afford it. However, Shu Ni had witnessed Bai Tian Chenfeng spending tens of millions of dollars, so she naturally would not worry about these problems. Shu Ni and Xiao Yu were both wearing bright red at the moment, and both of them had excellent figures and looks. Therefore, whether they were on the road or entering the restaurant, there were many men casting envious glances at Chenfeng. Among them, there were several female students that Xiao Yu and Shu Ni were familiar with, who were commenting on the two of them. Xiao Yu and Shu Ni didn't care about those people's looks at all, and Shu Ni was even quite proud of it. In the private room of the restaurant, Xiao Yu and Shu Ni were obviously a little hungry. As soon as the food was served, they started to eat quickly, not caring at all about being ladylike or not. Belch. After a while, Shu Ni burped, wiped her mouth with satisfaction, and then sighed, This meal can be regarded as compensation for my hard work standing outside the hotel for a whole day." The next moment Shu Ni leaned close to Xiao Yu's ear and whispered, Speaking of which, do you know the identity of your boyfriend now? I didn't ask, I just know the name. Xiao Yu shook his head. Then you are too hasty. You went to bed with someone just because he asked her name. I admire you. But your boyfriend is so rich. His family background must be good. Maybe he is a prince of some empire. Su Ni helped Xiao Yu analyze the situation with a serious expression. Next, when Chenfeng was paying the bill, Su Ni took Xiao Yu's hand to the door and asked, Are you going back to the academy to sleep tonight? This, I won't reply. Hearing Su Ni's words, Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment, and finally shook his head slightly. Humph, you are such a heartless person. You don't want me, your ex-lover, anymore since you have a man? After getting Xiao Yu's reply, Su Ni put her hands on her hips and deliberately teased him. At this time Chenfeng just came out after paying the bill. Su Ni turned around and said to Chenfeng, Handsome boy, in order for me and you to continue to be sisters, you should buy me too. After hearing Su Ni's words, Chenfeng and Xiao Yu were both stunned. Su Ni's words were too bold and direct, but this is indeed a good suggestion. Campus sisters joined together, kisk. Just as Chenfeng was about to respond, a gentle female voice that softened Chenfeng's heart suddenly sounded in his ears. You're Xuani, I've been looking for you for so long. Luckily a classmate said he saw you here. The sudden female voice was so gentle that it almost made people feel intoxicated. Even with Chenfeng's strong concentration, he couldn't help but be dazed by the soft voice. After a moment, he looked in the direction where the sound came from. A few meters away from Xiao Yu and Su Ni, a woman in green was standing there with a pretty smile on her face. The woman had a gentle smile on her beautiful face, and her eyes moved as she looked at Xiao Yu and the other person with a soft gaze, like a stream of clear water flowing quietly through the heart, making people unable to help but indulge in the woman's unique gentleness and agility. Although she looked a little older than Xiao Yu and Su Ni, her plump and slender figure revealed a mature charm that was honed by time. This natural charm was far beyond the reach of young girls like Xiao Yu. Chapter 2. Are all mature women so sensitive? Chenfeng's eyes swept over the woman in green. Although in terms of appearance this woman was a little inferior to Xiao Sun or Xiao Yu, Chenfeng's heart was filled with amazement at her genuine gentle temperament. This woman has almost completely interpreted the positive concept of women are like water. Although Chenfeng is not a fan of mature women, he was attracted by the temperament of the woman in green at this moment. Teacher Ruolin, you came here specifically to see us. Looking at the gentle woman who appeared in front of her, Su Ni greeted her in a timid and guilty voice, as if she had committed some big mistake. Xiao Yu was very frank. He shouted in surprise, then took a step forward and rushed forward, smilingly hugging the green-clothed woman's waist, which seemed plump but not fat. Yeah, I heard that you found a boyfriend and went to a hotel with him. You're really brave. Holding Xiao Yu in her arms, the gentle woman known as Mentor Ruolin said with a smile. Ah, teacher, so you know everything. When Xiao Yu heard what Teacher Ruolin said, her ears turned red, and she felt shocked and embarrassed. It seems that what they said is true. Seeing Xiao Yu's reaction, Teacher Ruolin shook her head helplessly, patted Xiao Yu's head lovingly, and then raised her chin to Chenfeng beside her, and said softly, This is Xiao Yu nodded in acknowledgement without hesitation. Good taste, he looks very compatible with you. Teacher Ruolin spoke subconsciously. Of course, seeing that Teacher Ruolin did not say anything else but instead praised his vision, Xiao Yu immediately puffed out his chest with pride. Teacher, his name is Morning Breeze, Brother Feng. This is my mentor Ruolin. The next moment, Xiao Yu quickly introduced the two to each other. Morning Breeze. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Ruolin's gentle face froze for a moment, as if she had heard this name somewhere before. Could it be that this Teacher Ruolin knows my identity? Seeing Teacher Ruolin's subtle reaction, Chenfeng guessed in his heart, and then he stretched out his palm and said with a smile, Ruolin, hello. Hello. Hearing Chenfeng's greeting, Teacher Ruolin came back to her senses. When she looked at Chenfeng's outstretched hand, she stretched out her hand without any hesitation and shook hands with Chenfeng. The instructor actually shook hands with Brother Feng. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu was a little surprised, because although Teacher Ruolin was usually very close to them, that was because they were women. In Xiao Yu's impression, Teacher Ruolin had never shaken hands with a man, or had any other physical contact. Su Ni next to her was the same and was surprised by this. Chenfeng was holding Teacher Ruolin's hand, and it felt so smooth and soft. Moreover, Teacher Ruolin seemed to be very sensitive, even more sensitive than Xiao Yu. After just a short handshake, sweat was already flowing out of her palms. Are all mature women so sensitive? Chenfeng smiled, and when he withdrew his hand, he bent his fingers and deliberately stroked Teacher Ruolin's smooth palm. The strange feeling coming from the palm of her hand made Teacher Ruolin feel as if she was electrocuted, and her whole body felt numb. Frowning slightly, Teacher Ruolin thought to herself, did this guy do it on purpose or accidentally? However, it seemed that Xiao Yu and Shuni did not notice Chenfeng's teasing action just now, so Teacher Ruolin did not expose what happened just now, but asked Chenfeng softly, who is your teacher? I don't have a mentor. Chenfeng shook his head. No mentor. After hearing Chenfeng's answer, Xiao Yu and Xu Ni were both a little confused. In the outer courtyard of Canon College, almost every student should have a mentor to guide their training. It seems that you are not a student of Canon College, Teacher Ruolin said thoughtfully. In response, Chenfeng did not hide it and nodded with a smile, saying, today is my first time in Canon City. Hearing Chenfeng's answer, Xiao Yu showed surprise on her face and looked at Chenfeng with her beautiful eyes. She had always thought that Chenfeng was her junior. Brother Feng, are you here to join our college this time? Xiao Yu asked with some anticipation in his tone. Well, I'm just here for a visit this time, not to join Canon College. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Chenfeng hesitated for a moment and shook his head. His current cultivation level has already entered the Duzong stage. In terms of strength, even the inner court elder Su Qian is not his opponent. Moreover, in terms of identity, he is the emperor of the Jema Empire. If he joins the outer court of Canon Academy as a junior student, it would be a bit too embarrassing. So Brother Feng just came here to travel. After hearing Chenfeng's answer, Xiao Yu couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. She was afraid that Chenfeng would just leave here after traveling for a while. At this moment, Instructor Ruolin suddenly asked Chenfeng, do you know Elder Bing from the inner courtyard? Elder Bing. Hearing what Teacher Ruolin said, Chenfeng couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Xiao Yu and Xu Nai also looked surprised, not understanding why Teacher Ruolin asked this. Elder Bing is from the Gamma Empire, and he is now the Grand Elder of the Gamma Empire's royal family, Ruolin explained. You are from the Gamma Empire. You should have heard of Senior Bingwang Haibodong. Ice Emperor Haibodong. He is one of the top 10 strongest men in the Jiama Empire. However, that senior seems to have disappeared for many years. Xiao Yu nodded and said in surprise, could it be that the Ice Emperor has been serving as an elder in our academy during the years he disappeared? Not really. Senior Bingwang only came to the academy as an elder more than a month ago. Teacher Ruolin shook her head. So that's how it is, teacher. You just said that Senior Bingwang is a member of the royal family of the Gamma Empire. You are wrong, right? Isn't the royal family of the Gamma Empire the Jia family? Xiao Yu asked again in confusion. A few months ago, the Jia family transferred the imperial power of the Gamma Empire to the Meitel family. Teacher Ruolin continued to explain. I didn't expect that such great changes have taken place in the Gamma Empire during this period of time. Xiao Yu opened his mouth wide, his face full of surprise. Teacher, you asked that just now. Could it be that Yu's boyfriend has some connection with that senior Ice Emperor? At this time, Xu Ni, who had been silent, couldn't help but speak. Well, it was just a guess before, but now, I should be able to be sure. Teacher Ruolin nodded with a smile, and there was something intriguing in the look she gave Chenfeng. Chenfeng's temperament and the reaction on his face when he heard this had already given her some clues. Chapter 23Z. Teacher Ruolin was also accepted. Ruolin, you are very smart. You determined my identity just by a name. Being looked at like this by Teacher Ruolin, Chenfeng chuckled and said frankly. Chenfeng was not surprised. After all, the intelligence agency of Canon Academy was one of the best in the Blackhorn region and the surrounding areas. They will definitely investigate the backgrounds of every student, mentor, and elder thoroughly and will not allow people with unknown origins to enter the academy. Haibodong is visiting the elders of Canon College this time. It is estimated that Canon College has already investigated some major events that have occurred in the Gamma Empire. Seeing Chenfeng's statement, a strange color flashed in Teacher Ruolin's beautiful eyes. She immediately took a step forward, bowed to Chenfeng and said softly, Your Majesty, please forgive me. I revealed Your Majesty's identity because I was worried about His Majesty. Seeing Teacher Ruolin saluting Chenfeng and addressing him as she did, Xiao Yu was deeply shocked. Disbelief appeared in his beautiful eyes, and he stood there in a daze. Shuni covered her red lips with her jade hands and said in surprise, could it be that your boyfriend is the Emperor of the Jiama Empire? Is that so, Brother Feng? Hearing this, Xiao Yu reacted, looked at Chenfeng's face with her beautiful eyes, and asked with some anticipation, Yes, I am indeed the Emperor of the Gamma Empire. Chenfeng nodded with a smile. So Brother Feng, you are really the Emperor? After getting Chenfeng's personal confirmation, Xiao Yu's expression became a little dazed. Originally, since Chenfeng could easily take out a huge sum of 10 million gold coins, she guessed that Chenfeng had an extraordinary background, but she never thought that Chenfeng was actually the emperor of her own Jiama Empire. This amount of information was too much for her. Whoa, your luck is so good. The first man you followed was actually the emperor, so your current identity is the emperor's concubine. Su Ni's reaction was huge. Unlike Xiao Yu, she was very excited and extremely envious. However, when she thought of the bold words she had said to Chenfeng before, her face turned red with embarrassment. Are you unhappy knowing that I'm the emperor of the Gama Empire? Looking at the expression on Xiao Yu's face, Chenfeng walked up to her, stroked her hair at the back of her head, and asked with concern. No, I just think these are too unexpected and a little unreal. Xiao Yu shook her head gently and said softly. In fact, the issue that Xiao Yu is most concerned about right now is how Chenfeng will handle the relationship between the two. The fate between the two of them, after all, was due to Xiao Yu's words that he could take her away for 10 million gold coins. Therefore, Xiao Yu was worried that Chenfeng would treat her as a casual woman who was just for fun. Don't think too much. No matter who I am, my feelings for you will never change. Xiao Yu's reaction made Chenfeng feel a little pity in his heart, and he hugged her tightly with his hands. Being hugged tightly by Chenfeng, Xiao Yu felt warm in her heart and her sense of security increased greatly. She leaned her head on Chenfeng's shoulder obediently. Seeing the two showing their affection, Teacher Ruolin and Shuni did not dare to disturb them, and just watched quietly from the side. Shuni's eyes were still full of envy. She had also heard of the Gama Empire, a country with very strong national power that could not be compared with the surrounding small countries, and Chenfeng became the emperor there at such a young age, which undoubtedly made him the ideal spouse for many girls. After a while, Xiao Yu seemed to feel that this kind of atmosphere was inappropriate here, and blushed as she slowly moved her head away from Chenfeng's shoulder. Your Majesty, I believe that once the Dean learns that Your Majesty is coming to Canaan City, he will surely arrange for someone to receive Your Majesty to visit the Academy tomorrow. It's getting late today. I won't disturb Your Majesty's rest. Let's go back. Teacher Ruolin had a trace of respect on her face. She saluted Chenfeng again, then took Shuni's hand and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Chenfeng took a step forward and stopped the two of them. Your Majesty, do you have any instructions? Teacher Ruolin stopped, turned around, and asked softly, with an indescribable temptation on her gentle and charming face. Ruolin, you just said that you revealed my identity because you were worried about your. What are you worried about? This. When Teacher Ruolin heard Chenfeng's question, there was some hesitation in her eyes. Although Chenfeng looks like a boy of about 17 years old, his status is extremely noble. Moreover, Ruolin also learned from some elders of the academy that the young emperor of the Jiama Empire had an extraordinary talent for cultivation. In the Yunlan sect master competition a year ago, he won the championship with the cultivation level of a great fighting master and became the Yunlan sect's young sect master. Now that a year has passed, his cultivation level must have improved. Such a talent for cultivation could surpass the so-called top geniuses in the inner courtyard of Canaan Academy. Coupled with Chenfeng's noble status, Ruolin had no choice but to carefully consider her response. Your Majesty, please forgive me for being frank. After hesitating for a while, Teacher Ruolin gritted her teeth and said softly, Before, I was worried that you would be irresponsible to your. So I revealed your identity in front of you. So that's what you're worried about. Sniffing the faint floral scent wafting from Teacher Ruolin, Chenfeng glanced at her exquisite and plump figure without leaving any trace. With a smile on his face, he said jokingly, In that case, why not ask Teacher Ruolin to come to my palace to supervise me in person in the future? Chenfeng's words were a little too sudden, causing Ruolin to fall silent again. Go to the Imperial Palace. Can I go with you to visit? I have never seen what an Imperial Palace looks like in my life. Sunai said this with some excitement, and it was obvious that she was very interested in Chenfeng's words. Of course you can. When the time comes, I will open a palace for you in the harem. You can stay there as long as you want, Chenfeng replied with a smile. Really? That's great, I can still stay with you. After getting Chenfeng's reply, Shuni jumped happily on the spot. Her delicate body and a pair of broad breasts shook up and down, which was very touching. This girl, doesn't she know what harem means? Noticing that Chenfeng's eyes were fixed on Shuni's huge assets, Teacher Ruolin remembered that Chenfeng had teased her secretly just now, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It seems that the little emperor that you found is a bit fickle. Your Majesty, through our contact just now, I believe that you will definitely treat Yor well in the future, so, Teacher Rulin, think about it before you answer. The resources in my palace are many times better than those in your Canon Academy. Just when Teacher Rulin was about to reject Chenfeng, Chenfeng suddenly interrupted her. Although his tone was calm, it carried a majesty that penetrated the soul. Chapter 24. Xiao Yu is addicted to the terrifying effect of the dragon and phoenix technique. This terrifying pressure that struck the soul directly shocked Teacher Rulin's heart, and made her swallow back all the words she wanted to say. Moreover, this pressure only acted on Teacher Rulin. In the eyes of Xiao Yu and Genie, Chenfeng had a faint smile on his face, and they did not feel anything unusual. Such a terrifying pressure. I'm afraid even the Dean can't match it. What kind of monster is he? When the pressure disappeared, Teacher Rulin reacted and looked at Chenfeng in a daze. I will consider your Majesty's words carefully. I won't bother you today. The next moment she saluted Chenfeng again, then quickly pulled Shuni away. Chenfeng led Xiao Yu back to the hotel where they stayed during the day. This hotel was very close to Canon College, separated only by a long street. Not long after returning, Chenfeng immediately arranged for the hotel to prepare hot water, and then he and Xiao Yu soaked in the big bathtub together. Xiao Yu's seductive snow-white long legs became as smooth as white jade when soaked in water. Such scenery makes Chenfeng's heart burn with passion. But the next day afternoon, Xiao Yu lazily got out of bed. After experiencing the nourishment of the morning breeze dozens of times, she was no longer the naive girl. Brother Feng, the skills you practiced with me last night were so magical. Xiao Yu had just stepped out of bed when he suddenly sensed the change in his cultivation level. He turned around and looked at Chenfeng in surprise. During the day yesterday, she was only a 2-star fighter, but after practicing the dragon and phoenix art with Chenfeng, she broke through to a 5-star fighter in just one night, which was even faster than taking drugs. However, Chenfeng was not surprised at all. The dual cultivation technique of the dragon and phoenix art was extremely fast to practice, especially when the difference in cultivation between the man and the woman was too great. The one with the lower cultivation level would gain the greatest benefit. Since you're practicing so fast, shall we continue? Seeing Xiao Yu's excitement, Chenfeng hooked his finger at her. Ah, no. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Xiao Yu's eyes showed panic, and her pair of snow-white long legs trembled. She shook her head repeatedly and said, Brother Feng, how about I call Shu Ni to help tonight? Otherwise I really can't handle it alone. Well, let's see if you two besties can team up to defeat me then. Hearing this, Chenfeng smiled and slowly got out of bed. Your Majesty, the Dean learned that you were coming to Cannon City, so he sent me here to invite you. After Chenfeng brought Xiao Yu downstairs, a middle-aged man who had been waiting for a long time immediately came to greet them in the hotel lobby. Chenfeng nodded slightly. It seemed that Teacher Roland had already reported the matter to Hu Chuan, the Vice Dean of the External Affairs College of Canon College, last night. Afterwards, under the guidance of the middle-aged man, Chenfeng slowly stepped into this ancient academy. Although the admission requirements of Canon College are very strict, there are so many people on the continent, and there are many who meet the requirements. Students can be seen walking around everywhere in the college. The middle-aged man who led the way had the cultivation level of a low-level Duwang, and he obviously had a high status in the outer courtyard of Canon College. Therefore, as he walked along, the students passing by all saluted him respectfully. However, everyone was very curious about Chenfeng, who was beside him, because almost at every corner or fork in the road, the middle-aged man would bend slightly and make a gesture of invitation to Chenfeng, which made people speculate about Chenfeng's identity. Soon Chenfeng followed the middle-aged man into a hall. At this moment, several old men with white hair and beards gathered in the hall. Haha, I've heard that the emperor of the Jiama Empire is so gifted that he is almost a demon. Seeing him today, I find that his reputation is indeed well deserved. When the old man in the lead saw Chenfeng bringing Xiao Yu in, a smile immediately appeared on his old face. Chenfeng's aura at this moment was controlled at the 1-star dueling stage. Such a talent for cultivation was enough to attract the attention of everyone in the hall even without the identity of the royal family of the Jiamai Empire. Thank you, Dean. The old man exuded the aura of a peak Duang. Chenfeng immediately confirmed his identity and nodded with a smile. Meet the Dean and several elders. It was the first time for Xiao Yu, who was standing beside Chenfeng, to have such close contact with the college leaders, so he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. This young emperor is really a romantic and dashing man. He met a beauty when he just arrived at the academy yesterday. Canon College also found out that Chenfeng had multiple wives, so when Huchun saw Xiao Yu following Chenfeng, an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. The next moment, he said directly to Chenfeng, "Your Majesty, what do you want to do when you visit our academy this time?" "Dean, I have no purpose for my visit this time. I just want to see this ancient academy famous across the continent." Chenfeng shook his head. "Well, I will arrange for someone to take you on a tour of the entire academy later." "Dean, actually, I have already seen most of the outer courtyard just now, but I wonder if I can go into the inner courtyard for a tour." "Your Majesty wishes to enter the inner courtyard. Why, is it difficult for the Dean to visit the inner courtyard?" "It's not difficult." Hu Chuan shook his head and said with a smile, "The inner courtyard is the most important part of our Kanan Academy. If ordinary people want to enter, it is indeed very difficult, but if your Majesty wants to enter, I believe many elders will agree." "Thank you very much, Dean." Chenfeng clasped his fists and said that he was very satisfied with Hu Qiuan's attitude. Next, Hu Qiuan came to the outside of the hall, where a griffin several meters tall was stopping. "Your Majesty, the inner courtyard is quite far from here. I will take you there personally." As Hu Qiuan said this, the wings of fighting spirit behind him spread out and he flew directly into the air. I'm going to the inner courtyard for a few days and will be back soon." Chenfeng touched Xiao Yu's face, said a few words to him, then flashed and sat on the chair installed on the back of the griffin. As a sharp whistle sounded, the griffin's wings suddenly shook, and its huge body slowly rose into the air with its shadow left on the ground getting smaller and smaller. "Brother Feng, please come back soon. I am still waiting to practice dual cultivation with you." Looking at the morning breeze gradually fading away, Xiao Yu stood on the ground and waved to it. After the griffin reached high altitude, it flew directly towards the endless mountains behind the academy. The vast forest is filled with all kinds of magical beasts. Every once in a while, a ferocious magical beast would rush out from the forest and roar at the griffins in the sky. Occasionally, some flying magical beasts would chase after them, but whenever they got within 100 meters, they would be frightened and retreat by the powerful aura of Hu Chuan flying next to the griffin. Chapter 250. Tianfen Chi Training Tower. Frosty Beauty Hanyu. Of course, although Hu Qiuan's aura is strong, not all monsters will be scared away by him. In this vast and endless mountain, magical beasts are extremely densely distributed, and there are also some powerful ones among them. Therefore, half an hour after the griffin flew into the back mountain of Kanan Academy, some powerful monsters began to attack the griffin where Chenfeng was sitting, regardless of Hu Qiuan's oppressive aura. Court death. Seeing those monsters charging towards him, Hu Qiuan protected Chenfeng tightly. Every time he waved his hand, powerful energy streaked across the sky like thunder. Those huge monsters exploded one by one, and blood flew down into the sky. Flying all the way, all kinds of ferocious monsters came one after another, but no monster could pass through Hu Qiuan and come to Chenfeng. Watching all this, Chenfeng felt very calm. He remained silent and let Hu Qiuan perform on his own. After walking like this for half an hour, Hu Qiuan, who was protecting the front of Chenfeng, suddenly stopped. "Your Majesty Chenfeng, please wait a moment." Hu Qiuan smiled faintly, then waved his hand and a stream of energy burst out from his hand, and finally shot towards the space in front of him. When the energy shot through an empty space, it created waves like water waves. These ripples fluctuated rapidly, and finally a pale silver door that was about 7 or 8 feet tall appeared out of thin air. Looking at the silver gate that appeared strangely, Chenfeng was not surprised. He had sensed the space fluctuations coming from here more than 10 miles away. Soon the silver gate slowly opened with a crisp sound, and the scene behind the gate was the same dense forest as before, which seemed to be no different from the dense forest in front of him. "The inner courtyard is just ahead." With a wave of his hand, Hu Qiuan took the lead and walked into the silver gate, and the griffin also entered carrying Chenfeng. After the 2 people and 1 beast entered the silver gate, the gate slowly closed. The last circle of silver energy ripples spread out, and the silver gate gradually dissipated and finally disappeared completely. At this moment, this area turned into an extremely ordinary forest entrance. After flying for a while, a very high hillside appeared in Chenfeng's sight. After the griffin carried the morning breeze over the hillside, a huge sunken basin appeared below. Looking at the shape of the basin, it looked like a huge meteorite had fallen from the sky and smashed it out. In the basin, towering buildings stand in rows. Looking down from a high vantage point, one can see black shadows like fleas constantly flashing and jumping above the buildings. As my sight extended forward, I found that the area of this basin was surprisingly large. Even when I reached the end, I could still only see tall buildings and lush greenery. "Dean Hu Qiuan, the location of your Kanan College is really good." Looking at this scene, Chenfeng exclaimed in admiration. Ha, these are all left by our predecessors. Hu Chuan chuckled, then led the griffin to dive down. In the inner courtyard of Canaan Academy, the quality of students is indeed extraordinary. Basically, those who have reached the age of 20 can have the cultivation level of a high-level fighting master. Those who are a little older have the cultivation level of a great fighting master or even a fighting spirit. The arrival of Hu Chuan and Chenfeng immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. After all, the students of the inner courtyard had stayed in the outer courtyard for a period of time before, so they naturally recognized Hu Chuan, the dean of the outer courtyard. Several inner court elders also sensed Hu Chuan's aura and came over. This is the emperor of the Gamma Empire. His reputation is well deserved. Elder Bing is the grand elder of the Jiama royal family. He was full of praise for this boy before. If this boy can stay in our inner courtyard, he will definitely become a Duzong strongman in the future. Not only that, at this rate of cultivation, even if he only achieves Duzong in the end, he will still be an extremely powerful Duzong. Several inner court elders with Duong cultivation level spoke highly of Chenfeng, and even thought of recruiting Chenfeng into Can College, which was similar to Hu Chuan's previous idea. Your Majesty Chenfeng, Elder Bing and the Great Elder have already sent people to notify them, and they will be here later. Why don't we go to the Tianfen Qi training tower first? Hu Chuan suddenly said to Chenfeng that they all knew almost the same thing about Chenfeng's background. His background was very clean. He was a descendant of the Maitel family, a disciple of the leader of the Yunlin sect, and later took over the throne of the emperor of the Jiamai Empire. In addition, Hu Chuan also asked the two strong men guarding the academy to secretly check Chenfeng. After all these investigations, they dispelled all their vigilance. I've heard of the Tianfen Qi training tower in Cannon College for a long time. It's great that I can see it today. After hearing Hu Chuan's suggestion, Chenfeng smiled and nodded. In the inner courtyard, the area of the buildings alone was almost the size of a city. Chenfeng, Hu Chuan and his party walked for more than 10 minutes before they arrived at a black square. This square is also very large, but the terrain becomes gradually lower towards the center. In the center of the sunken area, an extremely large black tower is buried deep underground, with only a portion of the spire and a pitch-black entrance visible above the ground. Glancing over the tower body that was above the ground, Chenfeng discovered that there was a space seal around the tower body. Generally speaking, this kind of method could only be set up by Duzun strongmen. However, Chenfeng could feel that the strength of the seal above the top of the tower was incomparable to the space seal set up by the space-blocking talisman. As the distance got closer, Chenfeng finally realized the huge size of the black tower. This is just the layer that is exposed above the ground, which is equivalent to a 2- or 3-story building. It is just the tip of the iceberg. It is hard to imagine how majestic the tower hidden underground is. At this moment, the spire that was exposed above the ground was completely open, with students coming in and out from time to time. When they met Hu Chuan and his group, they greeted them respectfully and then left quickly. I believe that His Majesty Chenfeng should know that this Tianfen Qi training tower is the core of our Canaan Academy. Countless people from all over the continent come here to study, just to be able to enter the tower to practice. Standing outside the tower, Hu Chuan said with a proud expression on his face, I wonder if Your Majesty would like to experience the wonders of the Tianfen Qi training tower. Why not give it a try? Chenfeng smiled and nodded. Just as Chenfeng nodded, 2 sounds of breaking wind were heard in the sky outside the square. Chenfeng sensed a familiar icy breath and looked back. An old man in a white robe and a young woman in a silver dress appeared in the field of vision. Chapter 26 Sister You will know more about my strengths in the future. The old man in white robe looked very old, with a scary scar running from his left cheek to the corner of his eye, which made him look more ferocious. The young woman was wearing a silver dress and had a tall figure. Although her face was a little thin, she had a rare beautiful face, with skin as white as snow and eyebrows and eyes as beautiful as a painting. The most surprising thing was that this woman had waist-length hair, which was a rare silver color. The silver hair matched with the silver dress made her exude a cold and aloof temperament that kept people at a distance, giving people the feeling that she was only to be admired from afar but not to be touched. Haha, Morning Breeze boy. How come you came to this inner courtyard from the Gamma Empire? As soon as Chenfeng turned around, the old man's eyes swept over him and he let out a hearty laugh. Chenfeng's gaze shifted from the graceful figure of the cold woman to Hai Bodong, and he said with a smile, It was only after I came here that I learned that you, the Supreme Elder, had moved into Canaan College. Next, Hai Bodong walked slowly towards Chenfeng and Hu Chuan, while the silver-haired woman followed closely behind him, looking at Chenfeng from time to time with her cold eyes. Although Hai Bodong had only been away for a few months, he was now like a chatterbox, telling Chenfeng about his experiences after leaving the Jia Ma Empire. The look on his face was completely devoid of the dejection he had before, making him look like a passionate young man who had come out to explore the world. By the way, let me introduce you. This is the disciple I accepted in this inner courtyard, Han Yu. He has quite a talent, girl Yu. This is the young man from our family that your master told you about before, Chenfeng. Hai Bodong introduced them to the two of them quickly. Chenfeng had already guessed the identity of the young woman with silver hair, but he didn't expect that she would take Hai Bodong as her master. After Hai Bodong introduced her, Chenfeng hesitated for a moment and smiled. Grand Elder, your disciple, what should I call you? In terms of seniority, Hai Bodong is a family elder who is older than Chenfeng's grandfather, so Chenfeng asked this question. Hey, don't worry about those red tapes, you can just treat each other as peers. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Hai Bodong smiled and waved his hand. I see, Chenfeng nodded, then glanced at Han Yu. He was impressed by her cold temperament, which was like an iceberg snow lotus. He smiled, stretched out his hand to Han Yu, and said in a calm tone, Sister Yu, hello. Seeing Chenfeng reaching out his hand to Han Yu, several inner courtyard elders nearby were stunned. In their impression, Han Yu is a woman with extreme mysophobia. She is a little resistant to skin contact with men. Even when fighting with others, she will use fighting spirit to wrap herself tightly. However, unexpectedly, after a slight hesitation, Han Yu's white jade, like wrist, slipped out from the silver sleeve. And then, in the astonished eyes of everyone, she gently held Chenfeng's hand. She slightly parted her red lips, and a clear and cold voice like a spring flowing in a snow-capped mountain came out. Hello, brother Morning Breeze. There were many students stationed in the square observing this place. At this moment, when they saw Chenfeng and Han Yu holding hands, many students were stunned. Among them, some male students even looked at Chenfeng with envy and jealousy. Looking at Han Yu, who had temporarily put aside her cleanliness obsession and shook hands with Chenfeng, Hai Bodong and several other elders of the inner courtyard were also a little surprised. After a moment, an old man in a grey robe said with a smile, Your Majesty Chenfeng, this is the first time you girl has shaken hands with a man. Really? Then I am quite lucky. Chenfeng smiled slightly. The soft touch from the slender hand like white jade made him feel very comfortable. Now, he was already thinking about how to get all the first times of this frosty beauty Han Yu. However, this time he did not do anything tricky like he did to teacher Ruolin last time. He clenched his hand for a short while and then politely released it. Brother Chenfeng, I heard that you were promoted to Grand Fighter when you were 16 years old and won first place in the sect competition. What an enviable talent. Han Yu also withdrew her hand and said softly. Han Yu was born in Zhongzhou and had seen many geniuses. The speed of cultivation demonstrated by Chenfeng at this age was already among the top geniuses she had seen in Zhongzhou. Sister Yu, the Grand Elder has never accepted a disciple in his life. This time he made an exception and accepted a disciple, which is enough to prove that you are not bad in talent. Chenfeng said with a smile. Looking at your condition, it shouldn't take long for you to break through to the 5-star Du Ling. Hearing this, Han Yu couldn't help but be a little surprised. She looked at Chenfeng with some strange eyes, and then a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She said softly, Brother Chenfeng, you are really amazing. You can actually see the state of my cultivation at a glance. Seeing that Chenfeng's perception was so sharp, some inner courtyard elders such as Hu Chuan were a little surprised. However, Hai Bodong was no longer surprised because Chenfeng had displayed the cultivation level of a 1-star Duwang in front of him before, and now, no matter how he investigated, he seemed to be able to sense only the cultivation aura of a 1-star Du Ling. Sister Yu, you will know more about my strengths in the future. Chenfeng smiled calmly. Haha, Brother Chenfeng has this kind of confidence, so I will wait and see. Hearing this, Han Yu's bright eyes showed a hint of anticipation, and she replied with a chuckle. By the way, Chenfeng boy, didn't you say before that you wanted to go into the Tianfen Chu training tower to take a look? Why don't you let you girl take you in for a tour? Hai Bodong suddenly said. We old guys won't go in. So as not to make the students inside feel uncomfortable. Elder Bing, this suggestion is great. Hearing this, Hu Chuan nodded in agreement, then took out a purple crystal card from his ring, handed it to Chenfeng, and said, Your Majesty Chenfeng, take this purple crystal card first. You can enter any vacant training room in the tower. When the time comes, You can choose a suitable training room to experience it in seclusion. Thank you, Dean. Seeing the purple crystal card that Xiao Yan took out, Chenfeng took it in his hand without hesitation. As for Han Yu, since Hai Bodong and Xiao Yan had already spoken, she had almost no reason to refuse. She had to do as they said and accompany Chenfeng into the Tianfen refining key tower. At this moment, Han Yu's heart was full of envy for Chenfeng. In this inner courtyard, fire crystal cards are also divided into levels from low to high, and are divided into 5 colors: black, blue, cyan, red, and purple. Han Yu now only possesses a 3rd level cyan fire crystal card, while Chenfeng's purple fire crystal card represents the highest level. Moreover, because it was given by Xiao Yan himself, this purple crystal card does not have any fire energy days marked on it, so one can practice in the tower's training room for an unlimited amount of time. Chapter 207 Brother Chenfeng. I want to see how long you can last. Brother Chenfeng, come in quickly. Han Yu was the first to walk into the dark gate, then waved to Chenfeng, making a pure and natural cold voice. Okay. I'll be right in. Hearing this, Chenfeng took a step forward, followed Han Yu, and stepped into the darkness behind the gate. As soon as he entered the gate, the light in front of him suddenly dimmed. A moment later, Chenfeng felt a cluster of strange flames suddenly appear in his body. This flame was invisible and shapeless and very strange. This cluster of invisible flames is not too powerful, but the human body is always the most vulnerable part. Even a Duong strongman dare not allow energy from unknown sources to break in. If anything here is damaged, the loss caused will be immeasurable, and even permanent. However, Chenfeng is not an ordinary person. His cultivation has reached the Duzong level, and he also possesses the body of a dragon and elephant. Therefore, the invisible flame that appears in his body can only cause him a slight strange feeling. If Chenfeng wants, he can make the flame dissipate in an instant. This heart fire is indeed strange. It can penetrate the protection of fighting spirit and blood and body and directly act on the human body. After exclaiming in his heart, Chenfeng ignored the invisible flame in his body and continued to move forward. Ha! At this moment, Han Yu suddenly thought of something and quickly turned her head. When she saw that Chenfeng did not feel any discomfort, she immediately uttered a cry of surprise. Sister Yu, what's wrong with you? Why are you reacting so strongly? Looking at Han Yu's reaction, Chenfeng smiled faintly. Brother Chenfeng, you are really amazing. Han Yu couldn't help but praise Chenfeng and then explained. If an ordinary person enters the Tianfen refining key tower for the first time without protection, even if they are not burned to death by the heart fire, they will feel very uncomfortable and can't hold on for long. They will never be as calm as you. Ha, maybe I have a special physique and am more resistant to this heart fire. Chenfeng laughed. Special physique? I wonder what's so special about Brother Chenfeng's physique, Han Yu said in surprise. Seeing Han Yu asking, Chenfeng smiled and explained, Sister Yu, my special physique will make my body stronger, greatly enhancing my endurance and recovery ability. There is actually such a strange physique that can enhance physical strength and fighting spirit endurance. After hearing Chenfeng's explanation, Han Yu was secretly surprised. Then, she said to Chenfeng with a serious expression, Can I have a competition with my brother some other day to see how durable you are? Brother Chenfeng, okay, but by then, I'm afraid that Sister Yu, you won't be able to bear it and will have to call for reinforcements. Chenfeng nodded. How could it be? Hearing this, Han Yu thought Chenfeng was looking down on her, and felt a little unhappy. However, because of Hai Bodong, she did not lose her temper, but explained, Brother Chenfeng, I just want to test how durable you are. I will only fight alone and will never use a round-robin battle to exhaust you. Sister Yu, it's great that you are so confident. Chenfeng nodded in appreciation, but at this moment, in his heart, he was already thinking about how charming Han Yu, the icy beauty, would look like. Then let's go in first. After Han Yu said this, she turned around and led the way, with Chenfeng following closely behind. The Tianfen refining Q tower was buried deep underground, with only a portion of the tower tip exposed. The area inside the tower was very spacious. As he walked along the way, Chenfeng discovered that the space inside the first floor of the tower alone might be enough for 500 people to practice at the same time. In the circular space inside the tower, there are training rooms of different sizes. Most of these training rooms are now occupied. Above the doors of these rooms, there are some small red signs hanging. On the small red signs are written words representing 3 levels: advanced, intermediate, and low. As he walked slowly from east to south, Chenfeng discovered that all the advanced training rooms were close to the center of the tower, while outside them were the intermediate training rooms and even lower level training rooms. As the two were walking, they could occasionally see some students coming out of the training room. When they saw Chenfeng and Han Yu, the famous beauty from the academy, standing so close to each other, some surprise appeared on their faces. Among them were some of Han Yu's admirers. They looked at Chenfeng with jealousy but did not approach him. Instead, they asked people about Chenfeng's identity. However, it was obvious that no one in the tower knew Chenfeng. Chenfeng and Han Yu ignored the reactions of those people. When they walked to a training room with a high-level sign, Han Yu introduced it calmly. Brother Chenfeng, in this Tianfen refining Q tower, these high, medium and low-level training rooms generally rely on your own strength to fight for them. If you are strong, you can get the best training conditions. If you are weak, you can only practice in the low-level training rooms on the outside. In the same floor of the tower, no matter what the level of the training room is, their training fees are the same. For example, in this first floor, a low-level training room requires 1 day of fire energy training, and the same is true for a high-level training room. Han Yu continued. The same amount of money is spent, but the results obtained are vastly different. This arrangement of the academy has created a dilemma for the students. However, on the other hand, without facing difficulties, people's potential will not be fully unleashed. Chenfeng said casually after hearing Han Yu's introduction. I didn't expect that Brother Chenfeng, who is so young, could understand this truth. Although Chenfeng's answer was very casual, it made Han Yu feel surprised, because when most people first encountered such things, they would first think of injustice, and few would think like Chenfeng did. Brother Chenfeng, this first floor is basically where some new students from the inner courtyard practice. There's nothing to see here. Let's go down and take a look. Chenfeng nodded and continued to follow Han Yu towards the passage leading to the next floor. Finally, the two of them came directly to the 5th floor of the Tianfen refining Q tower. Here, the number of people was pitifully small compared to the previous floors, because in the training rooms here, generally only those who were strong enough to fight with, or above the level of Du Ling could withstand the burning of the heart fire. Han Yu glanced at the vacant training rooms, then turned to Chenfeng and said, Brother Chenfeng, with my strength, I can only practice in the training room on the 5th floor. Why don't you choose a training room on this floor as well? Chapter 208. Little Loli Xian, no hurry, look down again. Hearing Han Yu's suggestion, Chenfeng shook his head and refused. With his current Duzong cultivation level, the training room in the Tianfen refining Q tower would not be of any use to him at all. He planned to just take a look around and leave. Still going down. Hearing this, Han Yu frowned slightly and said with some embarrassment, Brother Chenfeng, the training room on the 6th floor is specially set up for the masters of the strong list. I am not qualified to enter now. Why not? I'll take you in. Besides, with your current strength, Sister Yu, you should have a chance to challenge those ranked lower on the power list. Don't you want to enter the 6th level for training? Chenfeng said casually, holding the purple fire crystal card in his hand. He was also clear about the rules of the power list. As long as he challenged and defeated those ranked higher than him, he would automatically obtain their rank. Looking at the purple fire crystal card in Chenfeng's hand, Han Yu hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay, my strength has increased a lot recently, and I do have the idea of challenging the masters on the strong list. Next, Chenfeng and Han Yu walked down the passage. The elders of the inner courtyard station there naturally did not stop them after seeing Chenfeng's purple fire crystal card, and let the two of them in directly. This day, on the 6th floor of the gas refining tower, the space inside the tower was more spacious and open than the previous floors. The stone walls inside the tower were all light red in color, and a strange temperature seeped out from it, making people feel warm all over. Although the space here was spacious, there were very few people. Looking around, there were only a handful of people standing in such a large space, which was undoubtedly a world of difference compared to the crowds of people on the upper floors. Moreover, although the training rooms on the 6th floor are much more exquisite in appearance than those on the 5 upper floors, their number has been reduced by nearly half. The two gradually entered the center of the 6th floor, which was a rest square of moderate size, with more than a dozen figures scattered around. These figures all had extraordinary temperaments, and most of them had cultivation bases above 6-star Du Ling, and the worst had reached 4-star Du Ling. Since when can a 1-star Du Ling or a 3-star Du Ling enter the 6th floor? Are the requirements for the inner courtyard getting lower and lower? It's fine if you're just a 3-star Du Ling, but you dare to come in with a 1-star Du Ling. You really don't know how to live or die. Someone in the crowd noticed the arrival of Chenfeng and Han Yu, checked the aura they were emitting, and immediately began to mock them. Although this group of people are older than Chenfeng, in Chenfeng's eyes, they are just a group of young people who are in the competitive stage. You guys recognize this card, right? Chenfeng didn't care too much about such provocation and ridicule, nor did he get angry at all. He just calmly took out the purple fire crystal card that Hu Chuan gave him. It's actually a purple fire crystal card. How is this possible? Who is he? When they saw the purple card that Chenfeng showed, the dozen or so people were stunned, their eyes full of disbelief. The people here are not stupid. Anyone who can come here with the cultivation of a 1-star dueling and the highest level purple fire crystal card must have a special identity. Therefore, no one wants to be the first to stand out. Seeing these people quiet down, Chenfeng asked directly, "Who among you is ranked 50th? As Chenfeng finished speaking, the dozen people were surprised again, but soon a square-faced man came over. "I am. Do you want to challenge me?" The square-faced man said in a rather unfriendly tone that although he was ranked 50th on the strongest list, his cultivation was also at the level of a 4-star dueling. At this moment he felt very embarrassed to be named by Chenfeng, who seemed to have only a 1-star dueling cultivation level. "You are not worthy of my challenge." Hearing this, Chenfeng shook his head, and then said to Han Yu beside him, "Sister Yu, come on, defeat him. And you can practice on the 6th floor. This brat actually dared to look down on me like this. Even if I have the purple fire crystal card, I will teach him a lesson." Hearing Chenfeng's words that did not give him any respect at all, the square-faced man was very angry. With a hint of resentment in his eyes, he took out a big hammer from his ring and said fiercely, "You let a delicate little girl fight with me, don't regret it." Han Yu also didn't like being looked down upon. She said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight." After saying that, Han Yu waved his hand, and a white cold current attacked the square-faced man. The square-faced man was not panicked either. He swung the big iron hammer in his hand and held it horizontally in front of him to block the white cold current. However, Han Yu's attack was unexpectedly fast. When the square-faced man had just blocked the first attack, Han Yu's second move was to hit his leg. Bang! Seeing this, the square-faced man swung the hammer and smashed it hard on the ground, but he was still a beat too slow. Only the back half of the cold air was cut off, and the front half had already reached his feet. Hiss! Hit by the cold current, a chill suddenly spread throughout the body. Just after they met, this square-faced man with 4-star dueling cultivation suffered a small loss under Han Yu's attack. Han Yu's talent and strength were already good. During this period he became Hai Bodong's apprentice, and his control over the icy fighting spirit became stronger than before. He also learned some powerful icy fighting skills. Therefore in the following battles he actually kept suppressing the square-faced man. "I admit defeat. The 50th place on the power ranking is yours." After suffering multiple injuries, the square-faced man finally chose to admit defeat. His defeat also made others present look at Han Yu with admiration. They did not expect that Han Yu could challenge opponents of higher levels and easily defeat them. "How is Sister Yu? I told you you can do it. Now, you can enter the 6th floor training room to practice. Your training speed can be increased a lot." Seeing Han Yu defeat her opponent, Chenfeng smiled and casually put his hand on her fragrant shoulder. "Well, if I hadn't come to challenge you today, this time might have been delayed a lot." Although Han Yu felt something strange about Chenfeng's pat on the shoulder, she did not stop him. There was also some gratitude in her words. Next, Han Yu quickly found the training room numbered 50 and planned to go in and experience it for herself. Because this Tianfen refining Q tower is a round tower structure, the training room ranked 50th is quite close to the training room with the number 1 sign. If I remember correctly, this training room is exclusively for Xian. Looking at the most special stone chamber, Chenfeng pondered in his heart. Just when Chenfeng was about to use his soul power to investigate, the door of the stone chamber suddenly opened, and then a little girl in white walked out. Chapter 209. How can it be so hard? The little girl in white clothes who walked out of the No. 1 training room was only about as tall as Chenfeng's waist. She looked only 12 or 13 years old, with long lavender hair reaching down to her waist. Her cheeks were extremely white and tender, like a delicate jade sculpture, and her big black, watery eyes made her look very cute. However, a person's appearance is often the easiest to deceive. After this little girl came out, all the strong list students who saw her along the way felt fear from the bottom of their hearts and retreated. It was obvious that this little girl was not as harmless as she seemed. The little girl seemed to be accustomed to the situation where people around her retreated. After taking a quick look, she walked towards the entrance on her own. However, when the little girl came near Chenfeng, she stopped because she found that Chenfeng did not avoid her like the others, but was staring at her straight. The next moment, she looked at Chenfeng curiously with her big, innocent eyes, and said in a childish voice, "They are all afraid of me. Aren't you afraid?" Chenfeng didn't even need to guess the identity of this little girl, he was sure that she was Xian. After Xian stopped to ask, Chenfeng laughed and said casually, "You are just a little kid, why should I be afraid of you? How dare you call me a brat? I think you're just itchy." As Chenfeng finished his words, the little girl's cheeks sank, and her seemingly harmless big eyes were filled with anger. She raised her little fist and hit Chenfeng in the stomach. The punch was delivered at such a fast speed that it even produced a sound of breaking wind. That newcomer is in trouble. He actually dared to provoke the brute king. Now we are going to have a good show. If we offend the king of brute force, we will be injured and have to lie down for several months. Xian's actions were seen by several top students in the distance, and they felt gloating. However, to their surprise, when Xian's small fist was only a finger away from Chenfeng's belly, it suddenly stopped and did not hit him. "Why don't you hide?" Xian retracted her fist and spoke loudly in her childish voice. Although she was sometimes very hot-tempered and hit people fiercely, she was also worried about being punished if someone died. Chenfeng neither dodged nor used his fighting spirit to defend himself, which was why she didn't dare to throw that punch. "You're just a little kid, why should I hide?" Chenfeng replied seriously. "I've already given you a chance, but you're asking for it." But hearing Chenfeng's answer, Xian immediately became furious. She clenched her fist again and hit Chenfeng. Hoops! When Xian's small fist hit Chenfeng, the scene that everyone imagined of Chenfeng flying backwards did not happen. Instead, Xian let out a childish cry of pain. "What's going on?" "The brute king's hand hurt from the beating, but that guy is still like nothing happened. This is weird. Who is this guy? He can actually make the brute king hit him so hard that his hand hurts." Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. How can it be so hard? Xian rubbed her hands gently, looking depressed and a little scared at the same time. It was the first time she met someone who was stronger than her. The next moment, she looked at Chenfeng with wide eyes and said weakly, "Can I punch you again?" "What do you think?" Chenfeng asked back. After saying that, Chenfeng took a quick step forward. This action immediately made Xian's neck shrink, and she took 2 or 3 steps back. It was obvious that she was a little afraid of Chenfeng, because in this inner courtyard, even some elders would not be unscathed after being hit by her punch. Ha. Seeing Xian's reaction, Chenfeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Who are you? Why have I never seen you before?" Seeing that Chenfeng was not going to hit her, Xian breathed a sigh of relief, opened her mouth slightly, and asked curiously, "Little guy, this is the first time I come here today. It's normal that you haven't seen me before," Chenfeng replied. "Stop calling me little guy or brat." Xian got angry again when she heard this name, but this time she didn't dare to take action and could only yell loudly. "What should I call you if I don't call you little one?" "I have a name, my name is Xian," Xian said anxiously. "Also, I'm not young, I have been in this inner courtyard for many years. If you don't believe me, ask other people when many of them just entered the inner courtyard. I was here." "So, you haven't graduated for so long and you stay here to bully new students one after another, right?" Chenfeng said with a smile. "No, I didn't bully them." Xian shook her head violently and said aggrievedly, "I just want to grow up quickly." Chenfeng knew that this little girl had been looking like this for many years after she accidentally ate the transformation grass, and he was very distressed about this. The next moment, Chenfeng gently wiped his palm across the ring, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. "The pills in here can make you grow faster. Do you want to eat them?" Chenfeng said bluntly. "Can it make me grow up, really?" Hearing Chenfeng's words, the aggrieved expression on Xian's face immediately disappeared. She looked at the jade bottle in Chenfeng's hand with shining eyes, then took it in her hand and poured out a pill from it. "What kind of elixir is this? It looks so high-end," Xian muttered after taking a sip of the elixir's fragrance. "It can allow you to upgrade 1 star in the Duwang stage," Chenfeng explained. Really, hearing Chenfeng's words, Xian's face showed some excitement. The next moment, she no longer worried about whether there was any problem with the pill given by Chenfeng. She directly stuffed the pill into her mouth. Just as she was about to chew it, she found that the pill had turned into a stream of liquid energy and entered her body through her throat. As soon as the liquid energy entered the body, it expanded and collided everywhere in Xian's body. "No, I have to continue my retreat, I'll come find you when I come out." Her face flushed slightly. Xian left a few words and quickly ran to her training room No. 1. Xian's carefree attitude made Chenfeng speechless. she dared to eat anything and was not afraid that it was poisonous. Boom! At this moment the stone door of training room No. 50 suddenly opened and Han Yu walked out. Sister Yu, how do you feel? Morning Breeze asked with a smile. The training speed here is much faster than on the 5th floor, and this is only the No. 50 training room. If it is further forward, the training speed will definitely be faster. Han Yu sighed first, and then said apologetically, however, this time the teacher and other elders asked me to accompany you on a tour, and now you haven't experienced the training room here. Chapter 200 Hai Bodong. Good things should be kept within the family, no need, these training rooms are useless to me, let's get out. Hearing Han Yu's words, Chenfeng shook his head. Originally, he had planned to go to the magma world at the bottom of the tower to take a look. But when he thought of the fire lizardmen in the magma world, he immediately gave up the idea. Although Chenfeng's current strength is much stronger than when Xiao Yan first entered the magma world at the bottom of the tower in the original novel, and he also has the help of Yao Chen's soul, which has recovered the strength of a 1-star Duzun, but Chenfeng does not like to gamble on his luck. The strongest of the flame lizardmen below has the strength of a semi-saint. Without absolute certainty, Chenfeng does not want to take risks. How can it be useless? By practicing here, the heart fire can temper the fighting spirit in the body. Unless your cultivation level reaches that of a Du Wang, it will be effective, right? Seeing that Chenfeng had no intention of experiencing the training room of the Tianfen Qi refining tower, Han Yu hurriedly explained. He also saw what Hu Chuan and the others were thinking. They wanted to use the powerful effects of the Tianfen Qi refining tower to attract Chenfeng and recruit this rare cultivation genius. Moreover, even if one's cultivation reaches the Du Wang level, one can still enter the 9th and 10th levels to practice. It is said that even Du Huang powerhouses can gain many benefits there. Han Yu continued to explain, Sister Yu, this place is really useless to me, let's go up. No matter what Han Yu said, she still couldn't move Chenfeng. Alright, seeing this Han Yu nodded helplessly and then walked up with Chenfeng. You're up here so soon, Your Majesty Morning Breeze. Is it much faster to practice in the Q refining tower in our inner courtyard today than at normal times? Seeing Chenfeng and Han Yu coming out, Hu Chuan outside the tower and some inner courtyard elders immediately started asking questions. This place is indeed very helpful for cultivation. Chenfeng nodded with a smile. If His Majesty Morning Breeze feels that it is helpful, you can stay in the inner courtyard for a while longer. The inner courtyard will arrange accommodation for you, Hu Chuan said with a smile on his face, his heart full of confidence. He felt that after Chenfeng tasted the sweetness in the Tianfen refining tower, he would take the initiative to apply to join Canon College. The other elders also agreed with Hu Chuan's proposal and nodded with a smile. Han Yu originally wanted to say that Chenfeng had never entered the training room to practice, but after seeing the reactions of these inner courtyard elders, she held back her words. Afterwards, after walking in the inner courtyard for a while with Hu Chuan, Hai Bodong and other elders, Chenfeng and Hai Bodong came to a luxurious attic with a courtyard arranged for them in the inner courtyard. Basically, only some elders with higher status in the inner courtyard are qualified to live in a loft with a courtyard like this one. The difference between where the students live and here is like heaven and earth. It has to be said that the inner courtyard has made very thoughtful arrangements on these matters. Morning Wind. I never thought that I would run into you here just a few months after leaving the Jiama Empire. You can't be here just for sightseeing, right? There must be something else going on. When Chenfeng and Hai Bodong were the only two people in the courtyard, Hai Bodong put his hand on Chenfeng's shoulder and spoke very casually. Grand Elder, you guessed wrong this time. I came to Canon College just for a visit. Hearing Hai Bodong's question, Chenfeng smiled and shook his head. Is this really the case? Hai Bodong looked at Chenfeng with suspicion again. It's absolutely true, otherwise Supreme Elder, can you tell me, what is my purpose in coming to Canon College? Seeing Hai Bodong's reaction, Chenfeng asked back. Haha, forget it, you're always so mysterious anyway. Hai Bodong laughed dryly. He knew in his heart that Chenfeng's cultivation had already reached the Du Wang realm, and the ordinary training room of the Tianfen refining Q tower was of no use to Chenfeng. Moreover, he also knew that behind Chenfeng there was a 7th grade alchemist senior who provided him with training resources. With such confidence, there was no need for him to covet the supplies of Canon Academy. By the way, boy Chenfeng, what do you think of my new disciple Han Yu? Hai Bodong suddenly changed the subject with a strange smile on his face. Hearing Hai Bodong's question, Chenfeng was stunned for a moment, then said seriously, Sister Yu, that's great, you have cultivated to the 3-star dueling at such a young age. This is your first time accepting a disciple, and you have a very good eye. Okay, stop pretending. Others may not know what you're thinking, but I know it, right? Hearing Chenfeng's answer, Haibodong couldn't help but look at him with contempt. Grand Elder, you are wrongly accusing me. I am the kind of person who… What a false accusation! The way you look at you girl is wrong. Chenfeng spread his hands to explain, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Haibodong. This girl is the only disciple I have accepted in my life. You can have some thoughts about her, but don't do anything crooked. You must marry her in a dignified way, Haibodong warned seriously. Well, since you, the Grand Elder, have said so, I will admit it. I do have feelings for Sister Yu. Hearing this, Chenfeng nodded with a wry smile. He didn't expect Haibodong to speak so bluntly. Sure enough, I guessed it right. Seeing Chenfeng's admission, Haibodong showed a strange smile again, and then continued, Child Chenfeng, Yu girl is not from this northwest continent. She was born in the vast Zhongzhou. There are no less than 10 Duong strongmen in her family. It is said that there is also an ancestor with Daozong cultivation. It is much stronger than our Jiama Empire. However, although her family conditions are good, you are not bad either. Not only is you the Emperor of Jiama Empire, but you also have such a heaven-defying cultivation talent. If you go to propose marriage, maybe the Dozong ancestor of you girl's family will be eager to agree to you. The meaning of Haibodong's words was very clear. He wanted Chenfeng to propose marriage to his apprentice. Grand Elder, you are so kind. After hearing Haibodong's words, Chenfeng couldn't help but smile and gave him a thumbs up. Haha, it's a good thing that good things should be kept in the family. It's a pity that such an outstanding disciple doesn't stay in our mitre family. Haibodong patted Chenfeng's shoulder and laughed. After Haibodong left, the sky had begun to darken. Chenfeng did not choose to enter the small world or use the space conversion flag to leave. Because he could feel that although some of the elders in the inner courtyard were very enthusiastic about him, perhaps because it was his first day here, there were some obscure auras watching over his courtyard from time to time, including the great elder of the inner courtyard, who had not yet shown up. Chenfeng had discovered these people a long time ago, and if his breath suddenly disappeared, it would definitely arouse their suspicion. Chapter 211 Lu Fei comes to your door. Although he was being monitored by these auras, Chenfeng did not feel any resentment in his heart. After all, this practice of the inner courtyard was also human nature. If Chenfeng himself was a member of the inner courtyard, he would choose to do the same when encountering such a situation. In that case, why not go out for a walk? Chenfeng murmured in his heart that it would be nice to experience the nightlife of this college occasionally. As the morning breeze left the yard, the several obscure auras that were originally monitoring the yard also moved with it. The silver moon hung high in the sky, and faint moonlight sprinkled down from the sky, covering the entire huge basin in moonlight. Chenfeng walked out of the courtyard. Outside was a green avenue. The road was very wide and there were no other buildings within a few hundred meters around. Because he was not familiar with the layout of the inner courtyard, Chenfeng simply relied on his powerful soul perception to follow the crowded places. In this inner courtyard, although most members are students, there is also a market. Some students gather in one place to set up stalls, selling some martial arts skills as well as pills, medicinal herbs and the like. Of course, when they sell things they don't charge gold coins like in the outside world, but fire energy. Fire energy is the hard currency in the Canon Academy. Chenfeng was walking on the street, and soon someone recognized his identity. After all, during the day Chenfeng walked in the inner courtyard accompanied by Hu Qiun and some inner courtyard elders, so it was hard for him not to be famous. This person is the one accompanied by Dean Baitian Hu Qian and several elders. I heard that he seems to be from the Jiama Empire and is the emperor there. He became an emperor at such a young age. That's amazing. What's the point of being the emperor of a small empire? Look at how ignorant you are. In our Zhongzhou, any big family can flatten that small empire. That's right. Young Master Chen's family has 2 Duzong masters. How can this small empire in the northwest continent compare to them? With his status, he is not even worthy of carrying young Master Chen's shoes. After Chenfeng passed by a stall, several male students gathered together and started discussing Chenfeng's identity. Among them, a man in white couldn't help but sneer after learning that Chenfeng was the emperor of the Jiama Empire. His eyes were full of disdain, and a man next to him also echoed him in a flattering manner. Shen Gong, you'd better speak softly. If the person you are talking about hears you, I'm afraid you will die without knowing how you died. At this moment, a powerful voice sounded in the ears of several people. Lu Qing. Hearing this, the man in white immediately turned around and looked at a tall young man over there. Although the young man was only 22 years old, the determination on his face made him look very mature. Ha, Chen Gong, use your pig brain to think about it. If he only relies on his status as an emperor of an empire, is he worthy of being treated like this by Dean Hu Chuan and many inner court elders? The man called Lu Qing smiled and said calmly. As Lu Qing finished speaking, the white-clothed man's face suddenly turned ugly, with anger in his eyes. The follower beside him immediately scolded, Lu Qing, you are so bold that you dare to insult Master Chen. What can you do? Lu Qing's eyes flashed, and a fierce aura pressed down on the man who was speaking, scaring him so much that he took 2 steps back unconsciously. The man's reaction also caused laughter from the people around him. At this time the man named Chen Gong shouted, Lu Qing, don't think you can be arrogant just because you are ranked 20th on the strongest list. It will be easy for Boss Feng to deal with you. Boss Feng. After hearing what Chen Gong said, Lu Qing hesitated for a moment, and then said confidently, it won't be long before I can surpass him. You. Upon hearing this, the man in white Chen Gong was angry, but suddenly became speechless. Although Lu Qing the tyrant spear did not have a high level of cultivation, only a 6-star dueling, even some seniors in the inner courtyard who had reached an 8-star dueling level were no match for him. When he said this, it was very convincing. So what do you mean by what you said just now? Does that kid have some special identity? Chen Gong said unconvinced. Today during the day on the 6th floor of the Tianfen refining key tower, the Brute King punched the man just now. And the man was unharmed, but the Brute King's hand was hurt. Now do you understand why Dean Huchuan received him in person? Lu Qing left after saying this, leaving Chen Gong and his group standing there in a daze. The Brute King beat him until his hand hurt. If this is true, then what kind of monster is this person? Chen Gong's heart was greatly shocked. Although he found it a little unbelievable, he understood that what came out of Lu Qing's mouth could not be false. This Lu Qing is quite interesting. Stopping at a stall, Chenfeng glanced at Lu Qing's back with admiration in his eyes. In fact, when the white-clothed man Chen Gong was speaking wildly, Chenfeng, who was more than 100 meters away, heard their conversation. However, just as Chenfeng frowned, Lu Qing's appearance made him stop thinking about teaching Chen Gong a lesson. In the market, in another direction, 3 girls were walking side by side, attracting the attention of many male students around them. Especially the woman walking in the middle, wearing a snow fox fur skirt. She was quite beautiful, with an oval face, a cherry mouth, picturesque eyebrows, big watery eyes, and a well-developed and broad mind. All of these combined made others feel a sense of beauty that was pleasing to the eye. Therefore, almost every man who passed by her couldn't help but want to take a few more glances at her. The woman glanced at the men who stopped because of her. Under her gentle eyes, some men with weak minds couldn't help but blush, then blinked their eyes and hid away. Seeing those male students avoiding her gaze, the woman smiled gently, and her beautiful smile made some people lose their minds for a moment. Suddenly, one of the women pointed in the direction of Chenfeng and said to the woman in the middle with some surprise, Lu Fei, look, that person seems to be the one who was accompanied by Elder Huchuan to visit the academy today. Hearing this, the woman named Lu Fei hurriedly looked in the direction the woman next to her was pointing. He's so young and so handsome. The moment she saw Chenfeng's appearance, Lu Fei's watery eyes couldn't help but flash with a strange color. Lu Fei is the cousin of the tyrant Lu Qing. In the afternoon she heard Lu Qing talk about Chenfeng. From Lu Qing's words, Lu Fei learned that Chenfeng was not only the emperor of an empire, but also a cultivation genius who even her cousin Lu Qing admired. Therefore she was deeply impressed. At this moment, when he saw Master Chenfeng, a plan immediately emerged in Lu Fei's mind. Chapter 2:12 Tonight, it depends on your performance. The next moment, Lu Fei walked straight towards where Chenfeng was with a sweet and peaceful smile on her face. Yao Sheng, look, isn't that Lu Fei? It's really Lu Fei. She's walking towards us. Halfway through the journey, 2 young men noticed Lu Fei coming over, and one of them looked at Lu Fei with eyes full of admiration. Lu Fei, what a coincidence. You are here too. When Lu Fei was about to reach the 2 of them, a man named Yao Sheng came forward with a grin and greeted them. What a coincidence, brother Yao Sheng, please continue shopping. I have something else to do. Seeing Yao Sheng greeting her, Lu Fei smiled sweetly but did not stop. Lu Fei, your brother told me a few days ago to take good care of you in this inner courtyard. I'd better go with you. Yao Sheng ignored Lu Fei's rudeness of walking away. He only remembered the sweet smile on her face and quickly followed her. Brother Yao Sheng, there's no need to follow me. I'll be back soon. You can go and do your own thing first. Seeing Yao Sheng following her, Lu Fei smiled and refused. "'Kay, then you be careful, call me if anything happens." Infected by Lu Fei's smile, Yao Sheng spoke very gently, even a little shy. After a while, Chenfeng moved slowly, intending to return in the direction he came from. Seeing this, Lu Fei quickened his pace and followed him. Foops! When she came near Chenfeng, Lu Fei deliberately twisted her foot, let out a cry, and fell straight towards Chenfeng. Seeing the white figure falling towards him, Chenfeng was stunned, but still reached out and hugged it. I have to say that Lu Fei is very pretty, with an oval face, cherry lips, picturesque eyebrows, and a pair of watery eyes. Moreover, that magnificent chest was now pressed against Chenfeng, coupled with the alluring fragrance of a young girl emanating from it. These wonderful feelings impacted Chenfeng's nerves, making Chenfeng feel happy at the moment. Seeing this scene, some of the male students in the inner courtyard around showed envious eyes, wishing that they were the ones hugging Lu Fei. With Chenfeng's hand holding her waist, Lu Fei's upper body pressed against Chenfeng. She didn't care about the eyes of the people around her. She raised her beautiful eyes like water waves, stared straight at Chenfeng's face, and said softly, "Thank you, senior, for saving me." "Lu Fei, you are wrong, I am not a senior. I am just a guest at your canon college." Chenfeng did not loosen his hand and replied with a faint smile. He could tell that Lu Fei's action was intentional. How could a high-level fighter's steps be so unstable? However, Chenfeng did not mind this kind of throwing himself into the arms of a man. It was normal for a woman to be a little vain, and he himself could just satisfy a woman's weak heart. Coming to the inner courtyard as a guest. "Are you His Majesty Chenfeng, who just arrived at the inner courtyard today?" Lu Fei pretended to be a little surprised. "Yeah." Chenfeng nodded. "When I heard my cousin talking about you today, I already admired you. I didn't expect to meet you in person so soon." Lu Fei blinked her watery eyes and smiled lightly. "Why do you admire?" Chenfeng asked back. Actually, he was feeling a little itchy right now. At such a young age, you are able to defeat the #1 brute force king on the Academy's strength list. Your Majesty Chenfeng is truly a genius. Who in the inner academy can compare to you? Lu Fei explained. "I wonder how many female students are in love with your Majesty right now." "Does this include you?" Chenfeng asked with a smile. And they, hearing Chenfeng's question, Lu Fei's pretty face showed some surprise. Then a look of determination flashed across her eyes. Not wanting to miss this great opportunity, she nodded and said, "Yes, okay, if you dare to go back to my place with me now, I will give you this opportunity," Chenfeng said very directly. After all, the long night was really boring without a beautiful woman to accompany him. After saying this, Chenfeng finally released his hand from Lu Fei's waist, then turned around and slowly left. Go back with him? Lu Fei stood there a little dazed. She fell down on purpose today just to make an opportunity to make friends with Chenfeng. However, the current pace seemed a little too fast and she was not mentally prepared for this at all. If I miss this opportunity today, perhaps His Majesty Morning Breeze will never come to see me again. I'll give it my all. When Chenfeng walked a few dozen steps, Lu Fei looked at his back that was about to disappear from her sight and quickly chased after him. Your Majesty Morning Breeze. Wait for me. Before Chenfeng returned to the courtyard, Lu Fei finally ran in front of him. Due to the intense running, some sweat came out of her body and her cheeks were slightly red, making her look more charming. Chenfeng stretched out his hand and pinched Lu Fei's snow-white chin, and said with a satisfied smile, "Tonight, it depends on your performance." Thinking about what might happen next, Lu Fei couldn't help but show a shy expression on her face. This little guy is really quite suave. He just went out for a while and met a girl who threw herself into his arms. It's really indecent of a girl to go back to her residence with someone after meeting him for the first time. It's just a matter of mutual consent between young people. So don't worry about it. In some obscure places around Morning Breeze some light discussions were heard. After that, Chenfeng discovered that all the auras that were monitoring him around him had disappeared. In the room, Lu Fei stood quietly. At this moment she seemed a little well-behaved, and she didn't dare to look directly at Chenfeng. "Drink some water." Seeing Lu Fei's reaction, Chenfeng poured her a glass of water, responding in a mosquito-like voice. Thirsty Lu Fei quickly took the cup handed to her by Chenfeng and quickly opened her mouth to drink. Some of the tea overflowed from her lips and dripped down, further soaking her clothes, making them stick tightly to her snow-white skin. Chenfeng smiled, then picked up Lu Fei and put her on the couch. Although Lu Fei was a little vain and liked the feeling of being surrounded by men like the moon surrounded by stars, she had never had any experience in this kind of thing. Chapter 213. Lu Qing. "Cousin, this guy didn't do anything to you, did he?" In the early morning of the next day, Lu Fei's performance was almost exactly the same as Xiao Yu's before. She walked with her long legs in a very strange posture. Brother Feng, the martial arts you and I practiced together are really amazing. I feel like I'm about to break through to the Grand Fighter Master level. Lu Fei checked her own cultivation level, with a look of surprise on her rosy cheeks. In just one night yesterday she had soared from a 7-star fighter to the peak of the fighter level, and there were signs that she would break through to become a great fighter. At this moment, Lu Fei couldn't help but feel fortunate for the decision she made last night. By coming back with Chenfeng, she not only tasted the true joy of being a woman, but was also able to improve her cultivation so quickly. Fei, follow me, and your cultivation speed will be faster than it is now, Chenfeng said as he took out a few jade bottles containing pills and handed them to Lu Fei. These are some pills that speed up cultivation and maintain the body. They are all 3rd grade and 4th grade elixirs. Brother Feng, you are so kind. After experiencing the relationship between a man and a woman, Lu Fei no longer felt the same restraint she had yesterday in front of Chenfeng. She took the gift from Chenfeng without hesitation and opened it to take a look. Is this the place? Yes, I have inquired about it. This is the residence that the elders of the inner courtyard arranged for Chenfeng. I heard from several other female students that Lu Fei had contact with him before she disappeared last night. Go in. Outside, Lu Qing, Yao Sheng and a group of 7 or 8 people arrived at the courtyard of Chenfeng early in the morning. Of course, the arrival of this group of people could not escape Chenfeng's perception. He slowly put on his clothes, pushed open the door and walked out of the attic with Lu Fei. Bang! Just at this moment, the gate of the courtyard was kicked open and Lu Qing, Yao Sheng and his group broke into the yard. Cousin, you are really here. Is this guy okay with you? Looking at Chenfeng and Lu Fei standing together, Lu Qing asked with some concern. Cousin, I'm fine, let me introduce you. This is your brother-in-law Morning Breeze. Brother Feng, this is my cousin Lu Qing. Seeing Lu Qing coming with a group of people, Lu Fei reacted very calmly. She smiled and introduced Chenfeng and Lu Qing. Brother-in-law, cousin, have you been here last night? Hearing Lu Fei's words, Lu Qing frowned. In fact, he felt that this question was a bit redundant when he asked it because Chenfeng and Lu Fei were now acting very intimately. Yes, I stayed with Brother Feng all night. Lu Fei nodded, with a happy smile on her face. Lu Fei actually lives with this guy. At this moment Yao Sheng, who was standing behind Lu Qing, had a dark face. The feeling of knowing that the girl he had a crush on slept with a boy he just met made him feel heartbroken. Since you have nothing to do, I won't bother you for now. Cousin, Lu Qing's face also looked a little bad. He felt that his cousin's behavior was too careless. They had only known each other for one day, and yet, when he thought about what others might say about him in the future, Lu Qing felt very embarrassed and wanted to leave. Just as Lu Qing and others turned around and prepared to leave, a white figure appeared in their sight. Why are there so many people around? Is this really where the big brother from yesterday lived? I hope Old Man Hao didn't lie to me this time, otherwise, I will pull out all his beards next time I see him. Ziyan stared with her big dark eyes at Lu Qing and others who were gathered in the yard, muttering to herself, why is the brute king here? Why is this evil star here? Is he here to get back at yesterday's nemesis? Seeing the little girl in white trotting into the yard, Lu Qing and his companions were inexplicably frightened and quickly dispersed to make way. Most of these people thought that Ziyan might be a little dissatisfied with what happened yesterday and wanted to fight Chenfeng again. However, what happened next surprised them again. When Ziyan came in, she saw Chenfeng in the yard and shouted, "Brother, you are really here. I have been looking for you for a long time." After saying that, Ziyan ran towards Chenfeng with her short legs. How did you find this place? Chenfeng asked with a smile as he saw Ziyan running towards him. Hey, big brother, do you still have the pill from yesterday? Can you give me another one? Ziyan smiled and spoke in a childish voice, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. That kind of pill must be taken at least every 3 days. If taken continuously, the effect will be greatly reduced. Chenfeng shook his head. Big brother, can you give me one pill first? I will take it on time. Ziyan pulled the corner of Chenfeng's clothes and said coquettishly. The brute king actually knows. Seeing Ziyan grabbing the corner of Chenfeng's clothes and speaking coquettishly in her childish voice, Lu Qing and the others opened their mouths wide and were speechless for a long time. Haha, if I give it to you now, you will eat it immediately. I will give it to you in 2 days. Chenfeng shook his head again. Well, big brother, I'll come see you in 2 days, Ziyan muttered, then glanced at Liu Fei and muttered, Big brother, she's this your girlfriend? She should be from our college. Yeah, Chenfeng smiled and nodded, while Lu Fei did not dare to interrupt. Big brother, didn't the elders say that this is your first time here? How come you have a girlfriend so soon? Xian said in surprise. Sometimes, when destiny arrives, the length of time you've known each other isn't important, Chenfeng said calmly. Gone. Hearing Xian actually talking about this topic, Lu Qing hurriedly took the people around him and left the courtyard where Chenfeng was. After seeing Xian off, Chenfeng did not go out, but took Lu Fei with him and continued to practice the dragon and phoenix art in the room. Another day passed like this, and while practicing the dragon and phoenix art with Chenfeng, Lu Fei broke through to the level of a 1-star grand fighter. The next morning, Hai Bodong led Han Yu towards Chenfeng's residence. Girl you spent some time with boy Chenfeng yesterday. How did you feel about it? Hai Bodong chatted with Han Yu as they walked. Teacher brother Chenfeng not only has a high talent for cultivation, but he is also a very interesting person. Han Yu paused and replied thoughtfully. Very interesting, it seems that this girl is also interested in Chenfeng, that's good. Hearing Han Yu's answer, Hai Bodong nodded secretly in his heart. Sensing Hai Bodong's approaching presence, Chenfeng opened the door and walked out of the attic. Grand Elder, why are you here so early today? Sister Yu is here too. Chenfeng greeted the two with a smile. To talk about the happy event we have to hurry up, you girl. Hai Bodong was also very happy, but when he saw Lu Fei coming out from behind Chenfeng, he quickly swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Chapter Tutor Fortune. Xiao Yu is pregnant. As Lu Fei walked out of the room, Hai Bodong and Han Yu both looked stunned for a moment. After reacting, Han Yu's eyes flashed with a strange color, and she murmured in her heart, I didn't expect brother Chenfeng to be so romantic. He has only been here for 1 day, and he has a beautiful woman by his side. Fire, this is the supreme elder of my family, Hai Lao, who is also the elder of the inner courtyard. This is Hai Lao's only disciple Han Yu, your senior. Chenfeng introduced the two to Lu Fei very calmly. Hello Hai Lao, senior sister Han Yu. After hearing Chenfeng's introduction, Lu Fei bowed slightly and greeted the two of them. Hai Bodong nodded dully, then pulled Chenfeng aside, frowned, and whispered, I think you are too impatient. You found another little girl so quickly. Originally, I came here today to talk about your engagement with you girl. Now that you have done this, how can I have the nerve to tell you girl again? There's nothing I can do. I'm too charming. My junior high school girl is eager to sleep with me. Chenfeng spread out his hands and smiled helplessly. After this kind of thing happened, I don't have the face to get involved in the proposal to you girl anymore. You should find a way to handle it yourself, Hai Bodong said angrily. After saying this, Hai Bodong acted as if nothing had happened, with a smile on his face. Chenfeng did the same and turned around with a smile. Han Yu and Lu Fei were both a little surprised by their reactions. Sister Yu, you went to the Tianfen Qi training tower these 2 days. How was the training result? Chenfeng asked casually. He could see that Han Yu had broken through from a 3-star dueling to a 4-star dueling. Very good. Yesterday I challenged and defeated the person ranked 46th on the strong list. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Han Yu responded seriously. Sister Yu is really amazing. Chenfeng smiled and nodded. Brother Chenfeng, my strength is not good enough in front of you. Han Yu smiled and shook her head. It is said that even Xian is obedient to you, brother Chenfeng. In this inner courtyard, news spreads very quickly, and 90% of the people in the academy now know what happened between Chenfeng and Xian. However, Han Yu still felt very strange. Chenfeng was only a low-level dueling, so how could the king of brute force, who was feared by the top dueling masters, be so well behaved in front of him? Not only Han Yu had such doubts. Some elders in the inner courtyard also had the same thoughts. For this reason, they secretly probed Chenfeng's cultivation again and found that there was nothing hidden. He was just a low-level dueling. Some of the inner court elders knew that Xian was a monster, so sometimes they would think that Chenfeng was also a monster. Otherwise, how could they explain that he could surpass Xian in strength? Hai Bodong stayed in the courtyard for a while, then found an excuse to leave, leaving Han Yu and Chenfeng, which made Han Yu feel a little restrained. But soon Chenfeng lent Han Yu the purple fire crystal card that Huchuan gave him, and asked her to go to the Tianfen refining Q tower to practice. Han Yu was very grateful for this. After all, Han Yu had just started at Canon College not long ago, and had not even started to build her own power. The training room on the 6th floor of the Tianfen refining Q tower consumes several times, or even dozens of times the amount of fire energy per day as the training rooms on the upper floors. Therefore, with Chenfeng's funding, Han Yu does not have to worry about insufficient fire energy. 2 days later, Xian came to Chenfeng on time, and Chenfeng once again generously gave her a dueling pill, which made Xiao Yan very excited, and she became particularly sweet when she called Chenfeng brother. After that, Chenfeng left the inner courtyard under the pretext of going out to find warcraft for training, and came to the deep mountains behind the inner courtyard. After traveling hundreds of miles in the deep mountains and getting out of the surveillance of the inner courtyard elders, Chenfeng directly used the space conversion flag and returned to the Gamma Empire. After 4 or 5 days, Chenfeng missed Yunyun, Nalan Yanran, Qinglin and other girls, so he immediately went to their palaces and started fighting. During the few days when he left for Canon College, a major event happened in the Gamma Empire. Yunshan, who had taken the breaking sect pill before, successfully broke through to the Duzong realm and broke out. This incident made the elders and disciples of the Yunlin sect very excited, and all the forces in the empire were also very surprised. The next day after Chenfeng came back, he took Yunyun to Yunlin Mountain to express his congratulations. In the main hall of the Yunlin sect, after Chenfeng presented a gift, he said directly to Yunshan, "Senior Yunshan, Yuner and I came here this time for another matter. Morning Wind boy, you can say whatever you want." Yunshan waved his white sleeves and spoke very kindly. In his heart he really liked Chenfeng, this young man. If it weren't for Chenfeng's Pozong Dan, he might have died in a few years and turned into a cup of yellow earth. Yuner has now married into my palace, so it is not convenient for her to be in charge of a large sect like the Yunlin sect. I think that Senior Yunshan is now a Duzong strongman with a greatly increased lifespan, so he can. Morning Wind boy, there is no need to talk about this anymore. I am an old man and I don't have the heart to care about these things anymore. It is impossible for me to be the sect leader again. Yunshan interrupted Chenfeng before he could finish his words. If Yunyun is really unable to be the sect leader, then you will be the one to take over, Yunshan said very seriously. I'll take charge. Is that appropriate? Chenfeng was also a little surprised to hear Yunshan make such a decision. There's nothing inappropriate about it. After all, no matter whether you are the emperor of the Jiama Empire or not, you are still the young master of the Yunlan sect appointed by the master of the Yunlan sect. Whether it's the leader of the Yunlan sect or the emperor of the Jiama Empire, there are very few things that you really need to do personally. You just need to train the people below you well, and then you can still be free and easy. Yunshan explained. It can be seen that he is very sincere in letting Chenfeng inherit the position of the leader of the Yunlin sect. Okay, then let's not bother anymore. Just let Yuner continue to be the sect leader. Seeing Yunshan's firm attitude, Chenfeng and Yunyun no longer mentioned the matter. After descending Yunlin Mountain and returning to the palace, Chenfeng suddenly heard a system prompt in his mind. Ding, it is detected that Xiao Yu is pregnant, and the host is rewarded with a big gift package. Ding. Would you like to open the gift package? Hearing this prompt tone, Chenfeng smiled and said to the system calmly, "System, open the gift package." Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Zong experience card. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 Grand Fighter Star, upgrading pills. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a primary puppet pill. Ding, congratulations to obtaining the space expansion. Chapter 2 this regiment. All the above items have been distributed to the system space. Please check them carefully. Hearing the prompt sound of the system, Chenfeng's mind quickly sank into the system space, but this time, he skipped the first reward and looked at the huge number of Great Fighter Star upgrading pills. Grand Fighter Star upgrading pill. When taken by people at the Grand Fighter stage, it can quickly improve one's star of cultivation. Moreover, the resistance to this pill is extremely low. If taken after a gap of 2 days, it will be effective again. Taking this pill will not have any side effects on future cultivation. Yes, this pill has no limit on the number of times it can be taken. After seeing the effect of the Grand Fighter Star upgrading pill, Chenfeng felt very satisfied. Now, his family is growing stronger and stronger, and what they lack is supplies in this regard. With these supplies, those around him who are at the Grand Fighter stage will be able to quickly improve their cultivation. The third reward, the primary puppet pill, was something Chenfeng had obtained many times. After taking a glance at it, he set his sights on the fourth reward. Space Expansion Pack can expand the range of space treasures by 10 miles. Expand the space by 10 miles. Upon seeing this treasure, Chenfeng was overjoyed. The small world inside his Qiankun treasure box originally had a space the size of a square, but now with this Space Expansion Pack it could expand the space to 10 miles, which was equivalent to the area of a small city. The next moment, Chenfeng's mind moved, and he directly took out the Space Expansion Pack and placed it in the Qiankun treasure box in his palm. With the use of the Space Expansion Pack, The hazy white fog in the small world continued to move backwards. Before Queen Medusa and Xiao Sunner could react, the space of the small world expanded to a range of 10 miles. What's going on? Such a huge space was expanded in an instant. What kind of method is this? Or, this space was originally this big. Looking at the changes in the small world, Xiao Sunner and Queen Medusa's faces were filled with surprise. After a moment, the two reacted and decided to leave the central area and walk to other places to see how big the extra space was. However, at this moment, the morning breeze descended into the small world. This time Chenfeng came to the small world not alone, but with 8 young maids and 2 experienced midwives. The reason, of course, was that Xiao Sunner was about to give birth, so she brought the maid and the midwife here in advance in case of emergency. Meet the master, meet the master. As the morning breeze appeared, Xiao Sunner and Queen Medusa both bowed slightly, and at the same time, there was some joy in their hearts. In the small world, there were only the 2 of them, the purple demonic eagle, and Lingyu before, but now there are so many more people, adding a lot of vitality. Get up. Chenfeng nodded slightly, then instructed the maids and midwives to serve Xiao Sunner and Queen Medusa well. Moreover, after that Chenfeng added many items to the small world and built some buildings, making this central area look like a manor. At this time, Queen Medusa had already known about her physical condition, and did not propose to Chenfeng the idea of returning to the snake people. In the evening, the morning breeze came to Queen Medusa's boudoir. Queen Medusa was wearing a red gauze dress half lying on the couch. Her slightly bulging belly not only did not affect her beauty, but instead added a bit of temptation to her exquisite figure. Looking at Queen Medusa's extremely charming face and her seductive poses, Chenfeng's heart was burning with passion. Queen Medusa is so lucky. This time she actually enjoyed the favor of her master for such a long time. While Chenfeng and Queen Medusa were enjoying themselves, Xiao Sunner also heard some noises. She was itching to join the battle at this moment. If it weren't for her physical reasons, she would have wanted to rush in and join the battle. Ding! Lu Fei is detected to be pregnant, and the host is rewarded with a big gift package. Ding, would you like to open the gift package? Hearing this prompt tone, Chenfeng's mind moved and he ended his dual cultivation with Queen Medusa. Chenfeng focused his mind and communicated with the system. Open the gift package. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6-star Duzong experience card. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a transformation pill. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a primary experience pill. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 300,000 units of foundation building spirit fluid. All the above items have been submitted to the system space. Please check them carefully. Chenfeng didn't react much when he heard the system's prompt. Nowadays such rewards were no longer enough to excite him. The foundation building spirit liquid rewarded by the system this time is 2 to 3 times more effective than ordinary foundation building spirit liquid. Although, according to its value, this foundation building spiritual liquid can only be sold for 100,000 gold coins per piece at an auction, good quality foundation building spiritual liquid is in short supply. Even an 8th grade alchemist like Yao Chen cannot refine this kind of foundation building spiritual liquid, which is 3 times better than ordinary ones. Moreover, the system awarded 300,000 copies at one time, which is enough for tens of thousands of young people to practice and become fighters. As for the transformation pill, it is indeed what Chenfeng needs now. First of all, he has several magical beast pets, all of which have reached the 6th level and are in urgent need of transformation pills. He also plans to provide Xian with a transformation pill. Fortunately, the medicinal materials for 2 transformation pills were able to be gathered from the last looting of the Blood Sect, and the Black Skull Tomb in the Black Horn region, as well as Hanfeng's storage ring. Chenfeng planned to order Yao Chen to speed up the refining of those transformation pills. Chapter 216's not only lost the wife but also lost the army. The current small world has an area of 10 miles. Chenfeng asked Yao Chen to stay in a corner of the small world to refine pills. After staying for a while, he left the small world, then used the space conversion flag to return to the vast forest behind the inner courtyard of Canon Academy. Lu Fei, when will Big Brother come back? I don't know either. Brother Feng just said he would be gone for a few days, but he didn't say when he would be back. Wait another 10 minutes. If Big Brother doesn't come back in 10 minutes, I'll go to the back mountain to look for him. As soon as he arrived at the gate of the courtyard, Chenfeng heard the sound of conversation coming from the yard. Big Brother, you're finally back. Xian turned around and just saw Chenfeng coming back. She ran over excitedly. Brother Feng. Lu Fei also had a smile on her face, and the expression on her face was like a wife who had finally waited for her husband to come home. "I've only been away for a few days. Why are you so anxious?" Chenfeng greeted the two with a smile. "I was worried that you would just leave, big brother. I'm worried that you, brother Feng, won't come back after you go to the back mountains for training." Ziyan and Lu Fei replied at the same time. Their answers were very straightforward without hiding anything. After all, they both knew that Chenfeng was the emperor of the Jiamal Empire and he would have to go back eventually. Moreover, looking at Chenfeng's situation, they also guessed that Chenfeng would not choose to become an inner court student. "I came back this time with the intention of leaving," Chenfeng nodded with a smile. "Ah, big brother. Where are you going? Can I go with you?" When Ziyan heard that Chenfeng was leaving, she suddenly became a little anxious. Of course, what she was most worried about was that she would not be able to eat the dueling pill in the future. Although Lu Fei did not speak, her beautiful eyes were fixed on Chenfeng, and her delicate hands were gently stirring in her sleeves. Seeing Lu Fei's expression, Chenfeng couldn't help but smile and said, "Fire, come back with me first. When I'm ready, I'll go to your family to propose marriage and bring you back to the Jiama Empire." Lu Fei's family is in Tianwang City in the central region of Zhongzhou, which is very far away from here. Even with Chenfeng's current strength, it will take a long time to get there, so it can only be put on hold for the time being. Really? After hearing Chenfeng's words, Lu Fei's rapidly beating heart finally calmed down. A look of joy appeared on her face, and she immediately opened her arms and hugged Chenfeng's neck. Watching Chenfeng and Lu Fei hugging each other, Ziyan pulled the corner of Chenfeng's clothes, pouted her lips, and said a little aggrievedly, "I don't care, I want to go too." "Will Elder Su Chuan agree if you go with me?" Chenfeng asked back. "I don't care about that, I'm going anyway." Ziyan reacted intensely. "Okay, as long as the great elders let you go, I will take you back to the Gama Empire tomorrow." Seeing Ziyan's insistence, Chenfeng agreed. "Okay, I'll go talk to the great elder about this." After getting Chenfeng's affirmative answer, Ziyan ran out of the yard excitedly. "Morning Breeze is leaving. Are you going to the Jiama Empire with him?" Deep in the inner courtyard, in a study room in an attic, an old man in a black robe looked at the little girl in white in front of him with surprise. "Yes, great elder, I want to go there and play for a while." Ziyan nodded heavily to the black-robed old man in front of her. From the way she addressed the old man, she knew that he was the great elder of the inner courtyard, Su Qian. "You have never left the inner courtyard in these years. Have you really made up your mind this time?" Su Qian thought for a while, and then asked Ziyan very seriously. "Sure, I've stayed in the inner courtyard for too long, so I wanted to go out and take a look. I'll come back to see you after I've had enough fun." "Okay." Ziyan opened her mouth and uttered a childish voice. In front of Su Qian she behaved very well and spoke in a very low voice. Su Qian sighed and smiled helplessly. "Well, since you have already made up your mind, I will naturally not stop you." To be honest, his feelings towards Ziyan were like those between a father and daughter, and he had also noticed the changes in Ziyan's strength during this period. In just a few days, she broke through 2 stars in succession and reached the level of 9-star Duwang. Perhaps, only by following the morning breeze can she grow up quickly. "Okay, thank you great elder." Seeing that Su Qian also agreed to let her go to the Jiama Empire, Ziyan's obedient expression changed and she quickly left the study. Watching Ziyan's leaving figure, Su Qian murmured in his heart, being able to give 2 6th-grade pills without hesitation. Is there a 6th-grade alchemist standing behind that kid or a 7th-grade alchemist? Way at night, Han Yu came out of the Tianfen refining tower and found Chenfeng. When she knew Chenfeng was leaving the inner courtyard tomorrow, she couldn't help feeling a little reluctant, but her cold face did not reveal that reluctance. "Sister Yu, do you want to visit my empire?" While Han Yu was in a trance, Chenfeng extended an invitation to Han Yu. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Han Yu's heart was shaken for a moment, but she still paused for a moment with dignity, then nodded gently and said, "Sure, let's see how majestic you are as an emperor, brother Chenfeng." "It's settled then." Chenfeng smiled and patted Han Yu's shoulder. Han Yu has always been disgusted with physical contact with men, but when Chenfeng had physical contact with her several times, she subconsciously did not object, which made her feel strange in her heart. The next morning, Chenfeng said goodbye to some elders in the inner courtyard. Beside him were Han Yu, Lu Fei and Ziyan. Soon, accompanied by Hai Bodong and several other elders of the inner courtyard, Chenfeng brought Han Yu and the other two to the exit of the inner courtyard. Arriving here, an elder from the inner courtyard quickly formed seals with his hands, and then, the space in the empty area in front of him suddenly fluctuated violently, and then the space seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand. All of a sudden, a door shining with silver light appeared in everyone's sight. Your Majesty, Morning Breeze, I have already sent a signal outside, so there are griffins on standby. There are many magical beasts in the deep mountains outside the inner courtyard. If it weren't for the griffins, it would probably take at least a week to reach the inner courtyard. After the silver gate appeared, the elder from the inner courtyard explained to Chenfeng with a slightly strange expression. This time, the inner courtyard treated Chenfeng with such courtesy, but unexpectedly, they failed to recruit him in the end. Instead, he took 3 people away. It can be said that they lost both the wife and the army. Thank you very much, elders. Chenfeng is taking his leave. Chenfeng clasped his fists to the elders and walked straight towards the silver gate without stopping. Han Yu and the other 2 followed closely behind him. In the flash of light, the 4 figures quickly disappeared. Chapter 217. Come to the academy and take away 6 beauties. The griffin was very fast, carrying Chenfeng and his group of 4 quickly over the forest where magical beasts were rampant. This time was different from the first time Chenfeng came. Before, he was escorted by Hu Chuan, a 9-star Duwang Peak powerhouse, but this time, there were only 4 young people returning. Of course, the reason why the inner courtyard did not send anyone for protection was because Xian, among the 4 people, had already reached the cultivation level of a 9-star Duwang. Based on their understanding of Xian, even if they encountered an ordinary 6th-level magical beast, Xian would be able to handle it. In the mountains and forests, roars of magical beasts could be heard from time to time. There were quite a few 3rd and 4th-level magical beasts, and even the fierce aura of 5th-level magical beasts could be heard from time to time. This made Lu Fei, who was relatively weak, feel a little scared, and he hugged Chenfeng nervously. Roar! Suddenly a huge magical beast leaped into the air and slapped the griffin with its huge claws. Get lost! Seeing the demon beast rushing towards them, Xian raised her little hand and immediately released a huge stream of energy. When Xian attacked the monster, Chenfeng slowly stretched out his hand and clenched it downwards. Suddenly, the monster's body exploded as if it was squeezed before it came into contact with Xian's energy. This, Brother Chenfeng, you are too powerful. With just a handshake, I didn't even see how you did it, but the big guy died. Seeing this scene, Xian opened her mouth wide and looked at Chenfeng in a daze. I've long guessed that Brother Chenfeng would not just have the cultivation level of a 1-star Du Ling, but I didn't expect that he would hide it so deeply. No wonder he looks down on the accelerated effect of the Tianfen refining Q tower on cultivation. Han Yu said thoughtfully in her heart, a strange look appearing in her cold eyes as she looked at Chenfeng. Brother Feng actually has such terrifying strength. He's too incredible. Lu Fei hugged Chenfeng with complicated thoughts in her mind. But there was one thing, at this moment, she was very glad for the bold decision she made that night. In the subsequent flights, once a magical beast attacked the griffin, it would be killed instantly by Morning Breeze. Even the few 5th-level magical beasts that appeared occasionally were no exception. Outer courtyard, the square where the griffins are parked. Around the square, many students from other colleges gathered here because the griffins were extremely eye-catching. When these students saw the 4 people who were filing down from a griffin that had just landed, they were stunned. Han Yu and Lu Fei were both famous beauties in the outer courtyard. Even though more than a year has passed, there are still many students who remember them. Moreover, many people remembered Chenfeng. Not only did he hook up with Xiao Yu, a tall and beautiful girl from the outer courtyard, but he was also personally received by Dean Hu Chuan. As for the little girl Xian, she had been staying in the inner courtyard, and no student here knew her. Chenfeng ignored the whispers and envious looks around him, and went directly to the dean of the outer court, Hu Chuan. In the outer courtyard of Canaan College, inside a hall, after hearing Chenfeng's purpose, Dean Hu Chuan couldn't help but reveal an expression of regret on his face. Thinking back to the beginning, it was Hu Chuan who insisted on bringing Chenfeng into the inner courtyard, but he didn't expect that after staying for a few days, Chenfeng not only did not stay, but instead kidnapped Han Yu Xian and Lu Fei from the inner courtyard, and this time he wanted to come to his inner courtyard to take 3 people away. However, these people all wanted to follow Chenfeng voluntarily, so Hu Chuan couldn't stop them. He quickly ordered someone to call instructors Xiao Yu, Shu Ni, and Ruolin over. As soon as Xiao Yu, instructor Ruolin, and Shu Ni entered the hall, they saw Chenfeng standing in the middle of the hall. Brother Feng, Xiao Yu ran happily to Chenfeng with her long snow-white legs, but the next moment, she glanced at Han Yu and Lu Fei who were standing next to Chenfeng, and suspicion suddenly appeared in her eyes. Women's intuition is always accurate. Xiao Yu can clearly feel that Lu Fei, Han Yu and Chenfeng have an unusual relationship. Sure enough, in Chenfeng's subsequent introduction, he revealed his relationship with Liu Fei without any concealment. Brother Feng is so outstanding, how can I expect to have him all to myself? As long as he treats me well in the future, I will be satisfied. Although Xiao Yu felt a little jealous, things had already happened and she didn't want to be separated from Chenfeng, so she could only choose to accept this fact. Hu Chuan suddenly said to teacher Ruolin beside Xiao Yu, "Roland, His Majesty Chenfeng said he wants to take you and your 2 students to the Jiama Empire. If you want to go, I can help you apply for leave. When to come back is up to you." Teacher Ruolin stood there, amazed at Chenfeng's romantic deeds. After hearing Hu Chuan's words, she actually nodded and agreed. "Okay, then we'll set off today. Dean Huchun, goodbye." Seeing Teacher Ruolin nod, Chenfeng showed a smile on his face. He had long wanted to conquer this extremely gentle woman. If he followed her to the palace, it would be a matter of time before he could conquer her. Just like that, Chenfeng kidnapped 6 girls from Canaan College at one time. Except for Ziyan, who had not yet fully developed, the other 5 girls all had their own characteristics. Among them, Xiao Yu has a pair of white, round and slender long legs that no one can match. Teacher Ruolin exudes a gentle temperament all the time. Han Yu is tall and has a natural iceberg beauty temperament. Xu Ni has extremely strong capital. Walking on the road of Canaan College with 6 people, the students passing by all looked at Chenfeng with envy. And not long after, Chenfeng led Han Yu and his group out of Canaan City. If we were to travel to the Gama Empire by foot, it would probably take more than half a year. Therefore, after Chenfeng took a few people away from the outer courtyard of Canaan College, which was more than 100 miles away, he found an opportunity to summon the purple demonic vulture. Wow, this monster is so big and looks so powerful. A 6th level magical beast. Big Brother is really amazing. He actually tamed such a powerful magical beast. Seeing the huge purple devil eagle brought by the morning breeze, the women all showed surprise on their faces. Ziyan, in particular, could feel the purple demonic eagle's powerful aura, which was definitely among the top among the 6th level magical beasts. "Everyone, come up," Chenfeng waved to the girls. Ziyan and Han Yu were the first to jump onto the back of the purple demonic eagle. However, among the remaining 4, even for Instructor Roland, who had the strength of a high-level fighting master, it was very difficult to jump directly onto the back of the purple demonic eagle without the help of any tools. Seeing this, Chenfeng was naturally willing to help. He flashed over to the few people, stretched out his hands, held one in each hand, and brought them up in 2 batches. Chapter 218 Wonderful Night. The first time, Chenfeng carried Lu Fei and Xiao Yu up, and the second time, Chenfeng carried Instructor Ruolin and Xu Nai onto the purple demon eagle together. When Chenfeng put his arm around Teacher Ruolin's waist, he could clearly feel that Teacher Ruolin's soft and delicate body trembled violently, and then her waist tensed, her hands didn't know where to put, and there was some panic in her watery eyes. Although Ruolin has been a tutor for several years and has seen many tutors and students fall in love, she has never experienced it herself. As a mature woman, she is extremely sensitive to this kind of contact between men and women. On the other side, Xuni had a smile on her face. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, when Chenfeng hugged her, she always rubbed against Chenfeng from time to time. Soon Chenfeng took everyone onto the back of the purple demonic eagle. Coming here, they felt the hugeness of the purple demonic vulture from a closer distance. Its 100-foot-long body made them feel as if they were in a small square. Next, the purple demonic vulture's huge wings vibrated, carrying Chenfeng and his companions to the very high sky, heading towards the direction of the Gama Empire. Where the purple demonic eagle is a flying magical beast and has the strength of a peak 6th order beast. Therefore, in terms of flying speed, it is basically not inferior to some ordinary Duzong powerhouses. In less than 4 days, the purple demonic eagle brought Chenfeng and his party to the border of the Gama Empire. Gama Empire. I haven't been back for a long time. Standing on the back of the purple demonic vulture, Xiao Yu looked down at the land below, with emotion in her beautiful eyes. This is the feeling that everyone who returns to their hometown after leaving it for several years will have. Let's go back to the palace first. In a few days, I will give the order to hold a wedding for us. Looking at Xiao Yu's reaction, Chenfeng put his arms around her slender waist and smiled faintly. Xiao Yu would basically unconditionally support Chenfeng's arrangements. Besides, now that he had returned to the Jiama Empire, it would not be too late to go back to the Xiao family in a few days. Another day passed and the purple demonic eagle finally flew over the palace with Chenfeng and others. Wow, the palace is so big and magnificent. At this moment Shunai suddenly became excited. Her family was an ordinary small family, similar to the Xiao family. That was why she and Xiao Yu became close friends and good friends. Now that she saw such a magnificent imperial palace complex, it was normal for her to have such a reaction. Xiao Yu was also somewhat shocked. As someone who came from a small family, it would be a bit exciting to suddenly enter the palace. Liu Fei and Han Yu both came from big families in Zhongzhou. Their family estates were no smaller than the imperial palace, so their reactions were quite calm. Ziyan was even more extreme. No matter what the scene was like, she didn't feel anything. She just wondered in her mind when she could eat the elixir that would make her grow bigger. After the purple demonic eagle landed, Chenfeng directly led Han Yu and others to the harem. When Ya Fei saw the 6 people around Chenfeng, she said with a hint of resentment in her eyes, "Husband, you really know how to have fun. You have been out for such a short time and you have brought back 5 people and a cute little sister. Fenger, you are too fast. You brought so much at once." Yun also covered her rosy little mouth with her hands to express her surprise. "It's just right. Teacher and Sister Yifi, you are both pregnant. I can't take care of my husband alone. I'm not afraid with these sisters to help share the burden," Nalan Yanran said with a smile, her cheeks slightly flushed. It can be seen that she was not unhappy because Chenfeng brought back so many women. Brother Feng's wives are all so beautiful. However, it is normal for a man like Brother Feng to have so many beautiful wives. Brother Feng is so amazing. It's great to have so many sisters to share my worries with in the future. What after seeing Ya Fei, Yun, Nalan Yanran and Qinglin, Liu Fei and Xiao Yu's faces turned slightly red, but they were not timid. Chenfeng introduced them to each of them one by one and arranged accommodation for the 6 of them. The news here soon reached Princess Yoi. After spending so much time together, the relationship between Princess Yoi and Ye Fei, Yun, and Qinglin was not as stiff as it was at the beginning. They would occasionally stroll in the garden together, but when Chenfeng was around, she would immediately hide back in her own palace. This time, when Yao Ye learned that Chenfeng had brought back a few more women, he felt inexplicably uneasy. This guy, why is he so lustful? How many women does he want to accompany him? Sitting at the head of the bed, Yao Ye clutched the quilt tightly with his hands, his face looking a little angry. That night, Chenfeng went directly into Nalan Yanran's boudoir, and the short separation was better than a new marriage. However, Nalan Yanran was obviously unable to withstand Chenfeng's fierce attack and was defeated in just half an hour. "Husband, please go find the other sisters. I can't hold on any longer." "Okay, then you have a good rest." Chenfeng nodded, walked out of Nalan Yanran's room, and then looked around. Now the bellies of Yefei, Qinglin, Yun and Yoi are very obvious, especially Yefei, who might give birth in a few days, so we can't do anything rash at this time. Chenfeng thought for a moment, then, with a hot mood, went straight to where Xiao Yu was. After entering the room, Chenfeng directly opened the bed curtain. However, it was not only Xiao Yu who came into view. Her best friend Xu Ni actually moved here to sleep. "Brother Feng, Xu Ni is not adapting well to the new environment, and it just so happens that I am not adapting well to it either, so," Xiao Yu explained with a slightly blushing face. Chenfeng's sight was now focused on Xu Ni's strong assets. Xu Ni's evening outfit was very charming and attractive. Moreover, Xiao Yu's seductive long legs were like white jade under the moonlight. "Then let's come together," Chenfeng interrupted Xiao Yu and started to fight directly. "Okay Xu Ni, don't hide anymore. You told me before that you were looking forward to it." Xiao Yu took the initiative to step forward and assist Chenfeng. This voice, how could Xu Ni know? At this time, in the room adjacent to Xiao Yu's room, Teacher Ruolin, who had changed into cool clothes and was lying on her side on the bed, heard the strange noise coming from next door, and a blush appeared on her face. Although she was the mentor of Xiao Yu and Xu Ni, she was a novice and felt a little curious when she heard such a voice. The next moment Teacher Ruolin quietly got off the bed without making any footsteps. She came to the wall, wanting to hear more clearly the sound coming from next door. Chapter 2. Teacher Ruolin joins the battlefield. Ziyan transforms after leaning against the wall for more than an hour and listening to the noises coming from the next room. Teacher Ruolin's breathing became a little rapid. "How can I be so shameless? If Yu and Xu Ni knew about this, they would laugh at me to death." When strange thoughts arose in her mind, Teacher Ruolin suddenly turned around and walked towards her couch. However, when she went back to bed she just couldn't fall asleep. The next morning, when Teacher Ruolin met Xiao Yu and Xu Ni, she subconsciously lowered her eyes and did not dare to look directly at Xiao Yu and Xu Ni. "Teacher, what's wrong with you? Didn't you sleep well last night?" Seeing Teacher Ruolin's strange behavior, Xuni slowly walked closer and asked with some concern. I'm fine. Teacher Rulin shook her head gently, her eyes still slightly lowered, a little evasive. Teacher, did we disturb you last night? Xiao Yu came over and asked, as if he had thought of something. Hearing this, Teacher Rulin's voice suddenly rose, and she said loudly, That's enough, you two. You made such a big noise last night that I couldn't sleep, and now you want to make fun of me. The instructor is angry. Even when the teacher was angry, he always spoke gently. But today, seeing Teacher Rulin's reaction, the smiles on Xiao Yu and Xuni's faces finally faded a little. In the subsequent conversation, Teacher Rulin was surprised to learn that Xiao Yu's current cultivation level had actually risen to the level of a 9-star fighter, and Xuni also had the cultivation level of a 5-star fighter. What's going on? How did your two cultivations advance so quickly? Teacher Rulin was very surprised, but the next moment, she remembered that when she was in the outer courtyard, Xiao Yu's cultivation level in the fighter stage increased by 3 or 4 stars in just one day. At this moment she had already guessed a vague answer in her heart. Seeing Teacher Rulin's reaction, Xuni suddenly leaned close to her ear and whispered, Teacher Rulin, you haven't found a partner in all these years, right? You little girl. Why are you suddenly saying this? Teacher Rulin pinched Xuni's waist and said in pretended anger. Teacher Rulin, we are doing this all for your happiness. Xiao Yu also came to help at this moment, echoing Xuni's words. Okay, you two actually teamed up to tease the instructor. Teacher Rulin's face turned red with shame at the bold words of the two people, and she immediately began to attack Xiao Yu and Xuninei. But that night Chenfeng still went to Nalan Yanran first. When Nalan Yanran was defeated and begged for mercy, he came to Lu Fei's room. At first glance, Lu Fei's pretty face definitely looks like the girl next door, with a red cherry mouth, big watery eyes, a well-developed figure, and snow-white skin. No matter where she is, she will attract a lot of men's attention and make people want to protect her. Looking at Lu Fei's big watery eyes and rosy cherry lips, Chenfeng's heart was filled with passion. However, Lu Fei's fighting power was even lower than Nalan Yanran's. Even if he changed other tactics, he still couldn't hold on for long before he was defeated. In desperation, Chenfeng had to move to the third battlefield and came to Xiao Yu's room. Entering Xiao Yu's room, Chenfeng couldn't help but show some excitement on his face, because he could sense that there were 3 auras above Xiao Yu's incense couch at this moment. In addition to Xiao Yu and Xu Ni, Teacher Rulin was lying in the middle. Chenfeng had long wanted to conquer Teacher Rulin's gentle temperament, and now it could finally come true. On the soft couch, Teacher Rulin became tense the moment Chenfeng pushed the door open. As the morning breeze gradually approached, Teacher Rulin's heartbeat began to accelerate, and when the bed curtains were lifted she simply closed her eyes. Seeing Chenfeng coming in, Xiao Yu smiled and asked, Brother Feng, our instructor is here to help today, you don't mind, do you? Then let me see how strong your mentor is and how long he can fight. Chenfeng smiled and nodded, then launched an attack directly. The battlefield between the 4 people soon became lively. The next day Ziyan suddenly found Chenfeng. On the day he came to the palace, Chenfeng gave Ziyan a pill that could increase her strength. Now nearly 3 days had passed, and Ziyan had just digested the pill, but she couldn't wait to come and ask for it again. Big brother, please be kind and give me some more pills. I will repay you. I have a very strong sense of the spiritual objects in heaven and earth. Before, in the inner courtyard, I helped those old guys to point out the locations of many treasures. Ziyan dragged Chenfeng's thigh, muttering a lot of things, just to prevent Chenfeng from moving. Chenfeng looked down at Ziyan helplessly and said with a smile, Ziyan, have you heard of the transformation pill? Transformation pill. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Ziyan instantly became excited and said loudly, I definitely know, that is a magic medicine that can make me grow up directly. Brother Chenfeng, do you have a transformation pill? Can you give me one? Ziyan stared at Chenfeng with her big shiny black eyes, full of anticipation. Okay, but you have to take me to find rare treasures of corresponding value to pay off the debt. Chenfeng nodded. Okay, I promise. Ziyan nodded repeatedly, and it seemed that she couldn't wait any longer. Chenfeng's hand gently brushed across the ring, and a white jade bottle appeared in his hand. Thank you, Brother Chenfeng, you are so nice. As soon as Chenfeng took out the jade bottle, Ziyan reached out and grabbed the jade bottle, then swallowed the pill inside without hesitation. Immediately, a strange energy began to violently rush into Ziyan's body. Not long after, purple light overflowed from her body. As time passed, the purple light became thicker and thicker, and a purple light cocoon appeared in its place. Although there was no risk in taking the transformation pill, Chenfeng still stood there waiting. An hour later, The light of the runes on the surface of the light cocoon became increasingly brighter, and faintly, tiny cracks began to spread, through which traces of purple light could be seen. As the rune light on the light cocoon became stronger and stronger, finally, a slight clicking sound was heard, and then the tiny cracks originally on the light cocoon suddenly opened quietly, and countless bright purple lights shot into the sky along the cracks. Seeing this, Chenfeng immediately used the space-blocking talisman to block the entire space in the yard. Otherwise, such unusual movement would inevitably attract a lot of attention. There were more and more cracks, and finally, a large piece of the cocoon shell suddenly fell off. As the first piece fell off, the light cocoon seemed to have set off a chain reaction. The light cocoon exploded rapidly, and one of the purple light beams suddenly rushed into the sky, and finally collided with the space blockade arranged by Chenfeng, causing waves and ripples. Chenfeng stared at the huge purple beam of light. With his good eyesight, he could vaguely see a blurry figure inside. The beam of light lasted for a moment, then faded. After a moment, it finally dissipated completely, and the figure in it appeared directly in Chenfeng's sight. Chapter 220 Yafei gave birth to a daughter. The figure that appeared was naked, with a faint purple light lingering around her body, making her look quite enchanting. Her long, smooth purple hair was draped down, falling directly to her perky buttocks. This mature body with curves, except for the cute face that seems vaguely familiar, has almost nothing to do with the charm of the little girl back then. Tess, I didn't expect Xian to grow up so well and be so attractive. Looking at the girl with a charming and mature figure, Chenfeng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. In the beam of light, Xian stretched lazily at this moment, and her already attractive curves were perfectly highlighted. She opened her eyes lazily, and then, without caring that there were people beside her, she looked up and down at her body. Haha, I've grown up. The next moment, Xian's face showed ecstasy and she shouted happily. Her voice was no longer as childish as before, but instead carried some maturity and charm. After the excitement, when Xian caught a glimpse of Chenfeng standing not far away, she became naughty and gave him a shy look that hinted at love. Well, you naughty fellow. Receiving this glance, Chenfeng did not feel any temptation, but instead found her action a little funny. Don't think I don't know that you men just like to watch this, and you're still pretending. Xian curled her lips, then very calmly took out a purple robe from her ring and put it on in front of Chenfeng. However, even with clothes on, it couldn't completely hide her well-developed and slender figure. Chenfeng smiled and didn't explain anything. Xian was right. Just now when he saw that graceful body, he did feel his blood boiling. Next, Chenfeng quickly removed the space seal in the yard. At this moment, a maid ran over in a hurry and shouted, "Your Majesty, Madame Yafei is about to give birth." Hearing this, Chenfeng disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already outside Yafei's house. Nalan Yanran, Yunyun, Qinglin, Xiao Yu, Xian and others also arrived one after another. When the others saw Xian's new look, there was a hint of surprise in their eyes, but at this time no one asked anything, and everyone was paying attention to the movements in the room. "Mom, try harder. It's almost there, ma'am. We're almost at the end." "Madam, the head is already out, try a little harder." The sound coming from the house made Chenfeng, who was waiting outside, very anxious. "Whoa, wow. My wife gave birth to a little princess." After waiting anxiously for a while, a loud baby cry was heard in the house. Hearing this sound, Chenfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. "When I walked into the room, I saw Yafei lying on the bed exhausted, her pretty face a little pale." Seeing this, Chenfeng showed worry on his face. He quickly walked to the bedside and took out the recovery pill that Nalan Yanran had given him as a reward for giving birth to a child and gave it to Yafei to take. After taking the recovery pill, Yafei's condition recovered visibly. After a while she was full of energy. Her charming face now had a bit more maternal glow and she was radiant. "It's a girl." Chenfeng held the child in front of Yafei and said with a smile, "I have already thought of a name, it's Fei Xuan, Fufun, a very nice name." Yafei smiled brightly and nodded. "Let me see." Xian walked over and looked at the baby in the cradle, her big eyes full of curiosity. "She is," looking at the girl in front of her with delicate face and tall figure. Yafei showed a hint of doubt on her face. "She is Xian," Chenfeng explained with a smile. "Xian, how come you've grown so big all of a sudden?" Yafei's eyes were filled with even greater confusion. Wasn't he still a little guy before? Isn't he growing up too fast? As this Xian? At this time, after hearing Chenfeng's explanation, except for Yunyun, everyone else in the room felt as incredible as Yafei. It was difficult for them to associate the tall girl with a charming figure in front of them with Xian. "The baby is so cute." Xian did not explain anything to anyone else. She stretched out her white and tender hand and waved it in front of the child, trying to make the child laugh. However, she was very sensible and did not pinch the child for fear of hurting the child's tender body. Xian, babies are so cute, do you want to give birth to one yourself? Ya Fei said with a smile. Can I give birth too? Xian was stunned for a moment and asked excitedly, Of course you can. When the time comes, just ask your brother Chenfeng, he will help you, Ya Fei continued. She knew that Xian had grown into such a charming girl, Chenfeng would definitely be interested in her, so she joked like this. Really, brother Chenfeng, can you help me have a baby? Xian tilted her head and looked at Chenfeng expectantly. Listening to Xian's words, Nalan Yanran, Yun, Xiao Yu and others standing behind Chenfeng all had inexplicable smiles on their faces except Han Yu, who had a strange look on his face. Well, let's talk about this tonight. Chenfeng waved his hand and did not continue the topic. Okay, I'll come to see you in the evening. Xian said happily. How many people does brother Chenfeng want to harm? He is such a playboy. Han Yu sighed in her heart. In the past few days she had been getting along with Xiao Yu, Xu Ni and others, and she had heard some clues and had a vague understanding of some things. After settling everything here, Chenfeng asked Ya Fei to have a good rest. He went to the secret training room to check the rewards brought by Ya Fei's childbirth. System, open the gift package. As Chenfeng's inner voice died down, a series of prompt sounds rang out in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the clan protection formation. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly grade intermediate fighting skill. Thunder Tribulation Finger. Ding, congratulations to the host for increasing his lifespan by 100 years. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 primary life increasing pills. Obtaining 10 rejuvenating pills. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 life spiritual wind pills. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the first ribbon of rewards that have been discarded in the above review life instead of evil sin in a pill. Please check them carefully. Listening to this series of system prompts, Chenfeng couldn't help but break into a bright smile on his face. The reward of 100 years of life had already been added to him the moment the system prompt sounded. Next, Chenfeng began to check out other rewards. Generally speaking, most of the rewards this time were pills and their effects varied. Chapter 2, Generous Rewards. The joy brought by the anti-aging pill. The first reward is a golden array plate with many strange runes engraved on it. Clan protection formation. After being deployed, the formation will merge into the void, covering an area of 100 miles, condensing and absorbing the energy of heaven and earth to maintain the formation. No one except the host can detect it. The coverage of the formation will increase with the number of people in the host's family. All those whose names are recorded in the Wanshi family tree can transfer 100% of their own power into the formation to increase the power of the formation. In addition, this formation can also mobilize the power of everyone in the family tree to the host alone. The effect of this formation is so powerful. After reading the introduction of this clan protection formation, Chenfeng couldn't help but feel happy. Such a formation can not only automatically build a defense shield, but also condense energy attacks to kill the enemy. The most important thing is that every clan member can fully enhance the power of the formation and temporarily transfer their cultivation to Chenfeng alone. This is something that ordinary formations cannot do. The next moment, Chenfeng directly took out the golden array plate, and then quickly made some seals with his hands. As Chenfeng made the seal in his hand, the golden array gradually disappeared. And at the moment when the golden array disappeared, a circle of golden ripples that only Chenfeng could see quickly spread out, covering the entire palace in almost the blink of an eye. Soon the entire imperial capital was also completely covered, until finally, with the secret room in the palace where Chenfeng was as the center, the area within 100 miles was covered by this golden ripple. After the formation was set up, the formation immediately started to operate, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth outside the formation at an extremely fast speed. Yes, I never thought that this formation has such a benefit. It can turn the area covered by the formation into a blessed place for cultivation. Feeling the ever-increasing concentration of energy from heaven and earth within the range covered by the formation, Chenfeng's eyes showed surprise. Next, Chenfeng looked at the other rewards. Thunderfinger and Intermediate Heavenly Finger Fighting Skill. When attacking, it is like a thunder calamity descending upon the world, with devastating lethality. Chenfeng can now try to practice this fighting skill, but he cannot fully unleash its power for the time being. The fourth reward is a primary longevity pill. After taking it, anyone with a cultivation level below that of a Dudi can increase their lifespan by 50 years with no upper limit on the amount taken. This primary longevity pill is pretty good. Seeing the introduction of this longevity pill, Chenfeng nodded secretly in his heart. The most famous elixir that can increase longevity in the Duqi continent is the Qingming longevity pill, which can only increase lifespan by 10 years. However, the elixir rewarded by the system can increase a person's lifespan by 50 years, and there is no upper limit. Even if it is an ordinary person in his twilight years, the morning breeze can make him live another 500 years. In this way, if there are people with low cultivation and insufficient lifespan around Chenfeng in the future, Chenfeng can use longevity pills to keep them, and then find an opportunity to help them break through their cultivation and solve the problem of insufficient lifespan. After putting away the 10 longevity pills, Chenfeng looked towards the next reward. Anti-aging pill. After taking it, you can keep your youthful appearance permanently and will not age with time. Seeing the effect of the rejuvenating pill, Chenfeng chuckled and said, I'm sure they will rush to ask me for this pill, life-saving pill. An 8th grade low-level healing pill with the powerful effect of flesh turning bones into flesh. Even a dying patient can rely on this pill to prolong his life. Lingfeng pill, an 8th grade low-level pill. After taking it, it can quickly restore the consumed fighting spirit energy in the body. The next 2 kinds of elixirs are both very practical. One for healing wounds and the other for restoring fighting spirit. Both are of the 8th grade and can be of some use even to some ordinary Du Sheng masters. The last reward this time is a first-level Du Zun Peak Experience card. Although it is not as strong as the first 9 revolutions Du Zun Peak Experience card, Chenfeng is already very satisfied with it. This experience card is his biggest trump card at present. If he were to have the cultivation base of the peak of the Du Zun realm now, he would still be able to clash with a semi-saint. It's a pity that there are no experience pills in the rewards this time. Since Chenfeng entered the Du Zong realm, the growth of his cultivation level has slowed down significantly. He can no longer advance to 1 star in 3 or 4 days or even 10 days like before. Of course, this does not mean that Chenfeng's cultivation speed has slowed down, but because the energy required to cross each star level in the Du Zong realm is too huge. Some ordinary Du Zong masters may not be able to break through 1 star in 10 or 20 years. Chenfeng was able to naturally break through from a 1-star Du Zong to a 2-star Du Zong in less than 2 months. If people were to tell others about this, I'm afraid all the strong men in the entire continent would be shocked. After collecting the rewards he had obtained this time, Chenfeng slowly walked out of his own training room, and came to the harem. Husband, can this elixir really keep me young forever? Brother Feng, is this true? Can it really keep me young forever? In the garden, Nalan Yanran, Xiao Yu Yafei Shuni, Yun Yun and others each held a rejuvenating pill given by Chenfeng in their hands with excitement in their eyes. Every woman has a desire for beauty. Even Yun Yun, who is always indifferent to everything, cannot resist the powerful effect of the rejuvenating pill. My husband would never lie to us. Let me try first. With anticipation in her eyes, Nalan Yanran swallowed the rejuvenating pill in her hand. The rejuvenating pill melted in the mouth and turned into a stream of liquid energy that entered Nalan Yanran's body. As soon as the liquid energy entered the body, it began to take effect. An alluring luster suddenly appeared on Nalan Yanran's skin, making her look more beautiful and charming than before. Haha, it really works. I can stay young forever. Husband, you are so kind. Feeling her skin becoming more delicate and lustrous, Nalan Yanran was overjoyed. She excitedly kissed Chenfeng on the face, leaving a red lip mark. Seeing this, Yafei Xiaoyu, Yunyun Suini, Qinglin and instructor Ruolin also quickly swallowed the rejuvenating pill. After a while their skin became smoother and more delicate. At the same time, 6 more red lip marks appeared on Chenfeng's face. The youth pill, keep your youthful appearance forever. Brother Chenfeng, I kissed you too. Please give me the rejuvenating pill. Ziyan and Han Yu were passing by the garden and happened to see this scene. After learning what had just happened, Ziyan rushed to Chenfeng and kissed him hard on the forehead. Then she spread her hands and asked Chenfeng for the rejuvenating pill with an expectant look on her face. Chapter 222Z. Double the reward for the second child. Hurry up, brother Chenfeng, give me the rejuvenating pill. Ziyan spread her hands and looked at Chenfeng coquettishly. Now, she had a charming face and a seductive figure. Her actions were not funny at all like before, but had a different kind of temptation. It's like the little girl next door who always played with you when you were a child. Slowly, one day you found that she grew up and had a great figure, but her attitude towards you was still the same as before. She kept pestering you, asking you to play with her, and acting coquettishly in front of you. At this time your heart became restless, and you would have a sense of satisfaction from nurturing her. Okay, here you go. Seeing Xian's eager eyes, Chenfeng smiled helplessly and handed her a rejuvenation pill. Yeah, after receiving the rejuvenating pill, Xian couldn't wait to swallow it. Then, the rejuvenating pill took effect immediately, making Xian's skin smoother and her charm increased again. Sister Yu, do you want this anti-aging pill? Chenfeng tilted his head, looked at the silver-haired beauty who was staring at him a few meters away, and smiled. Do I need that too? To be honest, Han Yu was also very tempted by the effect of the rejuvenating pill, but after seeing the previous scene, she knew that everyone who got the rejuvenating pill kissed Chenfeng. She couldn't act as proactive as Xian, so she asked in a low voice, "Of course, everyone has kissed him. Han Yu, go ahead and kiss him. If you kiss brother Chenfeng, you will get the anti-aging pill." Chenfeng was about to say no, but Xian quickly walked over and dragged Han Yu directly in front of Chenfeng for the rejuvenating pill. Seeing that Han Yu was still a little dazed, Xian gently pushed Han Yu. With this push, Han Yu suddenly lost her balance. As their eyes met, Han Yu's face flushed with embarrassment, and her cold eyes revealed a rare hint of panic. After reacting, Han Yu quickly broke away from Chenfeng, lowered her head, and drooped her eyes. Sister Yu, the anti-aging pill. Chenfeng came to his senses, looked at Han Yu's expression, smiled and handed her a rejuvenation pill. Thank you. A faint sound like a mosquito's hum came out of Han Yu's mouth. She quickly reached out to take the rejuvenating pill, then took a step and left. Looking at her graceful back as she walked away, Chenfeng's desire to conquer her began to burn. Nalan Yanran, Xiao Yu and others looked at Chenfeng and immediately understood what he was thinking. Husband, do you want us to help you talk to him? Nalan Yanran smiled sweetly and said that now she had already accepted sharing Chenfeng with so many women. As husband and wife, they were of one mind. As long as Chenfeng was happy, she would be happy too. Let's go help Brother Feng together. Tonight, let Han Yu come to your room. Brother Feng, Yafei, Xiao Yu and others also said with a smile. I'm so happy that you guys can get along so well. The morning breeze opened his arms, held a beautiful woman in one hand, and walked towards the flowers. I have to say that Yafei's face is really charming, and people can't suppress the flames in their hearts when they see it. What are they doing with Brother Morning Breeze? Various laughter and joyful chatter continued to come from behind the flowers, which made Xian, who was sitting in the pavilion, very curious. Let's go and have a look somewhere else. Seeing this, Yunyun and Qinglin, who were both pregnant, held her back and did not let Xian go over to see. Ding, it is detected that Nalan Yanran is pregnant, and the host is rewarded with a big gift package. Ding, considering that Nalan Yanran is pregnant with her second child, all the rewards from this gift package will be doubled. Ding, host, would you like to open the gift package? Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in Chenfeng's mind. The reward for the second child is doubled. Hearing the system prompt, Chenfeng felt a little surprised. The next moment, he quickly said to the system, "System, open the gift package." Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Wind Spirit Wings double. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary puppet pill double. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary experience pill double. As Chenfeng finished speaking, a series of system prompts immediately sounded in his mind. Great, finally the experience pills have arrived, 2 of them. Looking at these rewards, Chenfeng felt very satisfied. He left the garden, came to the secret training room, and directly took out the 2 primary experience pills. With the help of 2 primary experience pills, Chenfeng's cultivation barely broke through to the 3-star Duzong level. Although the improvement was not much, it was better than nothing. At least it saved Chenfeng some time for practice. The primary puppet pill was not very useful to Chenfeng now, so he simply skipped it and checked the 2 pairs of huge green wings in the system space. These azure wings are a flying skill, but they are of wind attribute. Chenfeng already has the thunder wings that suit him, so there is no need to change. Save it for Yun'er and Yanran to use in the future, Chenfeng murmured in his heart. With a treasure like the clan protection formation, Chenfeng felt that it was necessary to first improve the strength of everyone in his clan tree. In this way, if one day he really faces a powerful enemy, the other members of the family tree can transfer their strength to himself. The stronger they are, the greater the help they can provide to Chenfeng. That night, Chenfeng planned to fight again. However, during the day Nalan Yanran, Xiao Yu and others were already very tired, and now none of them have fully recovered. Therefore, after Chenfeng walked into their rooms, they all begged for mercy and asked him to leave. When Chenfeng reached the last room, Shu Ni's room, no matter what Shu Ni said, he couldn't help himself. What should we do, Teacher Rulin? How about we go get some reinforcements and save Xuni? How to rescue? Should we go in by ourselves? Outside the room, Xiao Yu and Teacher Rulin discussed and made a decision. A moment later, a tall, charming girl in purple was pushed into Xuni's room by Xiao Yu and Teacher Rulin. Ziyan, I'm counting on you. Remember to rescue Sunu. Chapter 233. Ziyan breaks through Du Huang. Xuni. Mentor Rulin is pregnant. What are you guys doing? After Ziyan came in, she looked at the scene in front of her and couldn't help but open her mouth and scream. Her clear voice with a hint of charm immediately attracted Chenfeng's attention. At that moment, Chenfeng, who was in high spirits, suddenly stopped, waved his palm towards Ziyan, and a huge suction force sucked the shocked Ziyan onto the soft couch. At this moment, Xuni, who was almost unable to hold on, saw Ziyan coming over. A hint of gratitude suddenly appeared in her eyes, and then she fled in a hurry. How is it? Is everything all right? Seeing Xuni coming out, mentors Xiao Yu and Ruolin asked with a smile. Brother Feng is so powerful. If Ziyan hadn't come, I would have been in real trouble, Xuni said with a look of relief. Now that Ziyan is here, we should be safe tonight. Xiao Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. Nalan Yanran, Yafei, Yun and others also knew about the commotion here, and they all came over to join in the fun. This is too long. Can Ziyan handle it alone? It's almost dawn. With a husband so powerful, I'm afraid we'll have to add a few more sisters to deal with him in the future. Maybe he has already stopped and is practicing the dragon and phoenix technique. Several people waited outside the room for a long time, with a look of surprise on their faces. Suddenly, Yun discovered that there was a strange smell emanating from the room. Immediately, the energy of the surrounding heaven and earth began to rapidly condense into the room, and above the sky, an energy vortex several dozen feet in size gradually appeared. It looks like Ziyan is about to break through. Let's all stay away. Looking at these strange phenomena in heaven and earth, Yun hurriedly asked others to stay away. In the room, Ziyan sat cross-legged on the couch, having entered a state of ecstasy. Her aura was very unstable, and it seemed that she could reach that state at any time. Chenfeng sat nearby and did not disturb her. Ding, it is detected that Xuni is pregnant, and the host is rewarded with a big gift package. Ding, host, would you like to open the gift package? Suddenly, a system prompt sound rang in Chenfeng's ears again. Chenfeng did not hesitate and said directly to the system, "Open the gift package." Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6-star Du Zong experience card. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a micro soul essence. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a primary experience pill. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 Pozong pills. Ding, all the above items have been distributed to the system space. Please check them carefully. As Chenfeng finished speaking, a series of system prompts immediately sounded in his mind. Although there is nothing new in this reward, the micro soul origin and primary experience pill are very practical. Back then, Chenfeng relied on a ball of micro soul essence to break through from an ordinary mortal soul to the spiritual realm. Under normal circumstances, the spiritual realm soul can only be touched by alchemists above the 8th level. Although the effect of the primary experience pill is not very obvious, it is enough to make Chenfeng's cultivation level of 3-star Du Zong, which he had barely broken through before, more solid. As for the Du Zong experience card, some of the experience cards that were opened before are gradually losing their effectiveness. After all, Chenfeng's current strength is only suitable for using 4-star Du Zong experience cards and above. The last reward, the sect-breaking pill, is needed by many people in Chenfeng, such as Jia Xingxian, who has been immersed in the peak of the 9-star Duong for many years, and Queen Medusa, Lingyu Purple Demon Eagle, and some other people with the peak strength of the 6th level. Yes. Suani is pregnant now, so Teacher Rulin should be pregnant soon too. After seeing the rewards from Xuni's pregnancy, Chenfeng did not use them immediately, but continued to wait for Ziyan to break through. Soon after a day, the strange phenomena in the sky and earth deep in the palace finally began to dissipate. In the room, Ziyan's aura also climbed to the Du Huang level at this moment. After Ziyan opened her eyes, she didn't care about her own cultivation strength at the first moment, but looked at Chenfeng, who was sitting opposite her with a shy face. Ah, shame on you. The next moment, Ziyan suddenly stretched out a pair of white and tender hands to cover her eyes, but her bright eyes still stole a glance at Chenfeng through her fingers. Looking at Ziyan's playful and cute appearance, Chenfeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Brother Chenfeng, what are you laughing at? After experiencing the relationship between men and women, Ziyan's feelings towards Chenfeng are completely different from before. She cares more about Chenfeng's attitude towards her. Chenfeng stared at Xian and said seriously, because you are so beautiful, really. Hearing this, Xian took her hands away, with a bright smile in her eyes, and threw herself directly into Chenfeng's arms. Women all like men to praise her for her beauty, even if it is the most ordinary and unadorned words. Xian and Queen Medusa both have the physique of monsters, so in terms of combat power, they are much stronger than others. Moreover, Xian's true form is the Taixu ancient dragon, which is much stronger than the bodies of ordinary monsters. Now she has reached the Duong realm, and her combat power has increased again. After that, the battle with Chenfeng will be very long-lasting. The two continued to be affectionate in the room for a while, and finally walked out of the room. Outside the room, Xiao Yu, Nalan Yanran, Ya Fei and others looked at Xian with a hint of admiration and envy in their eyes. After coming out, Chenfeng chatted with the girls for a few words, and suddenly said to Xiao Yu, I will send someone to the Xiao family to propose marriage later, and arrange our marriage by the way. Well, Grandpa and the others will definitely agree to our marriage. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Xiao Yu nodded happily. She was finally going to have a status. Ding Ruolin is detected to be pregnant, and the host is rewarded with a big gift package. Ding host, would you like to open the gift package? At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Chenfeng's ears again. After hearing the reminder, Chenfeng did not deal with it immediately, but returned to his own practice room. Arriving at the training chamber, Chenfeng said directly to the system in his mind, System, open the gift package. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 7-star Duzong experience card. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a primary experience pill. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Ice Spirit Armor. Ding, congratulations to the host obtaining the Soul Nourishment Poison Pill. Ding, all the above items have been distributed to the system space. Please check them carefully. As Chenfeng finished speaking, a series of system prompts immediately sounded in his mind. Spiritual Poison Pill. When Chenfeng heard the last tip about a reward, his heart skipped a beat and a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Chapter 224, Proposing Marriage to the Xiao Family. The Xiao family's situation. Hearing the words Soul Yuning Poison Pill, a slender figure emerged in Chenfeng's mind. The next moment, he quickly immersed his mind in the system space to check. Chenfeng skipped the first 3 rewards and his gaze stayed on the last emerald green pill that was the size of a quail egg. Soul Yun Poison Pill. This item can replace the cyclone, condense, and transform the toxins in the body, turning them into a huge amount of poisonous fighting spirit and storing it in the poison pill. Just as I thought. Looking at the introduction of the soul-enriching poison pill, Chenfeng couldn't help but smile. If this thing was given to Xiao Yixing to use, then she wouldn't have to worry about the accumulation of toxins after activating the evil poison body, leading to a dangerous outbreak of the poison body. The evil poison body will no longer be a double-edged sword, but will truly become a controllable weapon. Several months have passed, and I wonder if Shaoner has figured it out. Wait a few days and go to that small valley to see if I can bring her back, Chenfeng murmured in his heart as he put away the green pill. Next, Chenfeng's attention turned to the white inner armor in the system space. The main part of this white inner armor seems to be composed of countless white ice crystal, like substances the size of fingernails. At first glance, it looks like a layer of white scales. Ice Spirit Armor. The outer material is taken from the essence of the scales of the 9th level magical beast Ice Spirit Black Dragon. It is cast and engraved with powerful protective runes. In addition, the magic core of the Ice Spirit Black Dragon is sealed in the left chest with a special method, and a spirit gathering array is engraved to absorb ice energy. Wearing this inner armor is of great benefit to Ice Attribute practitioners. Ice Attribute Practitioner. The outline of this inner armor is obviously for women to wear. Therefore, after reading the introduction of this white inner armor, Chenfeng first thought of Han Yu. After all, among the women close to him, Han Yu is the only one with Ice Attribute. Next time I have the chance, I'll give this inner armor to Sister Yu. I think she will like it. Chenfeng smiled, and then he took out the 2 primary experience pills that were rewarded. Use primary experience pill. As Chenfeng used 2 primary experience pills in succession, his aura began to rise rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it rose to the peak level of 3-star Duzong, only 1 step away from the 4-star Duzong. Chenfeng's speed of advancement was simply astonishing. Even for the proud sons of the ancient races with great resources, it would take them at least until they were in their 20s to reach the level of Duzong. However, Chenfeng reached this level in less than a year and a half. Next, it's time to increase the power of the soul. After checking his own cultivation level, Chenfeng took out the miniature soul origin. However, in order to avoid causing too much of a stir like last time, he used a space-blocking talisman to completely seal off the space in the entire training room. The next moment, Chenfeng did not hesitate and sat down cross-legged on the spot to refine the essence of the soul. A soul power emerged from the center of his eyebrows and transformed into a soul shadow several feet in size. The movements of this soul shadow were consistent with the morning breeze. Then, a huge suction force emerged from the soul shadow. Under the pull of this suction, the soul light ball trembled slightly, and an extremely pure soul origin force spread out, and finally wrapped around the body of Chenfeng's soul shadow, and continuously merged into his mouth, nose and pores all over his body. At this moment, Chenfeng felt that his soul was immersed in a warm light, and that feeling was as if the fetus was in the womb. As he continued to absorb the essence of the soul, Chenfeng could visibly feel the increase in his soul power. This time Chenfeng absorbed the micro-soul essence several times faster than last time. Not long after, the size of the soul light ball was reduced by half. When the soul light ball completely disappeared, the soul pressure emanating from Chenfeng's soul shadow had reached a terrifying level. At this moment, even some ordinary Duzong powerhouses would tremble under this soul pressure. After the soul light ball completely dissipated, Chenfeng's soul shadow returned to his body again, and he opened his eyes at this moment. Teskesk, late spiritual realm, feeling his current soul power, Chenfeng couldn't help but let out a sigh. He was afraid that he could suppress some ordinary Duzun strongmen with just his soul power. With the next morning, Chenfeng brought Xiao Yu and a team of royal ceremonial personnel aboard the Purple Demonic Eagle, and headed towards Wooten City. Standing on the Purple Demonic Eagle and overlooking the magnificent mountains and rivers below, Xiao Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. With her current 1-star Du Master cultivation, she is already the most outstanding talent in the Xiao family. Moreover, she is about to marry Chenfeng and become the Empress of the Jiamai Empire. Either of these things will allow her to enter the Xiao family's gate with great pride. A Wooten City Xiao family manor. As for Xiao Yan, after unremitting efforts, and with the training resources that Xiao Zhan bought for him at a high price, he finally broke through to the 1-star fighter again. Haha, I'm a fighter again. In the room, Xiao Yan laughed loudly. Thinking back, he had already reached the level of a fighter when he was 11 years old. Unfortunately, his body developed problems later and his cultivation level kept regressing. Now that he has reached the level again, the joy in his heart cannot be concealed at all. Father will be very pleased to know this news. After the breakthrough, the first thing Xiao Yan wanted to do was to tell Xiao Zhan the good news. When Xiao Yan passed by the meeting room, he heard his father Xiao Zhan's furious curses from inside. His eyelids twitched, and Xiao Yan leaned forward and quietly looked inside through the crack in the door. Damn it, that old bastard Jalebi is too arrogant. He actually dared to steal our business so blatantly. In the meeting room, Xiao Zhan was pounding the table angrily with a livid face, and the tea in the cups splashed all over the table. The Xiao family's several markets are suffering from a huge loss of traffic. The remaining merchants in the markets are also in a panic. Many people have secretly fled to the Jaeli family's markets. If this continues, all of our Xiao family markets will have to close. The second elder of the Xiao family, who was sitting below, also had a gloomy face at this time, and spoke with gritted teeth. How about we quietly send someone to kill the first-class alchemist invited by the Jaeli family? The third elder of the Xiao family said grimly with a murderous look in his eyes. No, the alchemist is guarded by at least 2 great fighting masters. It's not that easy. Xiao Zhan waved his hands and said helplessly. Chapter 225. Xiao Ning, my brother-in-law is the emperor. Xiao Yan, oh no, my father's position as the head of the family is no longer secure. But if we continue like this, our losses will be too great. The profits from the market in Wooten City account for the bulk of our Xiao family's income. Hearing Xiao Zhan's words, the third elder said very unwillingly, damn it, let's hold on for another half a month. If the Jieli family still doesn't restrain themselves, don't blame us for fighting to the death. Our Xiao Zhan licked his lips, gripped the back of the chair tightly with his hands, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Outside the hall, Xiao Yan, who heard this, shrugged slightly, clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with resentment and anger, just like the others in the hall. Jieli family, just wait for me. When I, Xiao Yan, succeed in my cultivation, your family will be destroyed. Xiao Yan swore secretly in his heart. He also knew that with his current strength he could not help the family at all. Therefore he was very eager for time. If Xiao Yan had enough time to develop, he was confident that he would dominate the Wooten City in the future. When Xiao Yan secretly swore in his heart, a huge sound of breaking through the air suddenly reached his ears, and then a huge shadow appeared in the Xiao family manor. This is Xiao Yan, who noticed the movement, quickly turned his head and looked towards the sky, only to see a huge purple monster appear in the sky at some point. This was the largest monster Xiao Yan had ever seen, and the pressure emanating from the monster made Xiao Yan tremble a little. Soon Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders of the Xiao family also rushed out of the hall, looking up at the sky in surprise. How could such a powerful monster come to my Xiao family? If such a powerful monster attacks our Xiao family will be in danger today. Could it be the Gali family's doing? You think too highly of the Jiali family. With their strength, how could they possibly drive such a powerful monster king? The purple demonic vulture, a huge 6th-order magical beast, hovered above the Xiao family manor. The entire Xiao family and some people living near the Xiao family manor were filled with fear and made random guesses in their hearts. I wonder what instructions this Warcraft king has for coming to the Xiao family. Grandpa, I'm back. As the patriarch of the clan, Xiao Zhan forced himself to remain calm, then saluted towards the purple demonic eagle in the sky with his fists clasped. However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly saw a familiar and slender figure appear on the edge of the back of the huge monster, and he was stunned for a moment. This is Yu. Why is she on this monster? Hearing his granddaughter's call, the eldest elder of the Xiao family was very surprised. Xiao Yu, why is she on that monster? Xiao Yan was also stunned. Sister? It's sister on top. In the Xiao family manor, a young man who looked a year or 2 older than Xiao Yan shouted excitedly. It's really cousin Xiao Yu. Next to the young man who was shouting excitedly, there was a slim girl in a yellow dress with a pure and charming face, and her eyes were filled with surprise. At this time, the purple demonic vulture descended again and finally stopped directly in the front yard of the Xiao family. Its huge body almost occupied the entire spacious area in the front yard of the Xiao family. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen figures flashed down from the back of the purple demonic eagle. Grandpa, long time no see, are you okay? As soon as Xiao Yu came down, she happily ran to the Xiao family's eldest elder to greet him. Her younger brother Xiao Ning was also beside him, with a happy smile on his face. This is, young Master Morning Breeze. No, it should be His Majesty Morning Breeze. Xiao Zhan greets His Majesty Chenfeng. The moment the morning breeze came down, Xiao Zhan's pupils suddenly shrank. After reacting, he immediately bent down and bowed respectfully in the direction of the morning breeze. Your Majesty the Morning Breeze. Looking at Xiao Zhan's actions, everyone in the Xiao family except Xiao Yan was a little stunned because they had never seen Chenfeng. However, since Xiao Zhan had already said this, it was certainly true. At that moment, all the people from the Xiao family, including the 3 elders of the Xiao family and Xiao Yan, all bowed respectfully to Chenfeng like Xiao Zhan. This young man is His Majesty Chenfeng. How did Yu get together with His Majesty? The eldest elder of the Xiao family lowered his head, his heart full of doubts. Everyone get up. Seeing this scene, Chenfeng smiled and waved his hand. Your Majesty Chenfeng, you have honored me with a visit to the Xiao family. I wonder if you have any instructions. Xiao Zhan stood up and asked respectfully. I'm here this time to propose marriage, Chenfeng said bluntly. Propose marriage. As Chenfeng finished speaking, many people in the Xiao family were stunned for a moment, but soon someone reacted and glanced at Xiao Yu, who was standing next to the great elder. Come here, present the betrothal gifts. While everyone in the Xiao family was speculating, a dozen people behind Chenfeng each held a gift box and placed it in front of the Xiao family's eldest elder. Chenfeng also came to Xiao Yu and said to the Xiao family elder in front of him, Great elder, these are my betrothal gifts for marrying Yu. Your Majesty, it is Yu's greatest blessing to marry you. Hearing these words from Chenfeng himself, the Xiao family's eldest elder was overjoyed and nodded to thank Chenfeng quickly. Your Majesty Chenfeng, if you marry my sister, then you will be my brother-in-law, Xiao Ning said excitedly with a look of ecstasy on his face. Hearing this, Chenfeng smiled and nodded. That's great, my brother-in-law is the emperor from now on. In Wutan City, people from the Gale family will have to avoid me when they see me. Xiao Ning couldn't suppress the joy on his face. Xiao Ning, what are you yelling about? Can you calm down a little? Seeing Xiao Ning's reaction, Xiao Yu rolled his eyes at him in annoyance. The Gali family. On Chenfeng's side, when he heard Xiao Ning's bold words, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. For the Xiao family members living in Wutan City, dominating Wutan City might be the biggest dream they can think of. I didn't expect His Majesty Chenfeng to marry Xiao Yu in this case. Xiao Yan's feelings were extremely complicated at the moment. On the one hand, if Xiao Yu married Chenfeng, it would obviously resolve the crisis for the Xiao family and allow the Xiao family to develop better and better. However, in the future, the Xiao family would most likely be ruled by the lineage of the Great Elder, and his father Xiao Zhan's position as the head of the family might not be stable. Your Majesty, please stop standing here. Come in and sit down. Soon the Xiao family's Great Elder, Xiao Zhan, and others welcomed Chenfeng into the hall. During this process, the slim and graceful little beauty, who was only 14 or 15 years old, who had been standing not far from Xiao Ning, kept staring at Chenfeng with eyes full of respect and admiration. I really envy my cousin Xiao Yu for being able to marry such an outstanding man like His Majesty Chenfeng, the girl sighed in her heart. Chapter 226. Xiao Suner gave birth in the Xiao family's hall. Chenfeng was invited to sit in the main seat, and Xiao Yu sat next to him. During the conversation, Xiao Zhan suddenly stood up, bowed to Chenfeng again, and said respectfully, Your Majesty Chenfeng, Xiao Zhan has something to thank you for. If it weren't for the medicine that Your Majesty Chenfeng gave Yanner a year ago, Yanner's health problems would not have been eliminated, and he would not have been able to cultivate to his current level of a fighter. Your Majesty, you have given Yanner a second life. After saying this, Xiao Zhan waved to Xiao Yan, who was sitting near the entrance of the hall, and said, Yanner, why don't you come over and thank His Majesty? Hearing what Xiao Zhan said, Xiao Yan sat up from his seat and came to Xiao Zhan's side. Just as he was about to salute Chenfeng, Xiao Zhan said in a low voice, Yanner, His Majesty has given you such a great favor. You should kneel down and bow to show your respect. Yes, father. Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded, then looked at Chenfeng, who was sitting in a high position, with gratitude in his eyes, and kneeled heavily on the ground. Xiao Yan thanks Your Majesty for your grace. Get up. Looking at the grateful expressions of Xiao Zhan and his son below, Chenfeng felt a little embarrassed. He waved his hand slightly and said, In the final analysis, it is still the efforts of your son, Patriarch Xiao. Otherwise he would not have been able to break through to his current level of fighter cultivation. Thank you for the compliment, Your Majesty. Hearing Chenfeng praising his hard work, Xiao Yan stood up excitedly. He was very satisfied with his current training speed. At least now he has once again won the title of the first genius of Wooten City and is the pride in his father's eyes. In the hall, after everyone continued chatting for a while, Chenfeng was invited to stay at the Xiao family for 2 days. Chenfeng did not refuse. After all, they were going to be in-laws, and Xiao Yu also needed to spend some time with the Xiao family. When Chenfeng came to the backyard of the Xiao family to rest, Xiao Zhan, as well as the 3 elders of the Xiao family and others, finally couldn't help but check the betrothal gifts that Chenfeng brought. As the boxes were opened one by one, the eyes of everyone in the Xiao family gradually lit up. The things in these boxes cannot be exchanged for even 1/10 of what they contain, even if all of the Xiao family's assets were sold. With these things, the strength of my Xiao family will at least increase several times. Yes, there are a large number of 3rd-grade elixirs here, and even 4th-grade elixirs, and high-level Xuan-level skills. This betrothal gift is too heavy, Great Elder. This all depends on Xiao Yu. If it weren't for Xiao Yu, how could our Xiao family receive such a great gift from His Majesty Chenfeng? After seeing the betrothal gifts, almost all members of the Xiao family were flattering the eldest elder of the Xiao family, while Xiao Zhan, the head of the family, was left out. Father, based on my understanding of my father, I'm afraid that he will take the initiative to give up the position of head of the family in the near future. In the distance, Xiao Yan noticed the slightly lonely look on Xiao Zhan's face, and couldn't help feeling a little distressed. The news that Chenfeng brought the purple demonic eagle to the Xiao family spread throughout Wooten City in no time. From the city lord's mansion, the other 2 major families in Wooten City, to every common citizen, everyone knew that the daughter of the Xiao family had married into the royal family, and was about to marry the emperor and become the imperial concubine. After learning this, almost everyone looked at the Xiao family with envy. Having climbed into the royal family, the Xiao family would surely prosper in the future. After learning about this, the patriarch of the Jiao family, Jialabi, immediately arranged for his clansmen to return the Xiao family's market that they had previously robbed. He also went to the Xiao family in person to apologize and stated that from now on, the Xiao family would be the only one with authority in Wooten City. The Obapa family also made the same decision, paying a visit and giving up a large area of the market. Great Elder, Galby's attitude when he came here today was really low. He was almost kneeling down to you. Yes, my Xiao family now owns 70% of the market share in Wooten City, and the remaining 30% will be divided among them. From now on, our Xiao family will be the largest in Wooten City. The entire Xiao family was immersed in laughter and joy, and everyone was excited about it. I didn't expect that the thing I vowed to accomplish before, His Majesty Morning Breeze, had completely resolved it without even saying a word. Looking at the change in the Xiao family's situation today, Xiao Yan sighed in his heart. Overall, Xiao Yan was also very happy at this moment. After all, the Xiao family now has an upward trend, and will become many times better than before. Moreover, facing someone like Chenfeng who was dozens or hundreds of times better than him, he no longer had any thoughts of comparison in his mind. In the backyard of the Xiao family, after Xiao Yu stayed in Chenfeng's room for several hours, he finally couldn't stand the pressure anymore and walked out with his legs clamped together. Cousin Xiao Yu. As soon as he walked out of the yard, the girl in yellow came over to Xiao Yu excitedly and greeted him. The girl was about 15 years old. Although she was not stunningly beautiful, her childish face contained a hint of charm. The combination of purity and charm, a contradiction, made her face extremely attractive to men. Although the girl's bosom is not as exaggerated as Xiao Yu and others, it also has that kind of beauty of a bud about to bloom. Xiao Mei, you are becoming more and more beautiful. Seeing the girl in yellow coming over, Xiao Yu smiled and greeted her happily. Xiao Mei had a youthful smile on her face and shook her head. No way, Cousin Xiao Yu is the real beauty. Even His Majesty Chenfeng is fascinated by you. Cousin, haven't you been in Canon College before? How did you get to know His Majesty Chenfeng? Xiao Mei continued to ask some questions, her big eyes full of curiosity. Hearing Xiao Mei's question, Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment. Oh, cousin, just tell me, I won't tell anyone else. Xiao Mei held Xiao Yu's hand and continued to pester her. All right. When asked by Xiao Mei, Xiao Yu finally nodded and agreed, telling the story of her encounter with Chenfeng. Of course, she tried to omit some of the most critical processes. Moreover, she also changed the version of the story in which Chenfeng spent 10 million to buy her virginity. Could it be that Xiao Sun'er is about to give birth? Sensing this unusual movement, Chenfeng's mind moved and he immediately entered the small world. Chapter 207. Zena gave birth to twins. Quick, prepare hot water. Her Mrs. Sun'er is about to give birth. You guys hurry up. As soon as he entered the small world, the midwife's excited voice reached Chenfeng's ears. It looks like she's really going to give birth. Seeing this, Chenfeng was a little excited and hurried to the outside of Xiao Sun'er's room. Outside the room, Queen Medusa had been waiting here for a long time. When she saw Chenfeng coming, she did not go close to him like she did before, because she knew that Chenfeng's mind was now entirely on Xiao Sun'er in the room. Xiao Sun'er's somewhat painful cry was soon heard in the room, which worried Chenfeng. Is childbirth really that painful? Hearing Xiao Sun'er's screams of pain in the room, Queen Medusa's body trembled slightly, and her hands couldn't help but touch her bulging belly. She was someone who even dared to try to have her body burned by strange fire, but now she was actually a little worried about giving birth. Mom, push harder. Mom, just try harder, the baby will come soon. Mom, come on. We've reached the end. Whoa. It's born, it's born. The loud cry of the baby and the surprised voice of the midwife rang out from the room. Chenfeng felt relieved and full of anticipation. There's one more. Mom, don't relax, keep pushing. It's coming out soon. It's twins. Ah, whoa, wow. Inside the room, the cry of a second baby was heard. Soon the door opened. The midwife's face was flushed as she shouted, Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations. Your Majesty, Madame Sun'er has given birth to twins, a boy and a girl. Well, there will be a huge reward. Hearing the midwife's words, Chenfeng was overjoyed and laughed heartily. He immediately rewarded the midwife with a bag of gold coins, at least 1,000 coins. Holding the heavy bag of gold coins, the midwife was so happy that her mouth was broken into pieces. It was the first time she had seen so many gold coins. Sun'er. Chenfeng walked into the room, held Xiao Sun'er's soft little hand and said softly, Sun'er, thank you for your hard work, owner. Xiao Sun'er smiled. Chenfeng's caring words and warm, broad hands made her feel that any pain was worth it. The next moment, Chenfeng quickly took out the recovery pill that the system rewarded when Nalan Yanran gave birth to a child, and gave it to Xiao Sun'er to take. Under the powerful therapeutic effect of the recovery pill, Xiao Sun'er's body recovered quickly and the trauma caused by childbirth also healed quickly. Master, please show me the child, a boy and a girl. Chenfeng took the children from the maid, held them next to Xiao Sun'er, and said with a smile, I have already thought of names. Let's call them Shuxun and Zhengxun. Shusun. And Xiao Sun'er smiled brightly, her innocent face glowing with maternal radiance, radiant and moving. I will listen to the master. After dealing with things here, Chenfeng went out of Xiao Sun'er's room and let her have a good rest. It was at this time that Chenfeng began to check the reward that Xiao Sun'er had received for giving birth. The system previously prompted that Xiao Sun'er had given birth to twins this time and was rewarded with a super gift package. Chenfeng was also a little excited. System: open the gift package, Chenfeng silently said to the system in his heart. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9 Revolutions Duzun Peak Experience card. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heavenly Grade High Level Soul Attack Fighting Skill, Yellow Spring Sky Wrath. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Soul Cultivation Secret Technique, the Soul Condensation Technique. Ding, congratulations to the host for increasing his lifespan by 200 years. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 Duzun Star Upgrading Pills. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Intermediate Puppet Pills. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Divine Bloodline Pill. Ding, congratulations to the host. The cultivation speed of all people recorded in the Wanshi family tree has increased by 1%. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining an Intermediate Experience Pill. All the above rewards have been distributed. Please check them carefully. It's really a super gift package. Hearing this series of system prompts, Chenfeng became excited again. The first reward this time, the 9-turn Duzun Peak Experience card, is currently the most practical one for Chenfeng. Using this experience card can eliminate a lot of troubles. The second and third rewards, Soul Attack Fighting Skills plus Soul Cultivation Secret Techniques, are a perfect match. The Wrath of the Underworld. Chenfeng was not unfamiliar with these words. In the original novel, this kind of soul attack fighting skill was described as very powerful, and it was very easy to challenge opponents of higher levels. However, to practice this fighting skill, a primary condition was to reach the heavenly realm of soul. Chenfeng had absorbed 2 groups of miniature soul essences before, and his current soul realm still has not reached the heavenly realm, and remains in the late spiritual realm. For the time being he is unable to practice Huangquan Skywrath. Next, after Chenfeng practiced the soul condensing technique for a while, he put this worry aside. Because Chenfeng discovered that the effect of practicing this soul condensation technique was hundreds of times stronger than the soul cultivation technique that Yao Chen had told him before. Although Yao Chen's soul cultivation technique is not the best in the Duqi continent, there is absolutely no other soul cultivation method that is hundreds of times stronger than the one practiced by Yao Chen, except for the soul condensation technique. Yes, with this soul condensation technique, even if I practice step by step, I can break through to the heavenly realm. After exclaiming in his heart, Chenfeng continued to look at the fourth reward. This time Chenfeng's lifespan increased by 200 years. The previous 2 times his lifespan only increased by 100 years each time. Considering that Zhen'er gave birth to twins, Chenfeng speculated that for every additional offspring he had, he would be rewarded with 100 years of life. The 5th reward, Duzun Star Up Pill, is an 8th grade peak pill. The effect of this pill is that it can enable people who remain at the Duzun stage to break through to a 1-star level. Each person can take it 3 times in his lifetime. After 3 times, it will become ineffective and there are no side effects. This Duzun Star Up pill is indeed an 8th grade top level pill. An ordinary Duzun warrior may not be able to break through even after decades, but if one has 3 of these pills, one can leap 3-star levels in a short period of time. You know, in the Duzun level, the difference in cultivation between 3 stars is extremely terrifying. If a 9-star Duzun attacks a 6-star Duzun, under normal circumstances he will be crushed and the 6-star Duzun will have no power to resist. Chenfeng cannot use this kind of elixir for the time being. Some people around him, such as Yao Chen, have the strength of a Duzun, but their physical bodies have not recovered yet, so this elixir is useless for the time being. However, Chenfeng is not in a hurry, as he will be able to reach the Duzun realm in no time. Chapter 228 Xiao Yan. This child is so cute. Divine Bloodline Pill. After use, it can increase the concentration of Dodi bloodline in the body, allowing oneself to reach the level of Divine Bloodline. Really, after reading the introduction of this Divine Bloodline Pill, Chenfeng nodded secretly in his heart. The effect of this thing was the same as he had guessed after hearing the system prompt. Although Chenfeng himself does not have the blood of the Du Emperor and cannot use this kind of elixir, he still has Xiao Sun'er by his side. Xiao Sun'er was born into an ancient clan. According to the original novel, in the later period, when the ancient clan held its coming-of-age ceremony, her bloodline level had reached the divine level, but now it definitely has not reached that level yet. This divine bloodline pill was given by the system as a reward after Zhen'er gave birth to twins. Why not give it to her so that she can reach divine bloodline ahead of time? Chenfeng pondered in his mind and decided on the use of this divine bloodline pill. Next, Chenfeng looked at the next reward. The cultivation speed of all people recorded in the Wanshi family tree will increase by 1%. Originally, the people recorded in the Wanshi family tree had a 10% bonus to their cultivation speed. Now, although the increase of 1% seems insignificant as time goes by, even this 1% will be very terrifying. Moreover, if things continue to develop in this way, the training bonus may increase to 100% or even 200% as the number of Morning Breeze's descendants grows. At that time, Chenfeng could finally rest in peace. After all, his offspring's cultivation would bring him rewards. The last reward this time, the intermediate experience pill, is what Chenfeng is most looking forward to. It can instantly improve Chenfeng's cultivation by 10 years. A few months ago, Chenfeng relied on an intermediate experience pill to directly soar from a 1-star Duhuang to a 9-star Duhuang. The speed of the cultivation increase was so fast that even a Du Emperor would be surprised. Use the intermediate experience pill. As Chenfeng's light shout in his heart fell, a huge amount of energy instantly appeared in his body. Immediately afterwards, a golden dragon flew out from his body, and his cultivation level successfully broke through to the 4-star Du Zong level. However, this was far from over. When the first golden dragon jumped out of Chenfeng's body, 3 more golden dragons jumped out of his body in succession. At this moment, Chenfeng's cultivation level soared directly to the peak of 7-star Du Zong. 7-star Du Zong peak. Chenfeng was very satisfied with the result. The improvement in his cultivation level from the experience pill did not take into account the use of elixirs, natural treasures and other auxiliary factors for cultivation. It was just the simple practice of practicing the technique to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was already very good to be able to achieve such an effect. After all, in the Duki continent, most geniuses have taken advantage of the resources for cultivation to a great extent. Just like Xiao Yan in the original novel, if he had not taken so many pills and had so many opportunities, it would have been impossible for him to succeed by simply absorbing the energy of heaven and earth step by step. With Chenfeng's current strength, he can try to practice those powerful heavenly-level fighting skills. By then, with the help of those powerful heavenly-level fighting skills, Chenfeng will be able to defeat any strong man below the 3-star Dazun level. After sorting out the harvest this time, Chenfeng came to Xiao Zunner's room again. In the room, Xiao Zunner was wearing a purple dress with her back to the morning breeze. Her slender waist was like a willow leaf, just barely able to be held in one hand. Her 3,000 black hair was casually tied up with a piece of lavender satin ribbon, and the fluttering black hair made her back look otherworldly and elegant. "Master, you are here." Sensing the morning breeze coming in, Xiao Zunner turned around with a sweet smile on her lips. She was holding a baby in her arms, and the belt in front of her was slightly untied, revealing a snow-white spring light. At this moment, Xiao Zunner, who was breastfeeding Shuxin, had a pure face like a girl, but she was shrouded in a layer of maternal glow, making her look even more attractive. Seeing this scene, Chenfeng's heart also became calm. He walked over gently and looked at the child in Zunner's arms. Whoa wow! As the morning breeze approached, the baby in Zunner's arms suddenly started crying. Don't cry, don't cry." Seeing this, Chenfeng quickly coaxed the child in a gentle voice. Whoa! Just as Chenfeng was coaxing the child in Zunner's arms, the child on the bed also started crying. "Why are you starting to cry?" This made Chenfeng a little overwhelmed, and he tried to coax the boy back and forth in a hurry, but it was of no use. Seeing Chenfeng anxiously coaxing the child, Xiao Zunner felt a surge of happiness in her heart, and then she explained softly, "Master, my milk is not enough, so I'm hungry." After hearing Xiao Zunner's explanation, Chenfeng immediately understood. Xiao Zunner gave birth to 2 children at once, and since she had just given birth, it was certain that she had no milk to feed the children. Before in the imperial palace, healthy wet nurses were immediately arranged to help feed the children born to Nalan Yanran and Yafei. But now in this small world, only the 2 midwives and some maids have no milk. "Then I'll take these 2 little ones out for a while," Chenfeng responded to Xiao Zunner with a smile, then picked up the 2 little guys and left the small world. In the room, Chenfeng just came out of the small world and walked out of the room. The 2 little ones in his arms were still crying. Whoa wow! Is this the sound of a child crying? Hearing the sound coming from the yard, Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei both turned their heads hurriedly with surprise on their faces, and then walked towards the yard where Chenfeng was. In the yard, Chenfeng saw Xiao Yu and said anxiously, These 2 children are hungry. Ask the Xiao family to help find a wet nurse." "Looking for a wet nurse. Okay, I'll go right away." Although Xiao Yu was very surprised to see the 2 children in Chenfeng's arms, She immediately reacted and went to find the wet nurse as Chenfeng instructed. Soon many people in the Xiao family knew about this. Although they were all curious about where the child came from, no one dared to ask more questions. After all, it was no longer a secret in the Jiama Empire that Chenfeng had several wives. On Chenfeng's side, after waiting for a while, the Xiao family finally found 2 young maids with breast milk to feed the child. After drinking the milk, the 2 little guys immediately stopped crying and started sucking frantically. Finally, I stopped crying. Seeing this scene, Chenfeng felt relieved. Many members of the Xiao family witnessed the process of breastfeeding the 2 children, and they all praised the 2 children for their good looks. Xiao Yan passed by here and couldn't help but take a curious look. When he saw the child's fair and tender cheeks, a bright smile suddenly appeared on his face and he praised, "What a cute child." Chapter 229 Promotion to Divine Bloodline. After the 2 little ones had drunk their fill, Chenfeng carried them back to the room alone, then came to the small world and sent them to Xiao Sunner. Master, look, the little fellow is peeking at you with his eyes open. Xiao Sunner teased the child happily, and looked at Chenfeng from time to time, her eyes full of happiness. Chenfeng's gaze towards Xiao Sunner also became very gentle at this moment. Suddenly he stroked Xiao Sunner's pretty cheek and said softly, "Sunner, from now on, you don't have to call me master anymore. Just call me Brother Feng." The reason why Chenfeng suddenly said this was because he felt that now that Xiao Sunner had given birth to the children, he couldn't keep calling himself like this in front of the 2 children, as it would have a bad influence on the 2 children. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Xiao Sunner was stunned for a second, then an excited smile appeared on her face and she gently rested her head in Chenfeng's arms. "Brother Feng, you are so nice." The change in Chenfeng's attitude made Xiao Sunner feel extremely happy. Sniffing the faint fragrance coming from Sunner's hair, Chenfeng couldn't help but reach out his hand. Soon, Chenfeng called the maid and took the 2 children away temporarily. "Brother Feng." Xiao Sunner's face suddenly flushed. After holding back for a few months, some of her skills were almost rusty. This time she made up her mind to ask Chenfeng for it. With Chenfeng's current strength, Xiao Sunner was no match for him alone and was defeated soon. Brother Feng, I really can't handle you alone." Xiao Sunner opened her mouth slightly, and her expression looked very satisfied. "It's okay, Sunner, it's great that you can hold on for this long." Listening to Xiao Sunner's plea for mercy, Chenfeng smiled and reached out to touch Sunner's rosy cheeks. The next moment, Chenfeng took out the divine bloodline pill that the system had rewarded him. "What's this?" Looking at the golden pill that appeared in Chenfeng's hand, Xiao Sunner's eyes were full of curiosity. Ever since the golden pill appeared, she could feel her blood flowing faster. "After taking this pill, your bloodline level will be able to be upgraded to divine bloodline," Chenfeng explained with a smile. "What? Taking this pill will allow me to reach the level of a divine bloodline?" After hearing Chenfeng's introduction, Xiao Sunner opened her mouth so wide that it seemed as if a big sausage could be stuffed in it. Seeing Xiao Sunner's alluring expression, Chenfeng smiled and nodded. "Try it now." "Good." Although she didn't believe that there could be such a magical item in the world, Xiao Sunner was very dependent on Chenfeng now. Regardless of whether it worked or not, she was willing to give it a try. Moreover, the appearance of this golden pill did cause changes in the blood power in her body. Xiao Sunner gently held the golden pill in her little hand and swallowed it without hesitation. The golden pill melted in her mouth and turned into a golden liquid which flowed down her throat into Xiao Sunner's body. After entering Xiao Sunner's body, the golden liquid turned into a strange energy which penetrated into her blood, making her blood dyed golden at this moment. Feeling some strange changes coming from within her body, the expression on Xiao Sunner's face was also very focused. The next moment, a golden beam of light shot out from Sunner's delicate body and penetrated the roof. An extremely powerful pressure spread from the beam of light. Under this pressure, even Queen Medusa had to deal with it with all her strength, and the other midwives and maids almost fell to their knees. Fortunately, this pressure only lasted for a moment before disappearing. "Brother Feng, do I really have divine bloodline now?" On the soft couch in the room, Xiao Sunner asked Chenfeng in disbelief. After all, the divine bloodline had not appeared in the ancient clan for thousands of years. "It's true, you now have divine bloodline. Brother Feng, you are so kind to give me such a precious treasure." Xiao Sunner threw herself into Chenfeng's arms with excitement on her face. Now her talent is much stronger than before, you know. In ancient races like theirs, as long as the bloodline level reaches the 9th grade, it means that in the long years to come, she can successfully cultivate to the level of a Duluo. Once someone's bloodline level reaches the 10th grade, which is divine bloodline, it means that this person has the potential to become the continent's most powerful 9-star fighting saint in the future. Although there is only a difference of 1 grade between the divine grade and the 9th grade, the difference between the two is as huge as heaven and earth. Seeing that Xiao Sunner's bloodline had evolved to the divine level, Chenfeng was also somewhat happy. The stronger the woman's talent for cultivation was, the faster she could improve her strength. Not only would her lifespan increase, but as her strength increased, her combat power in that area would also improve. Perhaps because of the evolution of her bloodline, Xiao Sunner's energy that she had just consumed was restored. With tenderness in her eyes, she slowly slid her cold little hand down. After a lovemaking session, Xiao Sunner was defeated again. Chenfeng sympathized with her and did not continue to attack. He left the small world with a thought. In the room, 2 slim figures were sitting at the table. Xiao Yu rested her hands on her snow-white chin, her beautiful eyes filled with resentment as she muttered to herself, "Where could Brother Feng have gone? Could it be that His Majesty Chenfeng has returned to the imperial capital?" Xiao Mei at the side replied softly, "No, if Brother Feng leaves, he will definitely tell me." Xiao Yu shook his head after hearing Xiao Mei's words. Suddenly, in Xiao Yu's sight, a naked male figure appeared on the empty couch. Brother Feng. Seeing the figure suddenly appear on the couch, Xiao Yu stood up in surprise with a smile on his face. Seeing Xiao Yu's sudden reaction, the beautiful Xiao Mei's eyes suddenly showed suspicion and she slowly turned her head. "Yeah, this figure is too good." When Xiao Mei tilted her head, the scene that appeared in her eyes made her a little dazed, and then a layer of blush gradually appeared on her young face. As soon as Chenfeng came out of the small world and saw Xiao Yu in the house, the evil fire in his heart suddenly burned again. He waved his palm towards Xiao Yu and a huge suction force emerged from his palm, pulling Xiao Yu's body in front of him. "Brother Feng, are you coming again? I haven't, sucked onto the bed by the morning breeze." Xiao Yu was about to speak when he suddenly felt his lips were blocked and he could only make intermittent and sounds. "I'm leaving first." Looking at Chenfeng's actions towards Xiao Yu on the couch, Xiao Mei's face turned even redder, and then she turned around and tried to leave the room. Chapter 230. He even married Xiao Mei. "Xiao Mei, don't go, stay, help me." As soon as Xiao Mei turned around, Xiao Yu's intermittent voice with some strange tones was heard behind her. Hearing this, Xiao Mei stopped and looked back. The scene on the couch made her ears turn red. But this time she still did not move her eyes away, staring blankly at the erotic scene on the couch, her mind constantly thinking. To be honest, at this stage, Xiao Mei prefers to be close to outstanding men. Back then, when Xiao Yan showed great talent in the family, she followed him and called him Brother Xiao Yan in a very sweet voice. When Xiao Yan's cultivation began to decline and regressed to the 3rd level of Du Q, she became extremely cold towards Xiao Yan, and sometimes even mocked and ridiculed Xiao Yan together with other members of the Xiao family. Now, Chenfeng, who appeared in her sight, was the most outstanding man Xiao Mei had ever seen, no matter in terms of cultivation, status, or appearance. Therefore, Xiao Mei had long wanted to get close to Chenfeng. Now, Xiao Yu's bold words lingered in her ears, causing Xiao Mei's heart to waver. "If I can marry His Majesty Chenfeng, Xiao Mei will be very noble in the future. I must seize this opportunity." After thinking for a while, Xiao Mei finally made a decision in her heart, and her face, which was a mixture of purity and charm, became more determined. The next moment, Xiao Mei walked towards the door, but instead of leaving, she reached out and closed the door. Bang! As the door closed, Xiao Mei turned around, raised her white and tender hands gently, and took off all her clothes. A pair of smooth jade legs slowly moved towards the soft couch. Although the speed was slow, it never stopped. The next day, Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei leaned on Chenfeng's shoulders, each with affection in their eyes. It's a pity that her weak body can't support the thoughts in her mind. After this, she needs to rest for at least a day or two to recover. It seems that this time I have to marry both of you sisters at the same time. Feeling the tenderness of the two beauties beside him, Chenfeng showed a faint smile. Xiao Yu was not jealous at all about this. She had long known that no woman could monopolize a man as outstanding as Chenfeng. Now, if her cousin from her own family married him together with her, she would have more care in the palace. "Your Majesty, you are so kind to me." After hearing Chenfeng's words that sounded like a promise, Xiao Mei showed a happy smile. She had been worried that Chenfeng was just playing around with her and wouldn't take responsibility, but now she was so happy to hear Chenfeng's promise. When 2 days later, in the Xiao family hall, when Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders of the Xiao family learned that Chenfeng was going to marry both sisters Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei at the same time, they were a little surprised at first, but when they realized what was going on, their faces were filled with ecstasy. If 2 people from the Xiao family marry into the palace at the same time and become imperial concubines, then the Xiao family's status in the Jiama Empire will be further improved. How could the Xiao family object to such a thing? Okay, then the wedding date will be set in 7 days. I will come to pick up Yu and Meyer in person then. Seeing the reactions of the Xiao family, Chenfeng was very satisfied. After that, Chenfeng left another betrothal gift and then left the Xiao family with the purple demonic eagle. The ceremonial team he brought with him stayed in the Xiao mansion. Of course, before leaving, Chenfeng specially left a space teleportation flag at the Xiao family. After all, the Xiao family is now his in-laws, and the Tushi Emperor Jade is of great importance, so Chenfeng has to be more careful. With Chenfeng's current speed, even without the space teleportation flag, it would only take a few hours to get back to the palace from Wuten City. Soon Chenfeng returned to his palace. After returning, the first thing Chenfeng did was to ask someone to find a few young women with breast milk, and bring them all to the small world to help Xiao Sun take care of the baby. Hey, Brother Feng, you're back, husband, I miss you so much. Chenfeng spent almost 3 days in the Xiao family this time. Therefore, as soon as he came back, he was warmly welcomed by Ziyan, Yafi Shuni, and Nalan Yanran. Among them, Han Yu's situation was indeed a bit embarrassing, because, in the harem, except for Chenfeng's women and children, there were only some young maids. With her identity, she would feel weird staying here. Sister Yu, are you worried about something? Seeing the strange look on Han Yu's cold face, Chenfeng walked up and asked with some concern. No, nothing. Han Yu smiled and waved her hand. She naturally would not express the complicated and embarrassing thoughts in her mind. Sister Yu, if you have any worries, you must tell me. You are the only disciple of the Grand Elder. If I don't take good care of you, the Grand Elder will be unhappy. Chenfeng continued. Because Hai Bodong had told him before not to take any action against Han Yu, Chenfeng agreed immediately at that time. So Han Yu became the only beauty in his harem who had not been conquered. But Chenfeng was not in a hurry about this. He was still very confident in himself. People like Shuni and Xiao Mei came to us on their own initiative. Ziyan and teacher Rulin also reluctantly went to bed with him. If they didn't like it, they would definitely resist, but they didn't. This proves that they already had that idea about Chenfeng, and Chenfeng just accelerated the process. Sister Yu, I recently obtained a treasure that I think is very suitable for you. Do you want it? Chenfeng suddenly changed the subject. Is it suitable for me? What is it? Hearing Chenfeng's words, Han Yu asked curiously. Chapter 231 Strategy for Conquering Han Yu. Here, this is it. Chenfeng's fingers gently stroked the ring, and a white inner armor suddenly appeared in his hand. This is. Seeing the white inner armor in Chenfeng's hand, Han Yu was startled and blushed. Because the shape of the inner armor was very prominent, like a woman's underwear, and it was also a bit sexy. Han Yu turned around and said with some resentment, Brother Chenfeng, why did you think of giving me this kind of thing? What's wrong with this thing? It's an inner armor made of the scales of an 8th level ice-type monster. It can not only defend against Duqiu attacks, but also gather the ice-type Duqiu between heaven and earth. Seeing Han Yu turning around, Chenfeng walked up to her again with the inner armor and patiently explained. However, when talking about the source of the materials, Chenfeng deliberately said the 9th level monster was an 8th level one so as not to sound too shocking. Scales of an 8th level ice monster. After hearing Chenfeng's explanation, Han Yu's heart was suddenly filled with surprise. She raised her head curiously and looked carefully at the white inner armor in Chenfeng's hand. Then, she stretched out her little hand and touched the white inner armor. The material was icy cold. But she did not feel uncomfortable because the fighting energy she cultivated was the same as the icy power of the ice-hard armor. Is this really made of the scales of an 8th level monster? Han Yu asked with doubt, but the happy expression on her face betrayed her. It's absolutely true. You'll know if you try it, Chenfeng said with a smile. Yeah, I'll go to my room and change. Han Yu nodded slightly, then picked up the white inner armor and walked towards the room. That after a while, Han Yu came out of the room and came to Chenfeng again. She hesitated and said, Brother Chenfeng, this thing is too valuable. Do you really want to give it to me? Of course it's real. I think this inner armor will be very suitable for you to wear and it looks good. Chenfeng nodded. You haven't seen it yet. How do you know whether it's good or not? Han Yu answered according to Chenfeng's words. But the more she spoke, the more she felt something was wrong. She quickly stopped and her face flushed with embarrassment. Hearing Han Yu's words, Chenfeng raised the corners of his mouth and asked, "Sister Yu, are you willing to show it to me? You have so many wives and yet you still tease me." Han Yu neither agreed nor refused, but lowered her head, acting as if she was bullied by Chenfeng and felt a little aggrieved. Seeing Han Yu's aggrieved look, Chenfeng smiled and comforted her. "Sister Yu, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Are you really kidding?" Hearing this, Han Yu suddenly raised her head and stared at Chenfeng with her dark eyes, seeming a little disappointed. At this moment, the two pairs of eyes intertwined and Han Yu's gaze did not avoid. From Han Yu's eyes, Chenfeng suddenly understood Han Yu's true thoughts. "Sister Yu, the sentence above was serious, and the sentence just now was just a joke," Chenfeng replied seriously. After receiving Chenfeng's answer, a smile unconsciously flashed across Han Yu's beautiful eyes. "Really? Then what do you mean?" Han Yu asked. Being questioned like this, Chenfeng was not that immature boy, so of course he knew what it meant. He struck while the iron was hot and reached out to hold Han Yu's white and tender little hand. Seeing that Han Yu did not resist, he slowly moved his lips closer. Although no words were spoken, these actions were more practical than any verbal expression. Han Yu's response was to close her eyes tightly, with some anticipation in her heart. After the real confrontation, Chenfeng could clearly feel the tension in the heart of the beauty in front of him. "Look, my husband is so fast. He got Sister Yu right away. We don't need any help now. My husband is so outstanding. Han Yu has been with him for a long time. It is certain that she will fall in love with him." On the other side, Yafei, Nalan Yanran, Yun and others saw Chenfeng and Han Yu hugging each other, talking and laughing, and no one felt jealous. Next, in the eyes of the women, a beautiful spring scene bloomed among the flowers. "Sister Yu, I told you that you would look great in this." Looking at Han Yu, who had taken off her clothes and was wearing only a white inner armor in the flowers, with her silver hair loose, Chenfeng's eyes were full of admiration. Although Han Yu still looks cold and aloof, she exudes temptation everywhere. It seems as if there is a flame burning in Chenfeng's eyes. "Brother Chenfeng, you are so bad." Being looked at by Chenfeng like this, Han Yu did not use her hands to cover anything, but behaved openly and confidently. Moreover, her actions seemed like temptation, urging Chenfeng to act quickly. "I am coming." After carefully admiring the beauty of the flowers for a while, the morning breeze finally couldn't hold back and started the battle. A night fell quickly, and the starlight sprinkled into the flowers and shone on Han Yu's dazzling silver hair, making Han Yu full of an exotic beauty at this moment. Han Yu, who was lying flat on her back, suddenly turned her head to look at Chenfeng beside her and said softly, "Brother Chenfeng, actually my family is in the northern region of Zhongzhou, tens of thousands of miles away from the Jiamao Empire. Sister Yu, I know all this, and I also know that your family has an ancestor with the cultivation level of Duzong. And there is another huge family in the city, and the two families often have disputes," Chenfeng said with a smile. "How do you know? Did the teacher tell you?" Han Yu asked curiously. "Yeah," Chenfeng nodded in agreement. "That's not right. I remember that I didn't tell the teacher about the other big family in Tianbei City. Did I tell him or not?" There was still confusion in Han Yu's eyes and she was not sure. "Sister Yu, I know what you are worried about. After a while, I will go to Zhongzhou and propose marriage in person to marry you," Chenfeng promised. "I believe it." Han Yu smiled sweetly, then turned over slightly and rested her head on Chenfeng's chest. During this period of time, Han Yu has witnessed Chenfeng's powerful strength. She can sense that in this palace, there are many Du Huang powerhouses, and there are also strong people at the peak of Du Huang. Of course, what Han Yu is most optimistic about is Chenfeng himself. The strength and cultivation talent displayed by Chenfeng are really too extraordinary. Therefore, Han Yu firmly believed that her own family would definitely agree to this marriage. Ding, it is detected that Xian is pregnant, and the host is rewarded with a gift package. "Excuse me, host, is it open?" At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in Chenfeng's mind. Chapter 232, Generous Rewards Monitoring Compass. Xian is pregnant. Hearing the system's prompt, Chenfeng's mouth corners couldn't help but rise. Speaking of which, although Xian has lived for many years and is older than Chenfeng, she still has a childlike character. I wonder what kind of expression she would have when she found out she was pregnant with a little life. "Brother Chenfeng, what's wrong?" Seeing a smile on Chenfeng's lips, Han Yu blew a breath of fragrant wind towards his face and asked softly. Chenfeng came back to his senses and responded quickly. "I was wondering, Sister Yu, when will you give me a child?" "Damn it, It can't be that fast. Hearing this, Han Yu's face turned shy and she buried her cheek completely in Chenfeng's arms. Han Yu's reaction was completely inconsistent with the cold and aloof temperament she had always displayed in front of others. However, Chenfeng was not surprised. He had seen this situation many times. There was a huge difference between a woman before and after he slept with her. After continuing to chat with Han Yu about life, Chenfeng sent Han Yu back to her room to rest, while he himself went to the secret room for practice. I wonder what kind of reward Xian's pregnancy will bring me this time. Coming to the secret room, Chenfeng was full of anticipation and silently said in his heart, "System. Open the gift package. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 8-star Duzong experience card. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a primary experience pill. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary heavenly fighting skill, the great heavenly creation palm. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the monitoring compass. Ding, all the above items have been distributed to the system space. Please check them carefully." As Chenfeng finished speaking, a series of system prompts immediately sounded in his mind. Monitoring compass. Hearing these system prompts, Chenfeng's attention was immediately focused on the last reward, because the first 3 rewards were all common things, but the 4th reward was more special. The next moment, Chenfeng couldn't wait to immerse his mind into the system space and check the rewards this time. The 4th reward looks like a round mirror with a metal frame, or a display screen with a frame, giving it a modern, technological feel. In short, Chenfeng feels that this appearance has nothing to do with the word compass. Monitoring compass. It can monitor any movement in the territory controlled by the host. Maximum monitoring range is 100,000 miles and present a real-time picture of any place in the territory. In addition, it can detect the cultivation level of each cultivator in the territory, as well as their specific location. The host can set an alarm reminder lower limit for the cultivation aura of cultivators entering his territory. It's such a strange thing. After reading the introduction of this monitoring compass, Chenfeng couldn't help but feel excited. He is now the emperor of the Gamma Empire, and the entire Gamma Empire is considered his territory. That is to say, with this compass, Chenfeng can monitor the scene at any place in the Gamma Empire. Try it first to see how it works. Chenfeng quickly extracted the monitoring compass and discovered that there were countless green light spots of varying sizes on it. At the same time, a stream of information appeared in Chenfeng's mind. After obtaining this information, Chenfeng quickly understood how to use the compass. With a thought, Chenfeng directly projected the scene of the Xiao family in Wuten City. The picture was very clear, and could even penetrate the rooms and secret rooms, directly showing some scenes inside the rooms and underground secret rooms. Not bad, not bad. Looking at the scenes appearing before his eyes, Chenfeng felt very satisfied. Adjust the lower limit of the automatic alarm to Duzong next. Chenfeng gave the monitoring compass an order to automatically alarm if it detected that the cultivation level had reached the Duzong realm. As Chenfeng's order was issued, 2 red spots of light immediately appeared in the monitoring compass. One of the red spots was located in the palace, and the other was on the edge of the imperial capital. In addition, Chenfeng immediately received an alarm message. Yunshan, the Eagle Guardian. Looking at the people corresponding to the 2 spots of light, Chenfeng had an idea and marked them as non-alarm targets. It seems that the inside of the Qiankun treasure box cannot be monitored by this monitoring compass. Seeing that Yao Chen did not appear in the alarm targets, Chenfeng seemed to be thinking about something. From now on, as long as other people with the cultivation level of Duzong enter the Jiamai Empire, the monitoring compass will immediately send an alarm to Chenfeng, and Chenfeng will be able to immediately call up the location of the intruder for monitoring. As for those Du Huangs and those with cultivation below Du Huang, Chenfeng was too lazy to monitor them, because those people could not pose any threat to Chenfeng's palace. After experimenting with the functions of the compass, Chenfeng felt very satisfied. Next, he directly extracted the 3rd reward, the primary experience pill. The primary experience pill increases 1 year's cultivation. It is not of much use to Chenfeng now, but it is better than nothing. After using this primary experience pill, Chenfeng's cultivation naturally broke through from the peak of the 7-star Duzong to the early 8-star Duzong. Now, some of the Duzong experience cards that Chenfeng had obtained before, including the 8-star Duzong experience card he had just obtained, were all useless cards and were no longer of any help. Next, Chenfeng's gaze finally fell on the black scroll of fighting skills. Great Heavenly Creation Palm, a primary heavenly palm fighting skill. This palm technique combines hundreds of fighting skills and emphasizes the meaning of creation. It uses the palm to break the sky and crush all things with force. It requires extremely high strength. Chenfeng still had some impression of the great heaven creation palm. Among the ancient ruins, apart from the dragon and phoenix origin fruit, the great heaven creation palm was the most precious. This palm technique was not limited to any attribute, and basically people of any attribute could practice it. Although Chenfeng now possesses high-level heaven-grade fighting skills, it is still extremely difficult for him to perform such skills, and he may not even be able to exert their full power, even if Chenfeng's reserves of fighting spirit far exceed those of his peers. The heaven-grade primary palm technique is very suitable for Chenfeng at this stage. Moreover, the great heavenly creation palm rewarded by the system does not seem to require the palm to be tempered with golden spirit saliva. It is very likely that it has improved the energy transportation route when performing fighting skills. Chenfeng now has a sharp vision, and among the fighting skills he practices are some heavenly, level fighting skills, so it should not be difficult for him to practice the great heavenly creation palm. As the saying goes, if you understand one method, you will understand all methods. Although the training methods of various fighting skills are different, they all have some similarities. Once you master this point, unless it is some special fighting skills, the rest will not be difficult to get started. Chapter 233 Lingyu changes shape. Bring back the little medical fairy. After practicing the great heaven creation palm for a while, Chenfeng moved his mind and entered the edge of the small world. Yao Chen, how is the refining of the transformation pill going? Looking at Yao Chen, who was sitting cross-legged here, Chenfeng asked. Master, the 3 transformation pills have all been refined. In the remaining time I refined some other 6th-grade pills. Yao Chen stood up respectfully and replied, and handed a pile of jade bottles to Chenfeng. Very good. I will reward you with a few more souls after a while. Looking at the jade bottle handed over by Yao Chen, Chenfeng nodded with satisfaction. It must be said that the role of Yao Chen, the soul slave, is very useful. Not only has his cultivation reached the level of 1-star Duzun, able to serve as Chenfeng's first fighter at this stage, he is also an 8th-grade high-level alchemist who can help Chenfeng refine the necessary pills. Thank you, Master. Upon hearing that Chenfeng would reward him with souls to devour in a while, Yao Lao bowed to Chenfeng with great respect. Okay, now you continue to make the medicine. I will tell you if there is anything else. After giving the instructions, Chenfeng's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the center of the small world, the town where Sunner and Queen Medusa lived. Brother Feng, you are here, owner? Seeing Chenfeng coming, a hint of joy suddenly flashed in Sunner's bright eyes, and she happily came forward to greet him. Queen Medusa was also walking towards Chenfeng with her big belly. Judging from the size of her belly, it seemed to be even bigger than Sunner's belly when she was pregnant before. Next to them, 2 young maids, each holding a child, followed Sunner and the other girl. Ever since Chenfeng arranged for several wet nurses to come into the small world, Sunner's pressure in taking care of 2 children has been much less. Moreover, the arrival of 2 little lives also added a lot of fun to Queen Medusa and Sunner staying in the small world, so that they were not too bored. Chenfeng, Sunner and Queen Medusa teased the child for a while, and then called Lingyu directly. Master, please give Lingyu your orders. The agile figure leaped into Chenfeng's palm. Lingyu shook her sexy black tail and made an extremely charming voice. This is the transformation pill, a reward for you. Listening to the numbing voice, Chenfeng took out the transformation pill he had just received from Yao Chen. Transformation pill. Hearing Chenfeng's words, a gleam of light flashed in Lingyu's dark and bright pupils, and his heart was extremely excited. Thank you for the reward, Master. You are so kind. After saying something to Chenfeng with gratitude, Lingyu quickly opened his mouth, swallowed the transformation pill in Chenfeng's hand, and then jumped to the ground. Soon, a ball of black light emerged above Lingyu's smaller body, and finally, the black light completely enveloped it. As time passed, the black light wrapped around Lingyu's body continued to expand and slowly changed into human size. At this time, the black light began to dissipate, and a graceful figure appeared in front of Chenfeng. This is a girl who looks only 18 years old. She is only wearing a thin black silk dress. Her fair skin is faintly visible through the dress. Her bust is also very full. Her curvy figure seems to be about to burst out from under the black silk dress, attracting Chenfeng's attention. She had shiny and smooth black hair that fell to her waist, a full and white forehead, curved dark eyebrows, bright cherry lips, and a pair of beautiful eyes that looked more charming and captivating than peach blossoms. Her long and pointed ears added a lot of wild charm to her. Master. At this moment, although the girl's voice was still as charming as before, The feeling of seeing such a beautiful body was completely different from seeing the real body of the ghost flame cat. At that moment, Chenfeng couldn't help but reach out and pick up Lingyu. Walking towards the room, seeing Chenfeng's actions, Sunner and Queen Medusa both showed some resentment in their eyes, but they did not feel jealous. They also knew that Chenfeng had more than just the two of them, and that during the time they had spent together, Lingyu had helped them a lot and they had already become sisters. Li in the room. Chenfeng's mind moved and he wiped off the black silk dress made of fighting energy on Lingyu's body. Suddenly, a naked white jade body appeared in front of Chenfeng. Master, let Lingyu serve you well. Her extremely charming voice, enchanting face, proud figure, and exotic charm all made Chenfeng's heart restless. Moreover, Lingyu's original form is a demon beast, and his cultivation has reached the peak of the 6th level. This is not to say that Lingyu's outstanding performance surpasses other women, but because, anything the first time you try it, it feels very good. Lingyu, take this breaking sect pill. With your cultivation level, there is a high probability that you can break through to Du Zong with this pill. Chenfeng looked at Lingyu, whose face was rosy, and handed a Pozong Dan to her. Master, you are so kind to Lingyu. Seeing that Chenfeng even took out the Pozong Dan for her to use, Lingyu's heart was filled with joy, and she twisted her whole body into Chenfeng's arms again. Nowadays, Chenfeng has a lot of breaking sect pills in his hands. When he left the small world, he rewarded the purple demonic eagle with one. As for Queen Medusa, Chenfeng planned to reward her with the Pozong Dan after she gave birth to the baby. After all, she was still pregnant with a big belly. If she practiced to break through to the Du Zong level, it might affect the fetus in her belly. The next day, Chenfeng left the palace again. This time he was going to the small valley where Xiao Yixin had stayed before. Xiao Yixiang has been pregnant for several months. Chenfeng feels that no matter what, he must bring her back to the palace and arrange for maids to take care of her daily life. With Chenfeng's current cultivation level, even crossing the Gamma Empire would only take a few hours. Therefore, not long after, he arrived in the sky above the small valley he had visited before. Looking down through the thick fog, the valley was full of greenery. A graceful white figure, holding a bamboo basket in her hand, was bending down to pick some wild vegetables growing in the valley. Not far away, there was a thatched house, and a large blue flying monster was staying next to the house. Such a scene looks very comfortable and leisurely. Perhaps many people yearn for such a life, but Chenfeng does not think so. When he saw that Xiao Yixian's belly was bulging, but she still had to bend down from time to time to pick wild vegetables, he couldn't help but feel distressed. Chapter 234. See bringing the little medical fairy into the palace, the poisonous body in trouble. Xianer. The morning breeze in the sky couldn't help but call out to the little medical fairy. As the voice fell, the little medical fairy, who was bending over to pick wild vegetables, suddenly stiffened. She then slowly turned her head to look around. When she found that there was no one around, she looked up at the sky. Chenfeng's figure was hidden in the thick fog, and Xiao Yixing was unable to see what was inside with her eyesight. It seems that I am hallucinating again. Not seeing Chenfeng, Xiao Yixiang lowered her head in disappointment, with a look of longing in her eyes. However, when the little medical fairy lowered her head at this moment, a pair of feet suddenly appeared in her sight. Seeing this, she quickly raised her eyes and saw the familiar figure in front of her. Could it be that I am not only hallucinating, but also having visual hallucinations? Looking at that familiar handsome face, this thought flashed through little medical fairy's mind. As his eyes met with Xiao Yixian's, Chenfeng's eyes showed tenderness, and he whispered softly, "Xaner, come with me this time. Brother Feng, is it really you? It turns out this is not an illusion." After Chenfeng started speaking, a look of surprise suddenly flashed in Xiao Yixiang's eyes. She then excitedly opened her arms, threw herself on Chenfeng, and hugged him tightly. "Brother Feng, I miss you so much. Xaner, I miss you too." Feeling the warm temperature of the beauty on his body, Chenfeng gently reached out his hands and hugged her tightly. This time, after the two met again, things didn't seem as complicated as they had thought before Chenfeng came. Because, after Xiao Yixiang found out that she was pregnant, she missed Chenfeng every day. Recently, she had the idea of leaving the valley to look for Chenfeng, but Chenfeng had already come to find her before she left the valley. "Brother Feng, I've figured it out. I like you. I don't care whether you have other women or not. I only care about you." The little medical fairy snuggled in Chenfeng's arms and made a heartfelt confession. Her sensible appearance instantly softened Chenfeng's heart. "Shiner, then come back to the palace with me later," Chenfeng said gently with a bright smile on his face. "The palace? Why go to the palace?" Hearing Chenfeng's words, Xiao Yixin was a little confused. During this period of time, she stayed alone in the valley, isolated from the world, with only Blue Eagle as her company. She had no idea that the Gamma Empire had undergone tremendous changes. She only remembered that Chenfeng came from Yunlin sect. Xianer, this is a long story. You will slowly know it in the future, Chenfeng said calmly, stroking the bulging belly of the little doctor fairy. Okay, little medical fairy nodded obediently. After agreeing to go with Chenfeng, Xiao Yixin did not take anything from the valley. Before leaving, she just asked Lenying, Shilin, are you willing to go with me? Bah! As little medical fairy finished her words, the Blue Eagle's huge head shook up and down, and it let out a sharp cry. Great little Blue! Xiao Yixiang said happily. She knew that Lanying's behavior meant that he agreed to go with her. Chenfeng thought about it and decided to leave a space teleportation flag in this valley. Maybe he could bring Xiao Yixiang back to stay for a few days in the future. Zhaner, come here, Purple Electric Martin, come here too. After gathering Little Medical Fairy and Blue Eagle, Chenfeng also called over the Purple Electric Martin that had been guarding the dark corners of the valley. Brother Feng, this little guy is so cute. Looking at the Purple Electric Martin covered with purple fur, Xiao Yixiang's eyes were full of admiration, but the Blue Eagle next to it showed fear and made some low cries. It turns out that some of Blue Eagle's abnormal reactions before were because of you, little guy. Looking at Blue Eagle's reaction, Little Medical Fairy seemed to understand something. She knew that this little guy was arranged here by Chenfeng to protect her. Soon Chenfeng cast a space teleportation flag and almost instantly brought Xiao Yixiang, Lanying, and Zidian Martin to his secret training room in the palace. Brother Feng, what happened just now? How did we suddenly get here? Chenfeng's strange method filled Xiao Yixiang's eyes with curiosity. This is space teleportation, and I accomplished it with the help of a treasure, Chenfeng explained with a smile. Next, Chenfeng brought Xiao Yixiang and the two magical beasts to a large artificial forest deep in the palace. Originally, only the purple demon vulture lived here. But now, with the addition of the Purple Electric Martin and the Blue Eagle, this place will become lively. In the past, Chenfeng was used to bringing these magical beasts into the small world. That was because, at that time, his own strength was not enough and he needed to use these magical beasts to fight for him. Now, Chenfeng's cultivation strength has far surpassed theirs. So naturally there is no need to keep them by his side all the time. Keeping them in the palace can be considered as adding some foundation to the palace. Brother Feng, is this really the imperial palace? Along the way, Xiao Yixian looked at these magnificent buildings with great curiosity in her heart. She was born in a remote town and this was the first time she had seen such a sight. Yeah, Chenfeng nodded. Then why does Brother Feng live in the palace? Are you a member of the royal family? Xiao Yixian continued to ask, and she found that along the way, no matter who she met, they would bow respectfully to Chenfeng. Although those people did not speak, from their attitude towards Chenfeng, Xiao Yixian could tell that Chenfeng's identity must be very noble. Hearing Xiao Yixian's question, Chenfeng said bluntly, Xianer, actually I am the master here, the master of this place. Brother Feng, are you the emperor? Little Medical Fairy reacted, with surprise on her little face. You guessed it right. I am now the emperor of the Gamma Empire. Chenfeng nodded again. Emperor, such a young emperor. Oh, upon learning of Chenfeng's identity, Xiao Yixiang was stunned for a moment. She had been exposed to too few things before and had never thought that one day she would come to the palace. She even felt inferior because Chenfeng said he was a disciple of Yunlin sect. This time, she mustered up great courage to come back with Chenfeng. Brother Feng is the emperor of the empire, and his wife must be an outstanding one. But I am just a wild girl from a remote town. At this moment Xiao Yixiang began to feel a little inferior in her heart again. As if seeing Xiao Yixian's worry, Chenfeng held her hand tightly and comforted her. Shaner, you don't have to worry about anything. When you get along with them for a long time, you will find that they are all easy to get along with. Moreover, Shaner, you have a very special physique, which will allow you to grow into a top powerhouse on the continent in the future. Chenfeng continued, because the treasure that opened up last time, the soul-enriching poison pill, changed some of his original ideas. Chapter 235 Xiao Mei is pregnant. Chenfeng marries again, poisonous body of disaster. After listening to Chenfeng's story about his physical condition, Xiao Yixiang's face showed confusion but also anticipation. According to what Brother Feng said, as long as I take the poison, I can use a strange method to transform the poison contained in the poison into a very special poisonous fighting spirit. I don't need to practice hard. My cultivation level can also increase dramatically. Little Medical Fairy was thinking quickly in her mind. She was not afraid of taking poison. She was only thinking about the benefits that the poisonous body could bring her. Brother Feng, if that's the case, can I really become a strong man in the future? Little medical fairy asked with some anticipation. That's for sure. Every poisonous body has a very fast progress in cultivation. Perhaps it will take only a few years to reach Duzong. Chenfeng smiled and nodded, then took out the soul-nourishing poison pill that he had obtained last time. What is this? Looking at the green pill in Chenfeng's hand, Xiao Yixian asked. Jinder, although the evil poison body will have hidden dangers and cause toxins to accumulate in the body, with this soul-nourishing poison pill, all hidden dangers will be eliminated. Chenfeng explained. It seems that Brother Feng has known about my physique for a long time. He didn't tell me before because he was worried that something might happen to me. Now that he has this soul-uniting poison pill, he has chosen to tell me. After hearing Chenfeng's explanation, Xiao Yixiang seemed to be thinking about something. At this moment, knowing that she had the evil poison body, a physique that could quickly improve her cultivation, Xiao Yixiang's previous inferiority complex finally subsided a lot. After all, in the Duqi continent, strength is the true symbol of noble status. Brother Feng, take me to meet the other sisters now. The slight worry on little Dr. Fairy's face disappeared, revealing a row of pure white teeth as she smiled. Good. Seeing Xiao Yixian in such a state, Chenfeng was very happy and took her little hand and walked towards the harem. Next, everything happened as Chenfeng said. When the little medical fairy entered the harem, Nalan Yanran, Ya Fei, Yun and others were all very welcoming and did not show any dissatisfaction. Some of the things that Xiao Yixian had worried about before did not happen at all, which made Xiao Yixian feel more at ease. In the harem, there are maids to take care of daily life, and there are so many sisters to relax and chat with. Little medical fairy quickly integrated into such an environment and became friends with Nalan Yanran, Yun and others. Seeing this scene, Chenfeng was very happy in his heart. So many wives could live in harmony with each other. He could be said to be enjoying the blessing of having many wives. At present, only Princess Yoi seems to still have some grudges. Whenever Chenfeng comes to the harem, she will return to her own palace to hide. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Chenfeng did not pay much attention to her after taking her to the harem. According to the time, Yoi will give birth within 2 months. By then, for the sake of the child, you can be a little nicer to her. Chenfeng murmured in his heart. Ding! It is detected that Xiao Mei is pregnant, and the host is rewarded with a big gift package. Host, would you like to open the gift package? At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in Chenfeng's mind. Xiao Mei is also pregnant. Let's see what the reward will be this time. Hearing the system's prompt, Chenfeng smiled and said silently in his heart, System, open the gift package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9-star Duzong experience card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a primary experience pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary puppet pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly soul blood melting pill. Ding! All the above items have been distributed to the system space. Please check them carefully. As Chenfeng finished speaking, a series of system prompts immediately sounded in his mind. Heavenly soul blood melting pill. When Chenfeng heard the system prompt about the 4th reward, he suddenly became interested and quickly immersed his mind in the system space. Heavenly soul melting blood pill, a 7th grade elixir, has the amazing effect of improving physical fitness and enhancing cultivation talent. It's this indeed. Seeing the introduction of the heavenly soul blood melting pill, Chenfeng was thoughtful. Among the snake people, there are secret methods to nourish unborn babies, and the heavenly soul blood melting pill is one of them. If the nourishing effect is good, the child's strength after birth and future cultivation potential will be greatly improved. Although there are some pills with better effects than the heavenly soul blood melting pill, Chenfeng has not got them yet. Therefore, he plans to give the heavenly soul blood melting pill to Queen Medusa first. As for the child's potential, Chenfeng is not in a hurry. He is absolutely sure that he will be promoted to Do D in the future. When he is promoted to Do D, his child will inherit his bloodline and his potential will naturally increase, which cannot be replaced by any elixir. Give this pill to Queen Medusa first. Thinking of this, Chenfeng quickly entered the small world and gave the heavenly soul blood melting pill to Queen Medusa. Thank you, Master. After getting the heavenly soul blood melting pill, Queen Medusa looked at Chenfeng with a softer gaze than before. Now her whole heart was on Chenfeng, and she never mentioned the matter of going back to the snake tribe again. When the baby is born, I will take you back to the snake people and find a suitable habitat for them. Chenfeng promised, looking at the charming face of Queen Medusa. When Queen Medusa heard Chenfeng talking about finding a new habitat for the snake people, she became even happier and snuggled into Chenfeng's arms. It's great to meet you, my master. Although Chenfeng had worn away her pride as a queen, her seductive temperament had not diminished at all. If she wasn't so obviously pregnant, Chenfeng would really want to execute her right there. After that, Chenfeng saw the charming Lingyu and the otherworldly Sun in the small world. I have to say that Lingyu has made rapid progress and is very good at catering to Chenfeng's preferences, allowing Chenfeng to experience the joy of black stockings for the first time in a different world. The white thighs wrapped in black stockings deeply attracted Chenfeng's attention. Time flies, and 7 days pass quickly. This day was the day that Chenfeng had previously scheduled to marry the sisters Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei. However, this time, the brides were not just the sisters Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei, there were also Shui Mentor Ruel and Xiao Yixin and Ziyan. Chapter 236 Lingyu is pregnant, have you heard? Today is the day of His Majesty the Emperor's wedding. This time His Majesty the Emperor married 6 women at once. Our Emperor is truly a romantic and dashing man. It is said that many of them are from Canaan College and are talented students of Canaan College. It's great for the Emperor to get married. Every time the Emperor gets married, he will order a reduction in taxes for that month. It would be great if the Emperor could get married every month. Because Chenfeng was getting married this time, the entire Jiama Empire and even some other places were immersed in celebration. Many people discussed it, and many people hoped that Chenfeng would speed up the pace of getting married because of the tax reduction. In the palace, many important people from the Gama Empire came to congratulate Li Ziyan. Today is your wedding day, you should change into this dress quickly. Inside the harem, Yun was running behind Ziyan holding a wedding dress. Okay, I'll wear it. Seeing that Yun had been following her, Ziyan nodded helplessly and took the bright red wedding dress that Yun handed over. To be honest, this wedding happened too quickly and Ziyan was still a little slow to react. Ziyan, are you worried about something? Chenfeng, who had just brought Xiao Yu and her sister back. I don't. Ziyan hesitated and shook her head. If not, go change your clothes first. The wedding is about to begin. Chenfeng smiled gently. Oh, Ziyan pouted, then entered the room with Yun. Looking at Ziyan's expression, Chenfeng smiled. Soon Chenfeng led the 6 brides, Xiao Yu, Xiao Yixian, Xiao Mei, Ziyan, Shuni, and Mentor Ruolin, and slowly stepped into the wedding hall. Grand Elder, Old Man Lu, why are they all here? As soon as she stepped into the wedding hall, Ziyan noticed a few white-haired old men sitting at a certain table with surprised smiles on their faces. Teacher Ruolin, Xiao Yu, and Shuni had similar reactions. Because they found that many people who came to the wedding included those from Canaan College, including elders from the inner courtyard, mentors from the outer courtyard, and some students. The next moment Ziyan, Xiao Yu, Instructor Ruolin, and Shu Nai all looked towards Chenfeng. Seeing the 4 people looking at him, Chenfeng smiled and didn't explain anything. In Chenfeng's view, marriage is a big deal, and he naturally doesn't want to leave any regrets in the hearts of his women. So, this time, in addition to picking up the people from the Zhao family, he also went to Canaan College a few days in advance and invited Su Qian and others. My husband is so nice. Teacher Rulin's watery eyes looked at Chenfeng with increasingly gentle eyes. She truly felt Chenfeng's sincerity towards them, which was not just carnal desire. Ziyan and others had the same idea in their minds. They were filled with happiness to be able to marry such a caring man. The ceremony begins. The high-pitched voice of the master of ceremonies sounded, and everyone focused their attention and quickly completed the wedding ceremony. After the bride was sent into the bridal chamber, a group of people immediately gathered around Chenfeng. Su Qian, the chief elder of the inner courtyard, walked up to Chenfeng with an inexplicable smile on his face and said with a smile, Your Majesty Chenfeng, you are really fast. You kidnapped so many people from my Canaan College, and you married them all. There's nothing I can do, my charm is too great, I can't resist it. Chenfeng did not avoid the topic and faced it calmly. To be honest, Su Qian is still quite happy now. When he learned that Ziyan had eliminated the disadvantages of taking the transformation grass and successfully broke through to the realm of Du Huang, he was really happy for Ziyan. Moreover, Su Qian was also surprised by the huge power in Chenfeng's palace. With his rough perception, he found that there were dozens of auras of Douang powerful people in other places of the palace, and there were also 5 auras of Duwang, 3 of which sounded like magical beasts. Your Majesty Chenfeng, I think you know something about Ziyan. She is actually, in the following conversation, Su Qian told Chenfeng some information about Ziyan in private. Of course, Chenfeng already knew all this and responded to Su Qian calmly, Boy Chenfeng, you have dealt with so many people, can you handle you girl? Hai Bodong came up and laughed. To be honest with you, Grand Elder, I've already dealt with Sister Yu's situation, Chenfeng said bluntly. Oh you are really good, you really have it? Hai Bodong cried out in surprise, and then instructed Chenfeng, now that it's done, find an opportunity to go to Zhongzhou as soon as possible, and don't let you wait too long. Don't worry Grand Elder, I will take Sister Yu and the others back to Zhongzhou after a while. Chenfeng nodded with a smile. In the evening, the slightly tipsy Chenfeng bid farewell to all the guests and returned to the harem. My husband is here, quickly do it. Xiao and the others were not in their rooms. When Chenfeng entered the harem, they all surrounded him. Haha, it looks like you guys came prepared tonight. Looking at the actions of Xiao, Xiao Yu and others, Chenfeng was also a little excited. Of course. With so many sisters gathered together this time, we must deal with our husband. Yafei was wearing a red silk dress today. She nodded confidently with an extremely charming look in her eyes. Xuni was not willing to be outdone. She straightened her body proudly, revealing her exquisite curves perfectly. Next to her, Xiao Yu's pair of white, round long legs under her blue cheongsam were also posing in a seductive posture. Okay, I'm just afraid you don't have the strength. Quick! Lift up your husband. Before Chenfeng could finish his words, he was lifted up by the women. This is crazy. After a night, Chenfeng walked out of the room, saying that he couldn't bear it any longer. Ding, it is detected that Lingyu is pregnant, and the host is rewarded with a big gift package. Ding, host, would you like to open the gift package? At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in Chenfeng's mind. Lingyu is pregnant too, let's see what the reward will be this time. Hearing the system's prompt, Chenfeng perked up again and said to the system, open the gift package. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9-star Duzong Peak Experience card. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a primary experience pill. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a transformation pill. Ding, congratulations to the host for attaining the Space Jade cylinder. Ding, all the above items have been distributed to the system space. Please check them carefully. As Chenfeng finished speaking, a series of system prompts immediately sounded in his mind. Chapter 237, heading to Zhongzhou. Space Jade Tube, a one-time use item. Crushing the Space Jade Tube can summon the host. After the host agrees, the host can be instantly brought to the place where the Space Jade Tube was crushed, regardless of the distance. Ignoring any space barriers and sealing methods, it's actually an enhanced version of the Space Jade Tube. Looking at the fourth reward this time, Chenfeng's heart moved slightly. Although Chenfeng had never seen such a thing as a Space Jade Tube, he knew it very well. In the original book, many young people from big forces, when traveling outside, would crush the Space Jade Tube and summon the older generation of strong men in the clan to come over when they encountered trouble. However, the effect of their ordinary Space Jade Tubes is simply not comparable to that of Chenfeng's. Once someone blocks the space, their Space Jade Tubes will become ineffective. Moreover, the time it takes for the Space Jade Tubes to arrive is a bit slow, and they cannot be teleported instantly. This thing is great, but for now, it doesn't seem to be of much use, Chenfeng pondered in his heart. He now had a monitoring compass that could monitor any abnormal aura in the territory, and then rely on the space teleportation flag to return instantly. The safety of the territory was still guaranteed. Next, Chenfeng used this primary experience pill to improve his cultivation to the late 8-star Duzong level. A morning wind. Now that the wedding wine is finished, I will leave first. I will come again when you and you girl get married next time. Soon, Hai Bodong came to the palace to say goodbye to Chenfeng. Su Chuan and a group of people from Canaan College also came with him. Grand Elder, Elder Su, thank you for coming all the way to attend my wedding. Chenfeng clasped his fists and thanked everyone. Your Majesty, Chenfeng is too polite. After all, Xiao Yan and the others are part of our Canaan Academy. It is our duty to be here. Su Chuan waved his hand. However, this place is far away from the inner courtyard, and we have been out for quite some time. We are afraid that something might go wrong in the academy, so we have to return today, Su Chuan continued. Well, great elder. Take care, these are some gifts from me. Chenfeng nodded, and then with a gesture, a guard nearby came over holding a box. Inside these boxes there are 10 jade bottles, most of which are filled with 4th-grade medicinal pills, including one 6th-grade medicinal pill. With Chenfeng's current wealth, it is harmless for him to give these medicinal pills away. However, such a gesture shocked Su Chuan greatly. Even as the Grand Elder of the inner courtyard, he could not be so generous. Thank you, Your Majesty Chenfeng. Su Chuan was very happy to receive such a generous gift. 3 days after the wedding, Chenfeng finally planned to go to Zhongzhou. The main purpose of this trip was to propose marriage to the Han and Lu families. I want to go too. In the square in front of the palace, when Chenfeng summoned the purple demon eagle and planned to take Han Yu and Lu Fei to Zhongzhou, Xiao Yan suddenly clamored to go to Zhongzhou together. That's fine, go if you want. In response to Xiao Yan's request, Chenfeng smiled and nodded without objection. Yun, Nalan Yanran, Yafei, Xiao Yu and others did not say that they wanted to go with them. They also knew that it was Chenfeng's first time to Zhongzhou and they did not want to cause trouble for him. Yunner, this is a space jade tube. If there is anything important, you crush the jade tube and I will rush back in an instant. Before leaving, Chenfeng handed the space jade tube he had obtained earlier to Yun. Next, under the gazes of the women Chenfeng, Han Yu, Xiao Yan and Lu Fei stepped onto the purple demonic eagle and gradually turned into a small black dot and disappeared in the sky. Outside a palace in the harem, Princess Yoi looked up at the scene in the sky with a complicated expression in her beautiful eyes. Child, you will be born in more than a month, but your father has to go to Zhongzhou at this time. How will he get back in time? Alice, Yoi sighed in her heart, stroking her belly with her jade hands, with a layer of grievance in her eyes. Hold her, sister. Just then, a crisp voice came from outside the yard. Ewer. Hearing this voice, Yao was stunned for a moment, then the aggrieved look on his face disappeared, and turned into surprise as he looked in the direction where the voice came from. At the gate of the yard stood a little girl about 14 or 15 years old. She was Yao's biological sister, Yao. Today Yao was wearing a set of light blue alchemist robes that were obviously specially made. The loose cuffs were tied with brocade silk to form a lotus shape, which made her look more elegant. After the royal family encountered misfortune, Yao had been staying in the alchemist guild. Now she seemed to be much calmer than before. Sister, I'm here to see you, Yao excitedly trotted to Yoi. Ewer, why are you here? Looking at Yao who had changed slightly in front of him, Yao reached out and touched her head. It was that guy who told me that you were bored in the harem and were about to give birth, so he asked me to go to the palace every day to spend more time with you. Yao replied quickly, touching Yoi's bulging belly with one hand, her eyes full of curiosity. He asked you to come. Yoi felt a little touched when he heard Yao's words. She knew that Chenfeng had already set off for Zhongzhou this time, and would not be back in the short term, so she did not suspect that Chenfeng would have any intentions towards Yao. Although Yao had always had some resentment towards Chenfeng in her heart, Chenfeng actually arranged for Yao to come to the palace to accompany her before leaving for Zhongzhou this time, which immediately changed her thoughts. Sister, when your child is born, can I take him to play with me? Yao blinked her big black eyes and said expectantly. No, the child has just been born and is still so small, how can he play with you? Looking at Yao's childish look, Yao smiled and shook his head. I want to take him out to play. Yao pouted and said seriously, after all I am his aunt. Why? Then as his aunt, can't you think about teaching your child to make medicine well in the future? By the way, have you been lazy in making medicine during this period? What level of alchemist are you now? Yao suddenly asked. Hey, sister, I knew you would ask this. Look, what is this? Yao chuckled and took out a badge representing a third-grade alchemist as if she had been prepared. Third rank, stop fooling your sister here. However, when he saw the badge, Yao didn't believe it at all and said bluntly, Who did you steal this badge from? What do you mean by stealing? I borrowed it. Well, you confessed yourself, didn't you? Yao's arrival indeed brought more smiles to Yao's face. Chapter 238 Brother Feng, you are really knowledgeable. Far above the sky a huge purple monster flapped its wings. A circle of 10 feet in size, a faint purple light shield spread out from its body, completely blocking out the oncoming strong wind. Inside the light shield were Chenfeng, Xiao Yan, Han Yu and Lu Fei, who had left the Jiama Empire. Riding on the back of the purple demonic eagle, a 6th-order top-level flying magical beast, Chenfeng and his group arrived at the Black Horn region again in less than 3 days. Brother Feng, the distance between the Black Horn region and Zhongzhou is such that even a Duzong expert would need at least half a year to cross it. But if we go through the space wormhole, we will probably arrive in less than a month. On the back of the purple demonic eagle, Lu Fei, knowing that this was Chenfeng's first time to go to Zhongzhou, told him some things in a soft voice. The space wormhole she mentioned is quite common in Zhongzhou continent. It is 2 points in space connected by the space power of a Duzun strongman. Its construction requires a lot of precious materials and a lot of time and energy. The area of Zhongzhou is so vast that most large cities in Zhongzhou are equipped with space wormholes to shorten the travel time. The builders of these space wormholes are mostly the top powerhouses or seniors of the city. If the predecessor who built the space wormhole belongs to a certain family, then this space wormhole will also be synthesized into the property of that family. Of course, even these powerful families dare not occupy this kind of public transportation measures at will, and very few families would do such a stupid thing. After all, the profits brought by a space wormhole every year will reach a terrifying number. Therefore, in Zhongzhou, the emergence of every space wormhole will arouse the envy of countless forces. After all, not everyone can invite a dozen strongmen and spend a lot of effort to build a space wormhole. Therefore, space wormhole in Zhongzhou also symbolizes wealth and strength. Most of the forces that can possess it are well known. Of course, this excludes some families that enjoy the wealth left by their ancestors. Moreover, after the space wormhole is built, it must be frequently maintained. The strength of the maintenance personnel must be at least above Duzong. Except for places like Zhongzhou, space wormholes rarely appear in other areas. Well, let's go directly to Tianya City next. That city has a space wormhole. Hearing Lu Fei's words, Chenfeng nodded slightly. It turns out Brother Feng already knew about this. Lu Fei had an awkward smile on his face, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt relieved. After all, Chenfeng's identity was extremely noble in the northwest continent, so it was not difficult for him to find out these things. Tianya City is located in a mountain range called Tianqing, thousands of miles away from the Black Horn region. As the only city within 1,000 miles with a space wormhole leading to Zhongzhou, Tianya City is also the most prosperous city within 1,000 miles. Brother Feng, do you know much about Zhongzhou's affairs? Listening to the conversation between Chenfeng and Lu Fei, Han Yu asked with interest, because he was sure that Chenfeng had always stayed in the northwest continent and had never been to Zhongzhou. Looking at the expression on Han Yu's face, Chenfeng smiled and said, "You know a thing or two, right?" Oh, hearing this, Han Yu's eyes showed a hint of strangeness, and she seemed to be more interested. Then Brother Feng must know the more famous one palace, one tower, 2 sects, 3 valleys, and 4 square pavilions among human forces. The first hall is the Soul Hall, the tower is the Dan Tower, the 2 sects are the Tianming sect and the Wu sect, and the 3 valleys are the Glacier Valley, the Sound Valley, and the Burning Flame Valley. Chenfeng replied very naturally. He knew much more about these things than Han Yu, who came from Zhongzhou. Basically, there were not many secrets that he, a time traveler, did not know. Brother Feng, the city where my family is located is under the jurisdiction of Fenyan Valley, one of the 3 valleys. Lu Fei suddenly interrupted when Chenfeng mentioned Fenyan Valley. That's fine. When I go to your house, I'll stop by to visit the Burning Flame Valley. Chenfeng nodded casually. Brother Feng, can a large force like Burning Flame Valley be visited casually? Hearing Chenfeng's words, Han Yu and Lu Fei were both a little surprised and thought that Chenfeng was bragging. In their understanding, Fenyan Valley had the legendary Duzun Masters, and there might be more than one Duzun Masters. Why not? Chenfeng smiled and asked back. Looking at the confidence on Chenfeng's face, Han Yu and Lu Fei were both silent. Brother Feng, you have to take us to see it when the time comes. Han Yu smiled and chose to trust Chenfeng for the time being. Brother Feng, the 4 pavilions you mentioned just now are Xingyun Pavilion, Huangjian Pavilion, Huangquan Pavilion, Fenglei Pavilion, because the locations of these 4 forces happen to form 4 corners standing on Zhongzhou. Hence the name. The northern region of Zhongzhou where I am located is where Fenglei Pavilion, one of the 4 pavilions, is entrenched. Fenglei Pavilion is considered to be the strongest force in the northern region of Zhongzhou. Han Yu continued. The northern territory is relatively poor compared to other places in Zhongzhou. Otherwise it would not be dominated by the Fenglei Pavilion. Chenfeng nodded slightly. That's the truth. Han Yu was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Chenfeng's remarks just now did not sound like something that someone from the northwest continent would say, because no matter how poor the northern territory was, it was still much better than the northwest continent. I didn't expect that Brother Feng not only has a talent for cultivation that is almost like a demon, but is also so knowledgeable. A hint of admiration flashed in Han Yu's eyes. In the blink of an eye, another 3 or 4 days passed. At a certain moment, Lu Fei pointed to a section of mountains that suddenly protruded from the ground in the distance and said in surprise, Tianqing Mountains. Brother Feng, we are here. With a purple demonic vulture crossed the plain and slowly entered the mountains. These mountains were covered with green trees, many of which were towering trees hundreds of feet high. In these trees there were many monkeys climbing and playing around. These guys were very smart and did not hide when they saw people, but just stared at them blankly. It was obvious that they were accustomed to these passers-by. Chenfeng and his party did not stop and flew over the mountains on their griffins. Soon, the wide roads in the mountains appeared in the sight of Chenfeng and his party. On the roads they could see many people coming and going, making the scene very noisy. At this moment, the purple demonic vulture was not the only flying monster in the sky of the mountain range. Shortly after Chenfeng and his companions entered the mountain area, they heard some sounds of breaking wind in the distance. Then they saw many strange, shaped flying beasts flapping their wings and flying towards the mountain range. Chapter 239 Space Wormhole. The first impression that the entire mountain range gave to Chenfeng was a feeling of prosperity. After all, even in the sky of the Black Horn region, it was rare to see so many flying beasts appearing at the same time. Here, flying beasts seemed to be a relatively common means of transportation. However, along the way, most of the flying beasts were just ordinary first and second order magical beasts, and it was rare to see creatures above the third order. Therefore, the purple magic eagle that Chenfeng and his companions were riding became the most eye-catching flying magic beast in the entire sky. Such a huge monster, but there are only 3 or 4 people sitting on it. This magical beast has such a strong aura, it is very likely to be a 6th level magical beast. A 6th level magical beast is willing to be a mount for someone. What is the identity of the person on it? Many people looked at Chenfeng with surprise and envy. Such high-grade flying beasts were quite hard to find. If it were not for some families or forces with considerable background, it would be quite difficult for ordinary people to tame them. Chenfeng did not care about the gazes of the people around him. He issued an order, and the purple demon vulture flapped its huge wings and flew quickly towards the depths of the mountains. After the purple demonic vulture flew for a minute, the outline of a huge city appeared under the cover of the lush mountains. As they got closer, Chenfeng and the others took the huge city into their sight. The scale of this city is several times larger than the capital of the Gamma Empire. It seems that it is necessary to repair my imperial capital. This thought suddenly popped up in Chenfeng's mind. Soon, the purple demonic vulture was getting closer and closer to the city below, and just as it was about to enter the sky above the city, suddenly a ray of light flashed up from the city gate, and immediately turned into an old man in a yellow robe. The yellow-robed old man's pair of fighting wings fluttered slightly as he arrived in front of the purple demon eagle's flight path. He shouted, "Stop! Is this your first time in Tianya City? Don't you know that flying beasts are not allowed to enter the city's airspace?" Roar! The flight route was blocked, and the purple demonic eagle stopped and let out a loud cry. Its pair of huge purple pupils stared straight at the old man in yellow in front of it. The oppressive aura made the old man in yellow frightened. This kind of momentum is probably from the advanced 6th rank. Sitting here is such a young Duong powerhouse. Who is he? Feeling the aura emanating from purple demon eagle and Xiao Yan, the old man in yellow robe was very surprised. The next moment, the old man in yellow robe didn't care whether Chenfeng and the others paid attention to him or not. His expression softened and he said politely, "My friends, this is indeed the rule of Tianya City over the years. At the city gate below, there is a place built by my Luo family for the pedestrians to park flying beasts." Luo family. Brother Feng, there are many forces in Tianya City and it's a mixed bag. However, the one that has existed for the longest time is the Luo family, and that space wormhole is also owned by the Luo family. In their family, there is an ancestor whose strength is about 5-star Duzong, and he is the strongest in this city. If it weren't for this person, I'm afraid the Luo family would not be able to control the space wormhole alone for so many years. After all, this piece of fat meat is stared at by countless people every day. After hearing the words of the old man in yellow, Lu Fei whispered behind Chenfeng. Chenfeng nodded slightly, and then said calmly, "Purple demon eagle, since flying beasts cannot enter, then you should transform into a human form now." Transfiguration. Hearing Chenfeng's words, the old man in yellow robe was startled. Could this be a powerful transformed demon beast? The next moment, in the sight of the old man in yellow robe, a dazzling purple light emerged from the body of the purple demon eagle, and its entire body quickly shrank, and finally turned into a girl dressed in purple, who was only 7 or 8 years old. Chenfeng and his group were all standing in the sky at the moment. Xian was at the Du Huang level, and Han Yu had also broken through to the Du Wang level. Both of them could fly by themselves, except Lu Fei, whose level was a little lower, so she was held in Chenfeng's arms. Seeing the purple demonic eagle transform into a human, the old man in yellow robe couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He was extremely shocked in his heart, because this was basically the first time in his life that he saw a powerful transformed demon beast. Let's go into the city," Chenfeng called out and flew down with Lu Fei first. Xian, Han Yu and Purple Demon Eagle quickly followed. The group flew directly above the sky of Tianya City and slowly descended after arriving at the huge square in the center of the city. The square is quite large and is built entirely of black stone. Despite its coldness, it has a sense of solidity. On a towering stone platform in the square, there is a faint and powerful force of space emanating from it. Many guards are guarding the stone platform, and ordinary people are not allowed to approach it at will. When Chenfeng and his companions landed on the square from the sky, the guards around the stone platform immediately became alert. "Sir, do you want to use the space wormhole?" An old man in a gray robe walked down from the stone platform. Judging from the fluctuations of his cultivation, he has reached the level of a 5 or 6 star Du Huang. Chenfeng nodded slightly. "It's a bit unfortunate today. There are some problems with the space wormhole. I have sent people to ask my ancestor for instructions. We need to wait for my ancestor to come and repair the space wormhole before we can use it." The auras of Chenfeng and his companions were quite powerful, so the old man spoke very politely and explained patiently, "Why does the space wormhole in Tianya City break down every other day?" Hearing the old man's words, Chenfeng frowned slightly. "Strange. It seems that these people should be in Tianya City for the first time. My Luo family's space wormhole only has an accident every few years. Why does he say that my Luo family's space wormhole is always broken?" Hearing Chenfeng's words, the gray-robed old man was very confused. At this moment, a sound of breaking through the air was heard above the square, emitting a huge momentum. Then an old man in a blue robe appeared on the stone platform. His face was slightly broad, and he had a sense of majesty without even getting angry. He was obviously a man who had held a high position for a long time. "Greetings, ancestor, greetings, ancestor." As the old man appeared, the gray-robed old man and the guards all bowed respectfully. When the Luo family patriarch's gaze rested on Chenfeng and the others, a hint of surprise clearly flashed across his face. The next moment, he said to Chenfeng with a smile without putting on airs, "My friends, be patient, this space wormhole will definitely be operational before tomorrow night." "Tomorrow night? That's too late. I'll do it myself." Hearing the time Luo Cheng said, Chenfeng shook his head. The next moment he flashed and appeared directly on the stone platform. In the center of the stone platform, a huge dark hole 10 feet in size was slowly rotating. Astonishing spatial forces overflowed from it, but now this spatial force seemed to have some signs of disorder. Chapter 240. Entering Zhongzhou. The morning breeze that flashed onto the stone platform still only emitted the aura of a Du Wang, but its speed just now made Luo Chengdu dare not underestimate it. "Bold, don't be rude." The Luo family guards around were about to scold Chenfeng, but were immediately stopped by Luo Cheng. "My friend, to repair the space wormhole, a Duzong strongman is needed." Lu Cheng walked towards Chenfeng with a warm smile on his face. At this moment Chenfeng pointed his palm towards the dark space wormhole, and a silver space force burst out and rushed into the space wormhole. Looking at the power of space displayed by Chenfeng, Luo Cheng was stunned for a moment, because even he could not reach that level of power of space displayed by Chenfeng. With the intrusion of the space force of the morning breeze, the whistling sound in the space wormhole became stronger and stronger, and the suction emanating from it was also gradually increasing. Upon seeing this, the many Luo family warriors on the stone platform also reacted. They shouted in unison, and bursts of powerful fighting spirit surged out. They immediately formed an energy shield outside the wormhole in space, isolating the suction force completely. Judging from their skilled techniques, it was obviously not the first time they had done this. What kind of cultivation level does Brother Chenfeng have to be able to control the power of space and repair the space wormhole? Seeing the scene on the stone platform, Han Yu was also very surprised. She originally thought that Chenfeng might have reached the Du Huang level, but now it seems that he is very likely to have reached the Du Zong level, and is even more powerful than the ancestor of the Luo family. Lu Fei looked at Chenfeng on the stone platform, her eyes filled with admiration and joy. Becoming Chenfeng's woman was the best choice she had ever made. The maintenance of the space wormhole did not take long. After half an hour, Chenfeng stopped. The slowly rotating space wormhole trembled slightly, and then wisps of silver light lingered around the wormhole. From a distance, it looked like stars in a black hole, and the chaotic space force emanating from it also slowly dissipated. "Haha, thank you for your help, my friend. Luo Cheng is willing to give you a generous gift. May I know your name?" Feeling the space wormhole gradually returning to normal operation, Lu Cheng laughed heartily, clasped his fists and asked Chenfeng. You don't need to know my name. Just bring out a spaceship as your reward for repairing the wormhole. Chenfeng shook his head. Okay, next time there's a chance Lu Cheng will thank you again. Hearing this, Luo Cheng could only nod in disappointment, and then took out a palm-sized wooden boat from the ring and handed it to Chenfeng. There was a faint flash of silver light on the wooden boat, and this thing also contained a very weak force of space. Chenfeng took the wooden boat and waved to Ziyan Hanyu, Lu Fei and Zimoju without saying anything. Then the 5 of them stopped outside the space wormhole and stepped in at the same time. The figures of the 5 people disappeared instantly the moment they stepped into the space wormhole. A silver light slowly spread out and finally flashed into the dark space. Looking at the disappearing figures of the 5 people from Morning Breeze, Luo Cheng, who was left on the stone platform, smacked his lips and sighed. I don't know what force these people are from. I don't think I have ever heard of such a young Du Zong master within a radius of 10,000 miles. Could it be that they are from Zhongzhou? At the end of his words, Lu Cheng frowned, then sighed, turned around and walked towards the bottom of the stone platform. Afterwards, everyone hurriedly followed, leaving only a few guards to guard there. As the crowd dispersed, the stone platform became quiet. Only the huge space wormhole was emitting some brilliant silver light, connecting to another wonderful continent. With the moment they stepped into the space wormhole, their vision suddenly went dark and they felt a sense of weightlessness. However, this feeling only appeared for a moment and then quickly dissipated. Soon, a strange space channel appeared in their sight. What appeared in front of Chenfeng and others was a space passage with no end in sight. On both sides of the passage, there were faint silver space barriers, and inside the space walls was a passage of about 10 feet. At the end of the passage there is a deep darkness, and the upper and lower directions of the passage are also the kind of darkness that makes people feel a little uneasy. Faintly, there are strong spatial fluctuations seeping out from it. The whole passage is extremely silent, without any strange sounds. After taking a quick look at the situation inside the space channel, Chenfeng quickly took out the spacecraft. As soon as this little thing appeared, it was like a fish entering the water, swelled up in the wind, and in just a few blinks of an eye, it turned into a ship several meters long and wide. On the surface of the ship, wisps of light silver space force swam back and forth, looking extremely mysterious. With this spaceship, we can reach Zhongzhou in a dozen days. Come on board, Chenfeng explained lightly, then jumped and took Lu Fei into the boat. Afterwards Ziyan Hanyu and Zimoju quickly followed. There is an energy input point at the bow of the spaceship. By infusing some fighting spirit here, the spaceship can fly in this space channel. Chenfeng came to the bow, tilted his head and smiled at Ziyan and the others. Sit tight now, we're setting off. As soon as he finished speaking, Chenfeng waved his hand, and a strong fighting spirit surged out and finally penetrated into the energy input point. Immediately the entire hull began to tremble slightly. Finally a thrust shot out from the stern, and with a whoosh the spaceship turned into a silver light, streaking through space as fast as lightning, and shot violently into the void of darkness. In the space channel, the speed of the spaceship was extremely terrifying. It could almost be described as chasing the moon under the stars. Chenfeng and his companions were sitting on the ship. They could only see the silver space walls on both sides moving backwards with a whoosh. That speed was so fast that it was dazzling. In the silent and dark space channel, a silver light flashed silently, and after a moment it disappeared at the end of the darkness. It looked like a lone traveler in the space. This so-called space wormhole connects the spatial points of 2 places and makes the distance between them extremely short. However, if you really travel in reality, it will take more than half a year to reach Zhongzhou from Tianya City. While on the journey, although the surroundings were full of monotonous scenes, Chenfeng and his group were able to find fun and spend time on the boat very happily. More than 10 days later, Chenfeng was sitting at the bow of the ship. Finally, a silver halo appeared in front of his sight. That was the exit of the space wormhole. Zhongzhou, we're finally here. Chapter 241, Little Beauty Hanshu. This is a vast and lush plain. In the middle of the plain there is a gravel square. The ground in the center of the square is covered with many mysterious symbols. These symbols all emit a faint silver light, and faintly reveal a hint of spatial fluctuations. In the very center there is a stone platform, on top of which a 10-foot-sized space wormhole is slowly rotating. Suddenly, the space wormhole began to spin faster and faster, and several figures flashed out from the space wormhole. Brother Feng, we have already arrived in the northern region of Zhongzhou. After taking a look at the environment in the square, Han Yu smiled and said, It's still a day or two away from here to Tianbei City where my family is. Oh, hearing Han Yu's words, Chenfeng smiled and nodded. Next, the purple demonic vulture changed back into its demon beast form and flew across the sky at high speed, carrying Morning Breeze and the other three. 2 days later, the outline of a huge city appeared again in the sight of Chenfeng and his companions. Brother Feng, this is Tianbei City, Han Yu said excitedly when he saw the huge city outline looming in the distance. She thought she would be away from home for 4 or 5 years, but before the second year was over she returned. However, she was not at all panicked about returning early this time, because according to her previous training speed, with the help of the Tianfen refining Q Tower in Cannon College, she would have the opportunity to break through to the Duwang level at most in 3 or 4 years. But now, she has achieved that goal ahead of schedule. This speed of cultivation can be said to be the best among the younger generation of the Han family. She can also be ranked among the top in the ranking of geniuses near Tianbei City. The scale of Tianbei City can be said to be larger than any city Chenfeng has been to before. Perhaps due to proper planning, the whole city gives people a majestic feeling. The spacious streets are filled with people, revealing the city's considerable popularity. The Han family is located in the south of Tianbei City, and opposite to it is the Hong family that occupies the north. These two families are like the two masters of this city, dividing the city into two distinct halves. Of course, there are some other small forces in the city, but compared with the Han and Hong families, they are insignificant and can only survive in the cracks, like floating, looking up at the two behemoths in the city. In the northern region of Zhongzhou, unlike the northwestern continent, one family can rule a huge empire, because here, an ordinary city is ruled by a Duzong strongman, and not many families are willing to have an emperor over their heads. After approaching Tianbei City, Chenfeng did not let the purple demonic eagle stop, but rushed over the city wall and headed towards a huge manor in the south of the city. This is Tianbei City. All flying beasts must stay outside 6-level monster. On the city wall, a guard commander with the strength of a Duwang saw a flying monster breaking into the city, and immediately flew into the city. Soon, several Duwang auras in the city rushed up to the sky and blocked the purple demonic eagle, and the purple demonic eagle stopped. It's actually a 6th-level monster. Aren't you at Cannon College? Why are you back now? 4 figures appeared in the sky. One of them, a middle-aged man who looked to be only about 40 years old, immediately showed a look of surprise when he saw Han Yu on the back of the purple demonic eagle. Second uncle, I have something to do this time, so I came back early. Han Yu replied to the old man very politely. Brother Feng, this is my second uncle, Han Tian. The 3 old men over there are the elders of the Hong family. Han Yu turned her head and introduced them to Chenfeng. After hearing Han Yu's introduction, Chenfeng nodded slightly. He also knew that the Hong family and the Hong family had never gotten along. Junior Chenfeng, nice to meet Senior Han Tian. Chenfeng bowed and greeted him, completely ignoring the 3 elders of the Hong family in the sky over there. Well, you are really young and promising. How can one travel on the back of a 6th-level magical beast? Also, that girl in purple clothes who looks less than 20 years old actually has the aura of a Duhuan. Han Tian nodded politely and replied to Chenfeng, and then many doubts arose in his heart. Second uncle, these are the descendants of my teacher's family. These 2 are my sisters. I will introduce them to you when I go back, Han Yu said quickly. Okay, let's go back and talk about it first. Han Tian came back to his senses from his surprise and nodded. This Miss Han family actually brought so many unfamiliar young geniuses to Tianbei City, as well as a 6th-level flying beast. This matter must be reported to the head of the family as soon as possible. Upon learning that Han Yu had returned, the other 3 old men from the Hong family also slowly left the sky with doubts. The purple demonic eagle landed at the Han family manor, and many members of the Han family were alarmed and rushed over here. Among them, a middle-aged man in brocade robes came in front of the purple demon eagle in a few flashes. Judging from his aura, he had already reached the peak of the 9-star Duhuang. He was only 1 step away from entering the Duzong realm. Father, I'm back. On the back of the purple demonic eagle, Han Yu saw the middle-aged man appear. A pair of white fighting wings emerged from behind him. He flew to the ground and bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. Your cultivation has reached Duwang. Seeing Han Yu flying down with her fighting wings, the middle-aged man's face suddenly showed surprise. He didn't expect that within less than 2 years of sending his daughter to Cannon College, she had been promoted from a great Dushi to a Duwang. Han Yu's face was filled with smiles and she nodded confidently. The head of the family, Han Tian, quickly informed the middle-aged man what had happened before. At this time Chenfeng, Xian and Lu Fei also got down from the purple demonic eagle. After putting down his hand that was around Lu Fei's waist, Chenfeng went straight to the point and said to the middle-aged man in brocade robe, Senior Han Qi, I am Chenfeng. I came here today to propose marriage to the Han family. Propose marriage. Hearing Chenfeng's somewhat abrupt words, Han Qi was slightly stunned, and then frowned. Because Chenfeng's behavior with Lu Fei just now was very ambiguous, and now he mentioned that the Han family was proposing marriage, which made Han Qi very unhappy. Sister, you're back. At this moment a clear and pleasant voice came from behind Han Qi and others, and then pounced directly on Han Yu. The woman who ran over was wearing a purple shirt and looked only 16 years old. She has willow-like eyebrows, snow, white skin and a tall figure. Her curvy figure looks particularly plump under the yew tree. She has a beautiful face as delicate as Han Yu's. Chapter 242. Let Chenfeng marry into the family. Sure. It's only been less than 2 years and you've grown so much. Looking at the beautiful girl who rushed to him, Han Yu reached out and stroked her pretty cheek, his eyes full of love. Sister, you haven't changed at all. Hearing Han Yu's words, the purple-shirted woman smiled and looked Han Yu up and down. The purple-clothed woman is Han Shu, Han Yu's younger sister, who is 3 or 4 years younger than her. At this moment, her personality is not as mature and introverted as in the original novel. It should be because she is too young and has not taken over too many family affairs, so she maintains a relatively innocent heart. This should be Sister Yu's younger sister Han Shu. She is so young, but she has grown up very well. Because of Han Shu's arrival, Chenfeng looked at Juduo twice. Friend Chenfeng, can you explain more clearly the marriage proposal you just mentioned? Han Qi suddenly spoke. This is what I mean, Senior Han Qi. I came here this time to marry Sister Yu. This is the betrothal gift I brought. Chenfeng replied with a smile, and took out a brocade box from the ring. Want to marry Yu? Hearing Chenfeng's answer, Han Qi's face suddenly changed. Although Chenfeng had reached Du Wang at a young age and his talent was much better than Han Yu's, enough to be called a genius, Han Qi was unhappy when he saw Chenfeng hugging Lu Fei as he came down from the purple demon eagle. My dear friend Chenfeng, the women in my Han family do not have the habit of 2 women sharing 1 man. You should take this betrothal gift back. Han Qi directly rejected Chenfeng. No, I want to get married. As soon as Han Qi finished speaking, Han Yu expressed her protest and said loudly, whether you agree or not, I will marry brother Chenfeng. Han Yu's statement made Han Qi's face turn ugly. He didn't expect that his daughter would disobey him like this in public. However, Han Qi has always loved his 2 daughters. Even though Han Yu disobeyed him in public, he did not get angry and tried his best to calm himself. My sister is so determined to marry him. Hearing the conversation between Han Qi, Chenfeng and Han Yu, Han Shu's fair face showed surprise. Her beautiful eyes looked at the imposing Chenfeng. She didn't expect that her sister, who had been away for less than 2 years, would be so concerned about a man. This was completely inconsistent with Han Yu's previous character. At this moment, Han Tian, who was standing next to Han Qi, suddenly asked, is he also studying at Canon College like you? Do you know his true identity? Han Tian asked this because he was asking about Chenfeng's background. A big family like theirs pays attention to the importance of matching the 2 families, let alone the daughter of the head of the family. He is not a student of Canon College, but the emperor of the Gamma Empire in the Northwest Continent, Han Yu replied. What, Northwest Continent? In other words, this friend Chenfeng is not from Zhongzhou. Although the Northwest Continent is a remote and poor place, as the emperor of a country, your status seems to be quite good. No matter what his background is, his cultivation talent is enough to crush the younger generation of my Han family. A Du Wang who is less than 20 years old may only be surpassed by the top talents in the Northern Territory. This boy is likely to cultivate to the Du Zong realm in the future. That depends on the opinion of the head of the family. First of all, the Northwest Continent is very far away from our Han family. If Yu marries far away, it will be almost like she is cut off from the family. There will be no effect of marriage. Secondly, it seems that this young man has more than 1 wife. Given the family head's personality, he will not allow Yu to marry this man, but now Yu's attitude is that she must marry this man. Given Yu's personality, I'm afraid she will stick to it to the end. Hearing Han Yu's answer, the several elders of the Han family around were very surprised and immediately started discussing fiercely. The attitudes of the Han family members made Chenfeng frown slightly, but these people were all Han Yu's relatives, and most of them were worried that Han Yu would not marry well, so Chenfeng did not get angry. Are you really determined to marry him? Han Qi thought for a while and asked again. Well, Han Yu will not marry anyone else in this life. Han Yu answered very decisively, without any hesitation. Alice, since you have already chosen him, I will not stop you. However, I have one condition. Hearing this, Han Chai sighed and said helplessly, Really, what are the conditions? Tell me, father. Han Yu's face lit up with joy when she saw the situation turn around, and she asked quickly, I want him to marry into my Han family. Han Chi said bluntly, marrying into the wife's family? How can this be allowed? You must be kidding. If we let brother Chenfeng marry into our family, what about us? Hearing Han Chi's request, Ziyan and Lu Fei, who had been silent, immediately became angry. Ziyan even revealed the aura of a Duhuang powerhouse, shocking many people in the Han family. After all, Ziyan looks to be about the same age as Han Yu. There are only a few Duhuang masters this young even in the entire northern territory. From what the purple-dressed lady said, it seems that she is also the wife of this friend Chenfeng. What ability does he have to make such an outstanding woman follow him willingly? At this moment, many members of the Han family were no longer calm. Brother Chenfeng, don't be angry, father was just joking. I will try to persuade him a little more. As for Han Yu, after Ziyan and Lu Fei expressed their opinions, she hurried to Chenfeng, held his hand and tried to comfort him, her beautiful eyes full of anxiety. Sister Yu, don't be anxious. Chenfeng suppressed other thoughts in his mind and gave Han Yu a reassuring smile. Then, he looked at Han Chi and said in a calm tone, Senior Han Chi, I am well aware of your intention to let me marry into the Han family. But please rest assured I will treat Sister Yu well. What you are worried about will never happen. In addition, I will add another Pozong Dan to the betrothal gift. What do you think, Pozong Dan? As Chenfeng finished speaking, the expressions of Han Chi and everyone in the Han family changed. The Breaking Sect pill is a 6th grade high-level pill that increases the chances of a peak Du Huang to break through to the Du Zong level. For a large family like the Han family, it is also extremely precious. Han Chi's current cultivation level happens to be stuck at the peak of the Du Huang level. If he has the Breaking Sect pill, he is likely to break through to the Du Zong level. By then the Han family's strength will be greatly enhanced. You mean there is a Pozong Dan in this box? Han Chi asked in surprise. Senior, just open it and you will know. Chenfeng nodded. Hearing this, Han Chi slowly reached out his hand and opened the box in Chenfeng's hand. There were 3 pills in it. The energy overflowing from the 3 pills was very astonishing. Chapter 243 Hanshu Sister, if you don't tell me I will go ask my brother-in-law. 1 Pozong Dan. 2 Huang Ji Dan. Looking at the pills in the box, Han Chi's face was full of surprise, and the other elders of the Han family who came over had the same expression. Is this young man really from that barren land in the northwest continent? They never expected that Chenfeng, whom they had just looked down upon, could actually come up with such a generous betrothal gift. Friend Chenfeng, you just said that you are willing to add another Pozong Dan as a betrothal gift. Are you serious? Han Tian asked with a smile on his face. Yes, I am willing to take out another Pozong Dan. Chenfeng nodded with a smile, then he gently stroked his palm on the ring, and a Pozong Dan immediately appeared in his hand. At this moment, almost all members of the Han family were moved, and they seemed unable to refuse such a betrothal gift. It seems that this boy is indeed extraordinary. There is a reason why you insisted on marrying him rather than other girls. Han Chi's heart was also shaken. These 4 pills have already demonstrated Chenfeng's rich family background. He also has such a strong talent for cultivation and excellent appearance. No matter from which aspect, he meets the Han family's standards for choosing a son-in-law. Dad, don't worry about anything else. Anyway, if you don't agree I will go with my brother Chenfeng, Han Yu urged. I hope my father will agree. Han Shu began to feel a little nervous. She could see that if Han Chi didn't agree, her sister might elope and never come back. Well, since you have made up your mind, if I still don't agree, I'm afraid we won't even be able to be father and daughter anymore. Hearing Han Yu's words, Han Chi sighed again, but this time, his expression was obviously much more relaxed than before. Thank you, father. Han Yu bowed to Han Chi happily. Thank you, Senior Han Chi. Seeing that the matter had been settled, Chenfeng smiled and pushed the jade box directly into Han Chi's hands. My dear nephew Chenfeng, today I agree to marry you or to you. Let me tell you, when shall we hold the wedding? At this point, Han Chi did not act pretentiously and directly reached out to accept all the betrothal gifts given by Chenfeng. 3 months. 3 months later, I will come to marry Sister Yu. Chenfeng thought for a moment and replied. Okay, since there is no rush now, then stay at the Han family for a few days and let us get to know you better, Han Chi said with a smile. At Han Chi's invitation, Chenfeng and his companions settled down in Han's mansion, What after making arrangements for Chenfeng, Xian and others, Han Qi called Han Yu to the hall of the Han family. As soon as Han Yu came in, Han Qi asked, Is your future husband a pharmacist? That shouldn't be the case. I've never seen brother Chenfeng making pills. Han Yu shook her head when she heard Han Qi's question. This is impossible. Hearing Han Yu's answer, an old man with white hair and beard next to Han Qi shook his head violently, with confusion in his eyes. This old man was wearing an alchemist's robe and had a medicine cauldron badge on his chest. On the cauldron there were 5 golden ripples, which were extremely dazzling. It was obvious that this old man was a 5th-grade alchemist. Mr. Zhu Qian, why do you have doubts about this? Han Yu was a little puzzled. I just wanted to investigate that kid, but I found that his soul power is unfathomable and much stronger than mine. Therefore, I guess he may have reached the level of a 6th-grade alchemist, and those 4 6th-grade pills were all made by him. Zhu Qian expressed his guess with doubt. This should be impossible, the old man guessed wrong. However, there is indeed a 6th-grade alchemist in the Gamma Empire, Han Yu explained. I see. Patriarch Han Qi, it seems that the husband you are looking for this time is from a prominent family. Even if he is from the northwest continent, the resources he controls are stronger than those of the Han family. That's true. The fact that he can offer so many elixirs to marry Yuer is enough to show his sincerity. Han Qi smiled and nodded, his words showing his satisfaction with Chenfeng. In the subsequent conversation, Han Qi also learned from Han Yu that there were several Duwang powerhouses and hundreds of Dowang level guards in the Gamma Palace of Morning Wind. After hearing this, Han Qi was stunned and speechless for a long time. This was because, even for the Han family, the number of Duwang warriors was far from reaching that amount. It seems that the Jia Ma Empire should also have Duzong masters in charge. Otherwise, who can intimidate so many masters? It can't be just relying on loyalty. Han Qi came to a conclusion. After all, an imperial dynasty is different from a family. Generally speaking, there is no family unity. Moreover, even within a family, people only obey the strong, and very few weak people can sit on the position of head of the family. Congratulations to the head of the family for gaining such a promising son-in-law. Congratulations, patriarch. At this moment, some other elders of the Han family in the hall all had happy expressions on their faces and spoke words of congratulations. Sister, how did you cultivate so fast? Is Canaan Academy really that powerful? Can it allow you to break through so many realms in less than 2 years? Han Yu came out of the hall, and Han Shu, who had been waiting outside, came over immediately and expressed her longing for Canaan College. Because, in another year or 2, if her cultivation progress did not make any progress, she might have to take care of the family business. Canaan College is indeed very good, however. The reason I was able to reach Dowang so quickly is not because of Canaan College. Han Yu shook her head. If it's not Canaan College, then what is the reason that allows you, my sister, to practice so fast? Han Shu asked, with curiosity in her beautiful eyes. This is a secret. Han Yu's pretty face turned slightly red. She couldn't possibly tell her sister about practicing the dragon and phoenix art with Chenfeng in front of her own sister. Sister, just tell me. I also want to practice as fast as you. Seeing that Han Yu did not tell her the reason, Han Shu followed her and asked, Is it related to my brother-in-law? If you don't tell me, I will ask my brother-in-law. Xu, don't ask him. Seeing Han Yu turn around and run towards the courtyard where Chenfeng, Xian and the others were, Han Yu suddenly became anxious. Then you can tell me now. After being caught by Han Yu, Han Shu was not panicked at all. Instead, she showed a triumphant smile. Suer, do you really want to know? Sister, if you don't want to tell me, I'll go ask my brother-in-law. Don't. I'm telling you, the reason I can cultivate so fast is because your brother-in-law and I. Han Yu put her mouth close to Han Shu's ear and spoke in a very soft voice. At the end, a layer of blush appeared on both of their faces. Chapter 244 Princess Yoi gave birth. Sister, if you and your brother-in-law do that, your training will be faster. Han Shu stretched out her voice, covered her red face with her hands and spoke in surprise. Keep your voice down. Seeing this, Han Yu quickly stretched out her jade hand to cover Han Shu's cherry lips. Then Han Yu said very seriously, Zuer, you can't mention this matter to anyone else. Understand? With Han Yu covering her mouth, Han Shu was unable to speak and kept blinking her beautiful eyes. Seeing Han Shu blink, Han Yu finally released her hand from her mouth and breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, go back to your room first. I need to go to your brother-in-law's place. Looking at Han Yu's back, Han Shu's eyelashes trembled slightly, and then she said loudly, Sister, you go to your brother-in-law to practice. Han Shu's loud voice made Han Yu pause, and then turned around angrily. Su, Didn't I tell you to keep your voice down? Why are you shouting so loudly? Are you afraid that others can't hear you? What after a while, Han Yu came to the courtyard where Chenfeng was. Brother Chenfeng, thank you so much for what you did just now. Han Yu spoke with some regret. Thank you for what? Thank you for offering such a precious betrothal gift to marry me. Han Yu explained. These things are nothing, don't take them to heart. Hearing this, Chenfeng smiled, held Han Yu in his arms and said softly. What he said was the truth. On the way to Zhongzhou, the system prompted Han Yu that she was pregnant and rewarded her with a gift package. The 4 medicinal pills in the betrothal gift to the Han family this time are nothing compared to the rewards in the gift package. When Han Yu gives birth to the child, these betrothal gifts will be even more of a drop in the bucket. Brother Chenfeng, you are so nice. Han Yu snuggled in Chenfeng's arms with a happy face. Soon a spring scene appeared in the room. In the north of Tianbei City, there is a huge manor that rivals the Han family. At this moment in a hall of the manor, the powerful people of the Hong family in Tianbei City gathered. Hong Mu, are you saying that Han Yu, the eldest daughter of the Han family, is back and has brought back a husband? The middle-aged man sitting in the first seat said in a deep voice. Well, when they came back they were riding a 6th-order high-level magic beast. An old man below nodded and said, moreover, the cultivation level of the eldest daughter of the Han family is said to have reached the level of Du Wang. What? Hearing Hong Mu's words, the middle-aged man sitting in the first seat reacted particularly strongly, because he knew very well that before Han Yu left, he was only a great Du Shi, but in less than 2 years, he had leaped to Do Wang, which was really unusual. Go and check again to find out the origins of Han Yu and the people she brought with her. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and then gave the order. Yes, Patriarch. Everyone in the hall responded respectfully and then left the hall. I wonder how Chenner is doing recently. According to his cultivation speed, he should have broken through to the Duwang level now. After everyone left, the middle-aged man murmured, maybe I should send a message to Chenner to come home. As for Chenfeng, after staying at the Han family for 2 days, he planned to leave because next, he had to go to the Lu family where Lu Fei was to propose marriage. Brother Chenfeng, be careful on your journey, don't worry, I'll pick you up soon. In the Han family manor, Han Yu looked at Chenfeng and the others who had already climbed onto the back of the purple demonic eagle and waved her hands continuously. After a while, the purple demon vulture turned into a small black dot and disappeared in the sky above the manor. Brother Feng, if we want to go to Tianwang City, there is no direct space wormhole in the middle. We need to make several trips. Lu Fei suddenly spoke on the back of the purple demonic eagle. Well, it's okay to make a few more trips. Let's go to the nearest city with a space wormhole first. Chenfeng smiled and nodded. For those places he had not been to, he could only rush there like this. As for those places he had been to, such as the Han family, he had left a space transmission flag. If he wanted to go to the Han family again in the future, it would only take a moment. 2 days after the purple demonic eagle flew out of Tianbei City, Chenfeng suddenly felt that the blood crystal fused in his body had moved differently. Could it be that Yao is about to give birth? Sensing the unusual movement, Chenfeng immediately stopped the purple demon eagle and planned to use the space teleportation flag to return to the Gamma Palace. However, before that, he set up a space seal at the place where purple demon eagle, Ziyan and Lu Fei were staying to protect their safety. With the royal family of Gamma, after Chenfeng came back using the space teleportation flag, he immediately rushed to Yao Yi's palace in the harem. At this moment, outside Yao Yi's palace, Yun Yun, Nalan Yanran, Xiao Yixin, Ya Fei, Qing Lin, Xiao Yu, Instructor Rulin and others had already arrived, and each of them was feeling a little anxious. At the same time, Yao's younger sister Yao Yu was also waiting outside. At this time Yao Yu was like an ant on hot pan jumping around anxiously. Husband, why are you back? My dear husband, I'm glad you're back. Sister Yoi should be relieved now. When they saw Chenfeng rushing over, Yun Yun and the others were immediately pleasantly surprised. Some of them were already mothers and some were pregnant, so they could empathize with Yao Ye. If Chenfeng didn't come back during the delivery, Yao Yi would definitely be extremely disappointed. Humph, didn't this guy go to Zhongzhou? Why is he back? Yao Yu glanced at Chenfeng, snorted coldly, and then continued to look inside the house. Mom, push harder, it's almost out. In the palace, Yao Yi's cries of pain continued to be heard, and the people outside were very anxious when they heard it. No, I want to go in and take a look. Hearing the heart-wrenching cries coming from inside, Yao Yu's little face was filled with extreme tension. From childhood to adulthood, Yao Yi has always been very strict with her, but he is also the one who loves her the most. In the past, Yai always showed his strong side in front of Yayu, but in the past year, she often heard Yai crying. Now, hearing Yai's heart-wrenching cries again, her heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. Yayu, don't go in now. Seeing Yayu's actions, Chenfeng flashed to her side and pulled her. No. I want to go in, let me go. Yayu refused to listen and pushed Chenfeng with her little hands, but she couldn't move him at all. Sister, I want to see you, but Chenfeng won't let me in. Woo woo. Yayu anxiously cried to Yai in the room. Morning breeze, is he back? In the room, Yao Ye, who was lying on the couch, heard Yaoyu's words at this moment. Some of the pent-up thoughts in her heart were released and a hint of joy appeared on her face. Then she gave birth to the child very smoothly. Chapter 245 Day. Yao Yi's change of attitude and generous rewards. Whoa, whoa. It's born, madam, it's born. The loud cry of a baby rang out in the room, making everyone waiting outside breathe a sigh of relief. She's giving birth, my sister is giving birth. Then, the door was opened, Chenfeng let go of Yaoyu's hand, and Yaoyu rushed in quickly. Sister, are you okay? Sister, why do you look so bad? Woo woo, sister, don't scare me. Yaoyu came to the bedside, looked at Yaoyu's pale face, and burst into tears. Sister is fine, don't worry. Looking at Yaoyu, who was crying sadly, Yaoyu wanted to reach out and touch her face. Take this. At this moment, a big hand held Yaoyu's palm, and then handed her a green pill and placed it next to her mouth. Yaoyu did not resist when his palm was held by Chenfeng's hand. As he looked into Chenfeng's eyes, some attachment was revealed in his eyes. The next moment, without any hesitation, she opened her mouth and swallowed the recovery pill that Chenfeng handed to her. Soon, under the effect of the recovery pill, Yaoyu's fatigue and the trauma caused by childbirth were all healed, and her pretty cheeks regained their rosy color. Sister, you're fine. Seeing the changes in Yaoyu after he took the elixir, a look of joy suddenly appeared on Yaoyu's face, which was still covered with traces of tears. Yaoyu smiled and nodded, then glanced at the maids standing behind Chenfeng and Yaoyu. Let me see the child, Yaoyu said softly. At this moment she exuded a maternal glow, making her look even more attractive. It's a little princess. Hearing this, the maid walked over with a smile. I'll hold you. Yaoyu stood up excitedly, took the child from the maid's hands, and then put him in front of Yaoyu. Call me auntie. Call me now, I'm your aunt. Looking at the cute baby in her arms, Yaoyu was more excited than anyone else. After taking a look at the child, Yaoyu's eyes also flashed with love, and then he turned his head to look at Chenfeng, and said with some resentment, Aren't you going to name the child? I've already thought of it. Let's call her Yemei, Chenfeng said with a smile. Why, male child, you have a name. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Yaoyu repeated them in his mind. A smile appeared on his lips, then turned around and teased the child. Chenfeng continued to stay with Yaoyu and the child for a while before leaving the room. Next, Chenfeng came to the secret training room to check the rewards brought by this overnight birth system. Open the gift package, Chenfeng said silently in his heart. Ding, congratulations to the host for increasing his lifespan by 100 years. Ding, congratulations to the host. The cultivation speed of all people recorded in the Wanshi family tree has increased by 1%. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the second level Zin Peak experience card. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Void Bodhi. Ding, congratulations for Thunder Agla. Magical Zins for obtaining an intermediate patent pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an intermediate experience pill. The above reward is due to Lord evil. Please check them carefully. As Chenfeng finished speaking, several system prompts sounded in his mind. Another intermediate experience pill is here. Hearing these system prompts, a smile appeared on Chenfeng's lips. System, extract intermediate experience pills. The next moment, he was the first to extract the intermediate experience pill. As Chenfeng used the intermediate experience pill, an enormous amount of energy instantly appeared in his body. That energy was so frightening that even a high-level Duzong like him was a little frightened. Not long after, Chenfeng successfully advanced to the 9-star Duzong, and quickly reached the peak of Duzong. However, in the end, this intermediate experience pill still failed to allow him to break through to become a Duzun. It seemed that he was always missing that finishing touch, and was about to break through at any time. Although there is no breakthrough yet, I feel that I will be able to break through naturally in the near future. Realizing his own condition, Chenfeng nodded with satisfaction. After using the intermediate experience pill, Chenfeng focused his mind again to check the other rewards. The effects of 100 years of lifespan and the 1% increase in cultivation speed will not be seen in the short term, but once they accumulate in the future, they will become extremely terrifying. Chenfeng guessed that the second level Duzun Peak experience card should be like the pregnancy reward, increasing 1 level at a time, capped at 9 levels. Soon Chenfeng's gaze stopped on the silver light ball in the system space. Void body after fusion, the host will have a void physique, similar to the effect of the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan, with a powerful ability to control space. Stronger than the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan, does not conflict with other physiques. It's actually a physique that can control space. Looking at the introduction of the Void Constitution, Chenfeng was slightly surprised. Long before Chenfeng had obtained the body of a dragon elephant, that physique greatly enhanced Chenfeng's physical strength and terribly enhanced his recovery and endurance. Relying on the powerful effect of the dragon elephant body, Chenfeng was able to conquer so many beauties at once, making them linger and become obsessed. System merge the void body. As Chenfeng finished speaking, the silver light ball burst out from the system space and entered Chenfeng's body. At this moment, a strong silver light emerged from Chenfeng's body. He felt that his flesh and blood tissue were undergoing subtle changes. His understanding of the power of space seemed to have become innate. The fusion time was not long. Soon, the silver light dissipated and Chenfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he slowly stretched out his palm and clenched it forward, and a large area of space in front of him collapsed directly. Then, Chenfeng waved his hand, and a dark space crack appeared directly in front of him. At this moment Chenfeng, who had merged with the body of the void, felt that he could easily strangle a high-level Duzong powerhouse with a wave of his hand. Although he was not a Duzun, he mastered a space strangling method that was more terrifying than the Duzun realm. There is one last reward, the Void Thunder Eagle from the name. It seems to have 2 attributes, Chenfeng murmured in his heart, and then his mind sank into the system space. In the center of the system space stands a giant silver eagle, Void Thunder Eagle, an 8th level peak magic beast that controls space and thunder attributes, has low intelligence, and cannot transform. An 8th level high-level magical beast? Isn't that comparable to a peak Duzun warrior? Seeing the introduction of the Void Thunder Eagle, Chenfeng felt ecstatic. Originally, without using the cultivation experience card, Yao Chen's soul was his most powerful fighter. Now with this Void Thunder Eagle, the strength of his fighter has increased dramatically. Chapter 246 Southwest of the Central Region. Tianhuang City. Extract the Void Thunder Eagle. Chenfeng's mind moved, and he extracted the Void Thunder Eagle from the system space. In an instant, this extremely spacious training chamber was almost occupied by the huge body of the Void Thunder Eagle. Even though the Void Thunder Eagle did not release its aura at this moment, there was still an extremely strong sense of oppression sweeping across the entire palace. Follow me in. Immediately afterwards, Chenfeng directly received the Void Thunder Eagle into the small world. Today's small world has been expanded to a range of 10 miles by the Space Expansion Pack, which is large enough for a behemoth like the Void Thunder Eagle to survive. Master, what level of monster is this? It looks so scary. In the small world, Queen Medusa was stunned the moment she saw the Void Thunder Eagle. It was the first time she had seen such a powerful monster. It was many times more powerful than the previous purple demon vulture and Lingyu. 8th level advanced, Chenfeng said casually. 8th level advanced. That's not comparable to the peak Duzun strongman. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Queen Medusa, Xiao Sunner, and others all showed surprise on their faces. Even though Xiao Sunner was born in an ancient clan, she still found it a little unbelievable, because the stronger the monster, the more difficult it is for humans to tame it. Moreover, this kind of 8th level advanced monster has its own dignity and would rather die than surrender. What exactly is Brother Feng's identity? Xiao Sunner began to feel confused again. However, at this time, although Xiao Sunner was confused, what she was thinking in her heart was completely different from before. Xiao Sunner now hopes that Chenfeng can be as outstanding as possible, so that in the future her father and the entire race will not hinder the relationship between her and Chenfeng. After all, she is the proud daughter of the ancient clan. If Chenfeng were an ordinary person, she would definitely not be recognized by the ancient clan. Brother Feng, you haven't been here for a while. This time, stay a little longer. Xiao Sunner stroked Chenfeng's face with her palm, and her voice became charming. Ever since Lingyu taught Xiao Sunner how to wear black stockings last time, she also started to learn. In the room, Xiao Sun changed into new clothes. Her 3,000 soft black hair fell down her shoulders to her slender waist. Her beautiful face was otherworldly, like a banished immortal who had mistakenly entered the mortal world. There was an ethereal air that could not be desecrated. However, on the contrary, the beauty was only wearing a green silk dress that was so thin that it was transparent, and her jade feet were covered with white stockings, which showed her charm. The combination of these two completely opposite temperaments made Chenfeng feel unbearable. Afterwards, Ling Yu came into the room wearing a black stockings jumpsuit. The two graceful bodies, one in black and one in white, made Chenfeng somewhat intoxicated. After a spring scene, the morning breeze left the small world with satisfaction. In the northern region of Zhongzhou, in a secluded mountain range, morning breeze was teleported from the Gama Palace and then took away the space teleportation flags left here. Because the number of space teleportation flags is limited, there is no need to waste space teleportation flags in some ordinary places. Arriving in the northern territory, Chenfeng quickly came to Xiyan, Liu Fei and Purple Demon Eagle. With the Void Thunder Eagle, Chenfeng no longer needs to look for any space wormhole in the city, because with a wave of the Void Thunder Eagle, he can construct a space channel leading to Tianwang City. The most important thing is that the speed of the Void Thunder Eagle traveling in the space channel is countless times faster than the spaceship used before. Brother Feng, this demon beast is so terrifying, it can actually walk in the void. How did you tame it? In the space channel, Liu Fei sat on the back of the Void Thunder Eagle, his eyes full of surprise. The same went for Xiyan. She sensed a power from the Void Thunder Eagle that was similar to that of her race. Hao Xiyan, you will see more magical things in the future. But for now, it is better not to make many things public, so as to avoid being noticed by those with ulterior motives. Chenfeng smiled and did not explain the origin of the Void Thunder Eagle, but he finally gave Xiyan and Liu Fei a vague answer. Well, Brother Feng, don't worry. There are some things I won't say casually. Liu Fei understood the meaning of Chenfeng's words and nodded slightly. I won't talk to other people, don't worry. Brother Chenfeng. Xian spread her hands with a playful smile on her face. In just 1 or 2 days, the Void Thunder Eagle carried Chenfeng and others out of the Void Passage. Brother Feng, we are now in the southwest of the Central Region. The most famous forces in this area are the Sound Valley and the Burning Flame Valley. These two forces are considered the masters of this area. Of course, in addition to these two forces, there are countless other forces, large and small, but compared with the Sound Valley and the Burning Flame Valley, they are far inferior. My family is also in this southwest region, which is very close to here. It is estimated that it will take less than a day to fly normally. After inquiring about the location, Liu Fei gave Chenfeng a detailed introduction. Well, when we are almost there, let the Purple Demonic Eagle take us away. Hearing Liu Fei's words, Chenfeng smiled and nodded, then received the Void Thunder Eagle into the small world. This time, the distance that Chenfeng and his companions traveled was even farther than the time they traveled from the Jiama Empire to the Han family. But the time they took was several times less than before. If Chenfeng could ride the Void Thunder Eagle from the beginning, the time spent would be greatly reduced. A Tianwang city is a city that is no smaller than Tianbei City. Moreover, because this city has a space wormhole that can lead directly to the Dan realm, its popularity far exceeds that of Tianbei City. There are many large and small forces in Tianwang City, among which 2 major families are the most respected. One is the Liu family, and the other is the Cheng family. These 2 families are considered to be the most powerful forces in Tianwang City. Of course, neither family is qualified to build a long-distance transmission point such as a space wormhole. Therefore, the space wormhole here does not belong to either of the 2 major families, but to the Burning Flame Valley. Fenyan Valley is the real overlord within a radius of 10,000 miles and controls many cities. The only one that can compete with it is Yin Valley. However, Yin Valley has always been mysterious and its sphere of influence is far smaller than that of Fenyan Valley. However, no one dares to underestimate it. Fenyan Valley controls many cities, and Tianhuang City is one of them. The management rights of this space wormhole are selected by Fenyan Valley. Naturally, this agent will rightfully become the boss of this city. Over the years, the management rights of the space wormhole have been constantly transferred between the Liu family and the Cheng family, but no one party has been able to control it for a long time. This can perhaps be regarded as a means of control for Fenyan Valley. Chapter 247. The little medical fairy gave birth after changing to the Purple Demonic Eagle. Less than an hour later, Chenfeng and his companions saw the huge outline of Tianwang City from the sky. Afterwards, the Purple Demonic Vulture transformed into a human form and followed Chenfeng and the other 2 into the huge city. Under the towering city gate, people are constantly coming and going, and the place is filled with a bustling atmosphere. Chenfeng and his companions walked steadily in the city, looking at the wide streets and the shops and buildings on both sides that seemed to have no end. In particular, the streets were filled with the dark crowds of people and their noisy voices, which turned into a huge sound wave, spreading out and then rushing straight into the sky. Tianhuang City is extremely popular today. It is indeed a city with a space wormhole. Looking at this magnificent city and its popularity, Chenfeng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This is the central region of Zhongzhou, which is close to the center of the entire continent, so its popularity is naturally not low. Lu Fei explained with a smile on her face. Chenfeng's words praising Tianhuang City made her feel a little proud. After all, this was her hometown. Next, Lu Fei thought about the route, and then led Chenfeng and the others, heading quickly towards the direction where the Lu family was located with great familiarity. Several people followed Lu Fei, crossed several very long streets, and then passed several corners, and a very large manor appeared in their sight. This manor is extremely vast, and at this moment, outside the manor, it is almost filled with armed guards, whose vigilant and cold eyes are constantly scanning the surroundings. Seeing the tight defense of the manor, Chenfeng was also startled and said in amazement, "Fire, in broad daylight. Do you need so many guards guarding the door? Something seems to be wrong. Normally, a family wouldn't have so many guards." Liu Fei was also a little surprised, but the next moment, she suddenly remembered something. Today seems to be the day to hand over the ownership of the space wormhole. This year, it is my Liu family's turn to take over the operation of the space wormhole. Will there be any problems? Chenfeng asked. It should be fine. The operating rights of this space wormhole are allocated by Fenyan Valley. Liu Fei shook his head and explained in a low voice. The space wormhole is too important to the Liu family. It is a huge source of income. With this income as a foundation, the Liu family can recruit more capable people and expand their influence. If they lose the operating rights of the space wormhole, then their development speed will inevitably stagnate. Therefore, at this time every year the Liu family will be extremely cautious. Let's go in first. Next, Liu Fei walked directly towards the heavily guarded gate. It's Miss Liu Fei. Didn't Miss Liu Fei and young Master Liu Qing go to Kenan College in the Black Horn region to study? Why are you back at this time? At the gate of the manor, the guards saw someone approaching and were about to yell at them to leave, but after seeing Liu Fei's face, they all quieted down. Chenfeng and his companions followed Liu Fei and entered the Liu family manor very smoothly. In the evening, all the Liu family members who had gone out returned, each with a smile on their face. It was obvious that the handover of the Tianhuang City space wormhole was very smooth today. Third elder Miss Liu Fei came back today during the day, and brought back a few friends. She said she wanted to see you. After this group of people stepped into the manor, guards from the Liu family immediately came to deliver the message, as this girl fell back. Hearing this, the third elder of the Liu family and several others were a little surprised. They immediately came to the hall and summoned Liu Fei, Chenfeng and others. While in the hall, the top executives of the Liu family were all surprised when they saw Chenfeng and his group. This was because the age and cultivation levels displayed by Chenfeng and his companions were too eye-catching, especially the purple demonic eagle, which was so short in stature but exuded the aura of a peak du Huang. Third elder, I came here this time specifically to propose marriage for Fei. This is the betrothal gift. Chenfeng calmly took out a gift box and handed it to the third elder of the Liu family. Propose marriage. Hearing Chenfeng's words, the third elder of the Liu family and several other old men were stunned for a moment, but they quickly reacted. With Chenfeng's talent for cultivation, it was a great fortune for the Liu family to be his son-in-law. After seeing the betrothal gift brought by Chenfeng, they became even more excited. A Po Zongdan could very likely add a Duzong strongman to the Liu family. Great, Fei can find such a husband. I'm really happy for her. The third elder accepted the box and could not hide the joy on his face. Chenfeng's proposal to the Liu family went very smoothly this time, and almost no one in the Liu family objected. After everything was settled, the head of the Liu family, Liu Qing's grandfather, asked Chenfeng with a smile, "My dear nephew Chenfeng, do you plan to develop in Zhongzhou in the future?" "Yes, with your talent, if you come to Zhongzhou, you will definitely achieve great things." Liu Fei's grandfather, the third elder of the Liu family, also echoed, "Maybe they will come. It would be good to see more of us." Chenfeng nodded with a smile. He was very satisfied with the attitude of the Liu family. That night, Chenfeng and his group were invited to stay at Liu's house. Chenfeng took it easy and took Ziyan and Liu Fei out for some training. During this period of time, Liu Fei's cultivation progress has been very fast, and now he has actually cultivated to the level of a 2-star Dueling. This kind of cultivation talent is much better than Lu Qing, who has the best cultivation talent in the Lu family. When Chenfeng was training with Xiao Yan and Lu Fei until the early morning, the blood crystal fused in his body began to react again, according to the time Xianer should be giving birth this time. Sensing the unusual movement of the blood crystal, Chenfeng quickly used the space teleportation flag to return to the Gamma Palace. In the Gamma Palace, as soon as Chenfeng came back, he quickly rushed to Xiao Yixin's palace. This time, Yao Yi had changed a lot compared to the previous times. She did not come when Nalan Yanran and Ya Fei gave birth before. This time she actually followed Yun Yun and others and waited outside Xiao Yixin's room. After the morning breeze came, Yao Yi did not leave, but her beautiful eyes did not dare to look into the morning breeze's eyes. Whoa, whoa. As the morning breeze arrived here, a loud baby cry was heard from Xiao Yixin's room. She's giving birth now. Sister Sheena's delivery went so smoothly this time. Yeah. It seems like the midwife just went in not long ago. Hearing the voice, everyone showed joy on their faces and quickly entered the room. The system prompt sounded in Chenfeng's mind at the first moment, but he didn't care at all at the moment. He quickly came to Xiao Yixin and fed the recovery pill into Xiao Yixin's mouth. Chapter 248 Advancement to Duzun. Under the powerful effect of the recovery pill, Xiao Yixiang recovered from her fatigue and the trauma of childbirth in a very short time. Brother Feng, I feel much better now. This medicine is amazing. Perhaps because of her different personality, Xiao Yixiang was not good at acting like a spoiled child, so she did not lie down like Yafei and Nalan Yanran after giving birth. Instead, she sat up from the bed immediately after her body recovered. Then, Xiao Yixian walked straight down from the bed and took the child from the maid. Sister Shunner is really amazing. She actually came down and walked right after giving birth. Actually, I took the pill my husband gave me and was able to walk without any problems. It's just that I wanted to act weak so that my husband would love me more. Yai, were you like this at that time? Seeing little medical fairy's actions, Nalan Yanran, Ya Fei and others started talking in low voices. Yao Yi's face suddenly turned red and he lowered his head shyly. Brother Feng, have you thought of a name for the child? Xiao Yixin looked at the child for a while, then looked at Chenfeng with her beautiful eyes and asked with a smile. I've decided. Let's call her Xianl. Chenfeng nodded slightly and replied. Xiao, what a nice name. Hearing the name Chenfeng gave to the child, Xiao Yixin's ethereal face was filled with uncontrollable joy. The child also cried at this moment as if responding to Chenfeng. Next, Chenfeng asked Nalan Yanran, Yafei, Yai and the others to bring their children over. Looking at these cute little kids, Chenfeng's heart became very peaceful at this moment. After arriving in the secret room, Chenfeng began to check the reward that Xiao Yixin had given him for giving birth to a child. He said directly to the system, System, open the gift package. Ding, congratulations to the host for increasing his lifespan by 100 years. Ding, congratulations to the host. The cultivation speed of all people recorded in the Wanshi family tree has increased by 1%. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3rd level Duzun Peak Experience Park. Ding, congratulations Jade Cylinders. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 Zun Star Upgrading Pills. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining an intermediate experience pill. Are the above rewards having belongs for pills? Please check them carefully. As Chenfeng finished speaking, several system prompts sounded in his mind. Very good, this reward has basically not been reduced. Listening to the system's prompts, Chenfeng felt very satisfied. Among these, some rewards are basically fixed, so Chenfeng simply skipped them. Space Expansion Pack. This is the second time that Chenfeng has obtained such a treasure, which can expand the range of space treasures. The Space Jade Tube is also very practical. The Space Jade Tube obtained before was placed with Yun Yun. This time he obtained 2 more, which will be very practical. The Duzong Star Up Pill has a similar effect to the previous Duzun Star Up Pill. It can help practitioners in the Duzong stage to break through 1-star level. It can be used up to 3 times and will become invalid after 3 times. Now, beside Chenfeng, Jia Xingxian is a Duzong powerhouse, and Ling Yu has also broken through to Duzong. They are all at the Duzong stage and can use Duzong Star Up pills to increase their strength and reach 3-star Duzong in one fell swoop. By then, even if Chenfeng is not in the palace's defense will be very strong. Intermediate experience pill, this time breaking through to Dozun should be no problem. Looking at the last reward, Chenfeng couldn't help but feel a little excited. The next moment he sat cross-legged in the center of the secret room, intending to use the intermediate experience pill. However, before that, he took out the space-blocking talisman and blocked the space inside the secret room. Not long after, when a huge golden dragon soared out from Chenfeng's body, a vast aura emanated from his body. If it weren't for the space barrier, I'm afraid that everyone in the entire palace, and even the imperial capital, would be crushed to the ground by this momentum. In the secret room, Chenfeng stretched lazily, and his skin suddenly began to move. The bones in his body were like complex machines that had been turned on, and crisp sounds of bones rubbing and colliding could be heard. Kal, feeling the sense of comfort spreading throughout his body, a breath of air with the power of thunder flowed down his throat and out of Chenfeng's mouth. Finally, we have reached Duzun. Chenfeng clenched his palms slightly, feeling the vast ocean-like fighting spirit in his body with a smile on his face. This kind of power has a crazy temptation power, and countless people will devote their entire lives to this power. Although Chenfeng had experienced the power of a peak 9, turned Duzun, it was just an experience after all, and not something he really possessed. Now he no longer needed to use the experience card, as he had already reached the Duzun level of cultivation. After digesting the reward brought by the little medical fairy giving birth to a child, Chenfeng used the space teleportation flag to return to the Lu family in Tianhuang City. Now, the marriage proposal between Han Yu and Lu Fei has been completed. Chenfeng plans to travel to other places in Zhongzhou before the wedding. Brother Feng, I'm waiting for you to pick me up. In the Lu family manor, Lu Fei waved her little hand and said goodbye to Chenfeng and Xian, who were standing on the back of the purple demonic eagle in the sky. Fair, don't worry, my wedding procession will arrive on time, Chenfeng responded while standing up. Soon, the huge figure of the purple demonic vulture turned into a small black dot and disappeared above the Lu family manor. This time when Chenfeng left, he left a space jade tube for Lu Fei. If there was any emergency, Chenfeng would rush to her immediately. Chapter 249 Tang Huer. After leaving the Lu family for more than 10 miles, Chenfeng left a space teleportation flag in a secluded place nearby, just like the last time he went to the Han family. Brother Chenfeng, where are we going next? Now, there are only Chenfeng and Xian on the back of the purple demonic eagle. Xian directly puts her arms around Chenfeng's neck, and her whole body seems to be hanging on Chenfeng. I haven't thought about it yet. Zhongzhou is so big it's hard to decide. Chenfeng shook his head after hearing Xian's words. Brother Chenfeng, didn't you say before that we can visit the Burning Flame Valley at will? The Burning Flame Valley seems to be quite close to Tianhuang City. Why don't we go there? Xian was playful by nature, and after a moment of thought, she suddenly remembered something Chenfeng had said before. Are you going to Burning Flame Valley? After hearing Xian's words, Chenfeng hesitated slightly. Seeing Chenfeng's hesitation, Xian smiled and said, Brother Chenfeng, I was just kidding you. How can we just go to a place like Burning Flame Valley? How about we go to Danyu, which is the real center of the continent? We'll have to go to Danyu and Burning Flame Valley. After hearing Xian's words, Chenfeng suddenly made a decision. Now, Chenfeng's cultivation has reached that of Duzun, and he also has several Duzun peak cultivation experience cards, the highest of which has reached the peak of 9, turn Duzun. Combined with some other trump cards, even if the Huoyuan ancestor with the 1-star Du Sheng cultivation level of Fenyan Valley comes out in person, Chenfeng is not afraid. We really need to go to Burning Flame Valley. Xian was a little surprised to hear Chenfeng's decision. Yes, we agreed to visit Fenyan Valley before. How can we back out now? Chenfeng nodded. Okay. Anyway, I'll go wherever you go, Brother Chenfeng. Hearing this, Xian smiled and nodded. The Burning Flame Valley is located in the Blazing Fire Mountains in the southwest of the central region. This mountain range is made up entirely of blazing volcanoes. Looking around, it is all red. Thick white smoke continues to rise from the tops of some peaks, and occasionally, magma will overflow from them. The blazing mountains have a great reputation even in the entire Central Plains. Of course, this is partly due to the location of the Burning Flame Valley, and the other reason is the harsh environment of this mountain range. Although the environment here is not very pleasing to the eyes, due to the endless volcanoes, the fire energy here is extremely rich. Practitioners of fire attributes will undoubtedly achieve twice the result with half the effort by practicing here. Therefore, even though they know that this place is quite dangerous, there are still many people who practice fire attribute techniques and take the risk to come here. As for Chenfeng, after deciding to go to the Burning Flame Valley, he ordered the purple demonic eagle to fly towards the direction of the Scorching Mountains on the map. The Scorching Mountains were not far from Tianhuang City, and the purple demonic eagle was moving at an extremely fast speed. Therefore, after just 4 hours or so, Chenfeng and Ziyan could vaguely feel that the energy between heaven and earth around them was gradually becoming abundant, and in this abundance, there was also a hint of violence. Standing on the back of the purple demonic eagle, Chenfeng looked into the distance and saw a fiery red line appearing at the end of his sight. This fiery red line was extremely majestic, and at a glance, there was no end in sight. It's so fast, Brother Chenfeng, the blazing mountains should be ahead. Looking at the scene ahead, Ziyan said excitedly that now she no longer had the desire to grow up, so this kind of journey made her feel very relaxed. Chenfeng smiled and nodded, then ordered the purple demon eagle to speed up and fly straight into the continuous fiery red mountains. As they entered the scorching fire mountains, Chenfeng and Ziyan could only see it clearly. The lush green color of this mountain range was extremely rare. At a glance, most of the land was red. There was not even a bit of grass on the ground. It seemed that the environment here was indeed quite bad. Although fire energy is extremely abundant in this scorching mountain range, due to the frequent eruptions of volcanoes in the mountains, this fire energy contains some violent factors. If one wants to absorb it, the violent factors in the energy must be expelled. Otherwise, if one practices for a long time, it will seriously affect the mind of the practitioner. Even so, during his flight, Chenfeng still saw many people sneaking into these volcanoes to open caves for cultivation. Moreover, in this scorching mountain range, there are a lot of magical beasts. Due to the energy of this heaven and earth, the magical beasts here are particularly violent and ferocious compared to those in other places. As they entered the sky above the scorching mountains, the temperature became much higher, but to Chenfeng and Ziyan, this temperature was nothing. Brother Chenfeng, this map only shows the location of the blazing mountains, but not the exact location of the burning flame valley. The blazing mountains are so big, how can we find the burning flame valley? After flying for a distance, Ziyan suddenly asked with some confusion. That's right, the location of burning flame valley is indeed not marked. After hearing Ziyan's words, Chenfeng looked at the map again and then nodded. Chenfeng vaguely remembered that the Fenyan Valley was covered by a huge space barrier. It was located between two huge volcanoes. It was like a paradise inside the volcanoes, full of greenery, which formed a sharp contrast with the outside. The next moment a huge soul power surged out from between Chenfeng's eyebrows, and in the blink of an eye it covered an area of dozens of miles nearby, and was still expanding. With Chenfeng's current soul realm in the late spiritual realm, his perception ability is comparable to that of the three giants of Danta. Therefore, it did not take him much time to discover the abnormality deep in the mountains. Such a powerful spatial fluctuation, it seems that is where the burning flame valley is. After determining the direction, Chenfeng immediately ordered the purple demon vulture to fly towards the east. Not long after, two extremely majestic red mountains appeared in Chenfeng's field of vision. The two majestic mountains were closely leaning against each other, and a winding stone staircase climbed up from the foot of the mountain. The strong spatial fluctuations that Chenfeng had detected with his soul power before came from the end of the stone staircase. Just as Chenfeng was staring at the end of the stone stairs, a fiery red figure appeared there. The woman in red has a slender figure, with a dark red whip wrapped around her waist, making her waist look even more charming. The woman's appearance was also very remarkable, but there was a hint of heroism between her slender eyebrows. With her fiery red outfit, she looked heroic and had a unique charm. Chapter 250. My request is that Miss Huer marry me. Huer, you've just gotten better, so you'd better not walk around on the spacious stone platform. After the woman in red appeared, a crack appeared in the space barrier behind her, and an old man in red slowly stepped out. This old man in red looked unremarkable and had a thin figure, but he exuded a faint aura of pressure that only a Duzun strongman could have. The woman in red turned around, glanced at the thin old man, and said with a pout, "Dad, I haven't been out for more than half a year. It's useless for you to say anything this time." After saying that, a pair of red fighting wings suddenly spread out behind the woman in red, and she was about to fly out. However, at this moment, the father and daughter suddenly looked at the purple monster that appeared at the end of the distant sky. A sixth-order peak flying beast, who could it be? The red-haired old man narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Soon, under the gaze of these two people, the huge purple demonic vulture gradually approached the huge fiery red mountain. At this time Chenfeng and Ziyan, who were standing on the purple demonic vulture, finally appeared in the sight of the father and daughter. 5 Star Du Huang 3 Star Du Huang. The aura of Chenfeng's cultivation that was now displayed through the hidden spirit stone was at the 5 Star Du Huang level. The cultivation levels of both him and Xiao Yan were instantly perceived by the red-haired old man. Combined with the fact that the two of them looked less than 20 years old, the red-haired old man once again showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. With Duzun's cultivation, it seems that this person is Tang Jun, the master of Burning Flame Valley. While the father and daughter were observing Chenfeng, Chenfeng was also observing them, and quickly confirmed their identities. Who are you two? What brings you to my Fenyan Valley? The red-haired old man asked calmly.
Haha, I'm Chenfeng.
I guess you must be Tang Zhen, the Valley Master Tang, Chenfeng replied with a smile. I came to Burning Flame Valley for no other reason than to simply visit. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Tang Zhen couldn't help but frown. At this moment, the red-dressed woman next to Tang Zhen put her hands on her waist and said loudly, You are so brave to come to visit my Burning Flame Valley. Haha, we in Fenyan Valley rarely have the habit of entertaining outsiders, so you too should go back. Tang Zhen also spoke up to refuse Chenfeng. Although he was the master of Fenyan Valley and his cultivation had reached the level of Du Zun, he did not put on airs and spoke quite politely. Chenfeng didn't pay attention to what Tang Zhen and his daughter said. He looked at the woman in red and said with a smile, Miss, do you have any hidden illness? Hidden illness? Hearing Chenfeng's words, the woman in red looked suspicious and turned to look at Tang Zhen. This young man was able to see the hidden dangers in Ho's body at a glance. His soul power must be very strong. Could he be an alchemist? Tang Zhen thought quickly in his mind, then said calmly, Friend Chenfeng, what did you see? Seeing Tang Zhen answering, Chenfeng flashed and came directly to the stone platform from the back of the purple demonic eagle. I heard that Fenyan Valley inherited the 9 dragons' thunder fire, which is ranked 12th on the strange fire list. The hidden danger young lady has must be caused by the failure to fuse the 9 dragons' thunder fire. Chenfeng looked at the graceful woman in red and explained slowly. The woman in red had a pretty face with a hint of redness in her fair cheeks. Chenfeng had seen many beauties. Tang Hoer's appearance might not be as enchanting and beautiful as Queen Medusa, but she had her own temperament. She looked graceful and heroic, with a unique charm. Yes, my friend, you can actually see the hidden dangers of Hoer's body at a glance. Are you an alchemist? Tang Zhen said in surprise. Not really, but I know a 7th-grade alchemist. Chenfeng shook his head. Although you are not an alchemist, your soul power is so strong, which is quite good. Tang Zhen was quite surprised. He himself was not an alchemist, but relying on his own soul power and the ability to control fire, he was able to control the strange fire to refine some pills. However, the quality was not high. If he wanted to refine some high-level pills, he would need the assistance of other high-level alchemists. In order to cure the hidden danger in Tang Hoer's body, he needed to refine the 7th-grade elixir, the Fire Bodhi pill. The medicinal effect of that elixir could effectively treat the sequelae of the failed fusion of different fires. If the Fire Bodhisattva pill cannot be refined, Tang Hoer will probably only have a few years left to live. My dear friend Chenfeng, to be honest, my daughter did have some physical problems due to the failure of fusing the strange fire. I wonder if the 7th-grade alchemist you know can be asked to assist me in refining pills. Of course, I will pay the corresponding remuneration. Tang Zhen directly informed Chenfeng of the situation. Hearing Tang Zhen's words, Chenfeng responded directly, Master Tang, the 7th-grade elixir you need can be refined by my alchemist friend alone. Really? Hearing Chenfeng's confident words, Tang Zhen suddenly became excited and Tang Hoer's eyes lit up. Friend Chenfeng, if you can help me make the Fire Bodhi pill, what kind of reward do you want? Tang Zhen asked. Master Tang, my request is very simple. I hope that Miss Hoer can become my wife after she recovers. Chenfeng stated his conditions without any hesitation. What? Hearing Chenfeng's request, Tang Zhen, who had been smiling just now, suddenly became a little angry but did not take any other action. Tang Hoer was not angry. She slowly pulled out the fiery red whip wrapped around her waist and said in a tender voice, Haha, if you want me to be your wife, it's not impossible. Let's see if you can beat the whip in my hand. Tang Hoer was very confident in herself. Her cultivation was top-notch among the younger generation in Fenyan Valley. She had already reached 3-star Duong. Chenfeng looked a few years younger than her, so she concluded that Chenfeng would not be her opponent. Miss Hoer, you mean that as long as I defeat you, you will agree to the condition just now, right? Seeing Tang Hoer's personality, Chenfeng's interest grew stronger. Yes, Tang Hoer nodded her snow-white chin and said with certainty. Ho, don't mess around. Hearing the conversation between Chenfeng and Tang Zhen, he hurriedly tried to dissuade them. He found out that Chenfeng's cultivation level was 5-star Du Huang, which was 2 stars higher than Tang Hoer. Daddy, don't worry. How could I lose to a guy younger than me? After hearing Tang Zhen's words, Tang Hor still didn't care. She held the whip and looked at Chenfeng with full fighting spirit.